the cue whenever you're ready. We're ready. Okay, good. Good morning and welcome to the Committee on Public Safety. At this time, we ask if you can please place phones on vibrate or silent mode. Thank you, Chair. We are ready to begin.
Thank you and good morning. I am Councilmember Camila Hanks, Chair of the Committee on Public Safety, and I welcome you today to today's Public Safety Preliminary Budget Hearing, where we will hear and discuss the fiscal 2024 preliminary budget. Today we will hear from the Police Department, the Civilian Complaint Review Board, the District Attorneys, and the Special Narcotics Prosecutor. The goal of this hearing is to obtain a clear and holistic picture of the spending in these agencies and to ensure that resources are being allocated in the most efficient way possible to achieve our shared mission in ensuring public safety. At this time, I am joined by Madam Speaker Adrienne Adams and Councilmember Joseph, Brewer, Ariola, and Holden. First, we'll be hearing from NYPD, and I would like to begin by welcoming Commissioner Sewell and her staff, and thank you for joining us today. The New York Police Department fiscal 2024 budget is $5.44 billion, which in part goes to supporting some 35,000 uniformed officers as well as 14,502 civilian personnel. As the city's third largest agency in terms of funding, making up 5.3% of the city's total fiscal 2024 budget, today's budget hearing aims to understand how NYPD utilizes its budget to keep our city safe. In today's hearing, we will evaluate the effectiveness of NYPD's personnel deployment strategy and spending practices with a particular focus on overtime spending, school safety, civilianization, and the mayor's subway safety program. Currently, the NYPD's expense budget is mostly allocated to personnel services, which makes up 91% of the agency's total expense budget and covers salaries, overtime, and other wages. Given the significant portion of the NYPD budget allocated to personnel services, it is crucial for us to gain a deeper understanding of how the spending is managed. For example, in January, the NYPD spent over $100 million over its adopted overtime budget of $453 million, the largest overtime budget for any agency. We understand the NYPD is charged with keeping our city safe, and certain circumstances arrive that NYPD has to respond. However, the Public Safety Committee is required to conduct its due diligence of oversight of the spending, and we must explore any potential options to reduce this unprojected spending at a time of economic certainty. And I believe that together we can work on a budget that works for all you New Yorkers. The goal of the NYPD and the City Council is to ensure the safety of all New Yorkers, and we will work together to meet that goal. So once again, I'd like to thank NYPD as well as its members of the public who will be testifying today. And before we get started, I'd like to thank our Public Safety Committee staff, our financial analyst Owen Katowski and Casey Latchey, Unit Head Jack Story, Policy Analyst Chad Benjamin, and Senior Legislative Counsel Josh Kingsley. I would also like to thank my staff, Marcy Bishop, and Legislative Director David Pena. We will now hear from the Speaker, Adrienne Adams.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. Good to see you all. We will today examine the Mayor's fiscal year 2024 preliminary budget as it relates to the New York City Police Department, the Civilian Complaint Review Board, and the city's district attorneys and special narcotics prosecutor. The NYPD's budget makes up 5.3% of the city's total fiscal 2024 budget and is the city's third largest agency in terms of funding. Its FY24 preliminary budget is $5.44 billion, approximately $88.9 million less than its adopted budget for fiscal year 2023. The NYPD's budget headcount for the FY24 preliminary budget is 540 fewer positions than were budgeted in the FY23 budget at its adoption. Its preliminary budget also includes a $19 million expense reduction in the program to eliminate the gap, the result of eliminating certain civilian vacancies. It is concerning that as of January 2023, the department had spent $2.5 million on overtime, which is 22% more than the $453 million budgeted for overtime in the adopted FY23 budget. At this current rate of spending, The department's overtime expense for the current fiscal year is projected to be nearly double the amount budgeted. This continues to be a historical trend, and the NYPD has not implemented any new processes to better manage its overtime spending, which has been a long-time concern of mine. Additionally, the CCRB's preliminary budget is $22.4 million, which is $1.14 million less than its adopted budget for FY23. The agency had 31 vacancies as of January, which is an issue of concern to the council and for effective civilian oversight of the police department. The preliminary budget for the city's district attorneys and special narcotics prosecutor totals $512 million, which is nearly unchanged from the FY23 adopted budget. This council has been focused on improving public safety, recognizing it requires a collection of holistic investments and measures beyond simply law enforcement. These include violence prevention programs, reentry initiatives, hate crime prevention, and crime victim services. The health and safety of our communities rely on employing these proven safety solutions at scale. It is essential that we make greater investments in programs that address the root causes of crime and violence so that we can stop these cycles from continuing. Commissioner Sewell, we look forward to hearing from you today about the NYPD's budget and efforts, and we also look forward to hearing from CCRB leadership and our borough's DAs. Thank you, and I now turn it back over to our chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We will now hear testimony from Police Commissioner Sewell and her staff. You can swear them in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. So we're here from the NYPD. We'll hear from NYPD Police Commissioner Keechant Sewell, Chief of Department Jeffrey Madry, First Deputy Commissioner Edward Caban, Deputy Commissioner Christine Ryan, and Chief of Staff Oleg Chernovsky. We also have a number of folks who are going to tag in potentially as well, but we're going to start by swearing you all in. Just raise your right hand and repeat: you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and to answer honestly to council member questions. You do. Collectively, go ahead.
We do.
Okay. You may go ahead.
Good morning, Speaker Adams, Chair Hanks, and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss with you the mayor's preliminary budget for fiscal year 2024. It is a pleasure to testify in person this year before the Committee on Public Safety about the dedication and professionalism exhibited each day and night by the women and men of the New York City Police Department. I am joined today by members of my executive staff. Before I highlight some key budget items, I would like to update you on our core public safety mission and several significant initiatives. Public safety is the foundation of everything we do. Our city's vitality rests squarely upon it. But public safety can never be just the job of the police. Everyone must take responsibility for the security and well-being of our neighborhoods. Here in New York City, we prove time and again that when the public and the police work together, we can produce positive and lasting change. That change begins when people are safe, and it is sustained when they feel safe too. In my testimony before this body last year, I put forward a number of goals and objectives for this department to meet. Today's appearance is an apt time to apprise you of all of the progress that we have made. One of our objectives stated in last year's testimony was that the NYPD would remain committed to fighting for every block, improving the quality of life in New York City, and focusing our resources accordingly, as it is central to achieving the greater goal of safety. At the beginning of 2022, major crime had increased by more than 48% in this city. Over the course of the year, the NYPD cut that increase by more than half, and murders and shootings citywide decreased by double digits. On day one of our administration, the mayor and I focused on combating gun violence by treating it as the public safety health crisis it clearly is. Shootings in our city had been rising since 2018 and had doubled in 2020 alone. And by 2021, we're at a 15-year high. So, from the outset, Mayor Adams and I made illegal firearms and the people who use them our prime concern. And the results are reflected in the year-over-year declines we achieved in the form of hundreds of fewer shooting incidents, shooting victims, and murders. In fact, homicides of all manner and cause were reduced by over 10% last year compared to the year before. Other notable outcomes of our sustained focus on gun violence in 2022 included over 7,000 illegal firearms seized, as well as over 400 untraceable ghost guns, and our gun arrests hitting a 27-year high. Shootings in 2022 decreased by over 17% compared to 2021, and the number of shooting victims decreased by over 16%, a figure that reflects over 300 fewer shooting victims than the prior year. This perfectly highlights the importance of looking beyond the numbers because, quite literally, these are lives saved, families kept intact, and futures made possible, our communities made safer. Our comprehensive strategies to reduce shootings, which includes detailed analysis of hotspots and high activity zones, our patrol deployments, and much deeper engagement with the people we serve, have undoubtedly made our neighborhoods safer. This critical work is centered on prevention and built on proactive, intelligence-driven precision policing. By the end of 2022, major crime in New York City declined in the fourth quarter, and this improving trend is continuing into 2023. For the month of February, overall index crime declined by over 5%, with 6 of our 8 patrol boroughs experiencing decreases. These declines were also realized in our Housing Bureau and our Transit Bureau, which I will discuss in more detail. As of March 12th, overall index crime citywide is consistent with the same period last year, with felony assaults and grand larceny autos remaining persistent issues. I am, however, encouraged that robberies, burglaries, and grand larcenies are currently down for the year, in addition to the continuing and significant decreases in murders, shooting incidents, and shooting victims. So far this year, the women and men of the NYPD have seized over 1,300 illegal firearms. We are also making progress underground. The subways are the lifeblood of our city, as we all know. And in 2022, we steered substantial resources into the New York City transit system to combat many of the troubling issues experienced by riders. In February of last year, Mayor Adams, Governor Hochul, and the NYPD released our comprehensive subway safety plan, underscoring the seriousness with which we view the subways and how they play a vital role in reviving the city's economy in this post-pandemic era. We continued a surge of 1,000 additional officers into the system, along with renewed focus on enforcing MTA transit rules and addressing quality of life conditions. In October, additional enhancements were made to this initiative. That effort increased officer presence in the system by adding 1,200 overtime shifts every day for train patrols, as well as platform and station coverage. All NYPD bureaus and boroughs have contributed personnel to this enhanced deployment effort. Train conductors are making announcements to let passengers know that a police officer is on the train and whether the station they are pulling into has one of our transit districts based there. We also have recorded several public service announcements to remind riders that their NYPD is always there for them to deter, prevent, and investigate crime. The results are significant. Following the October announcement, the New York City transit system and New York City as a whole saw the lowest 9-week period for crime in the transit system since 2009. Through March 12th, nearly every index crime in the transit system has seen a reduction over last year, with overall major crime throughout the system down nearly 17%. Going forward, these efforts will continue and more initiatives will be put in place to keep driving down crime and ensuring that passengers feel safe. We will accomplish that with strategic presence at subway turnstiles, on platforms, and on trains. Visibly extensive coverage and public engagement will lead the way. At the street and highway level, the NYPD's efforts to reduce traffic-related fatalities are also working effectively. The total number of traffic deaths, which includes pedestrians, operators of vehicles and motorcycles, passengers, bicycles, and people driving or riding on other motorized equipment, was down by 5% in 2022 compared to 2021. But we all know even one is too many. Despite the troubling trend of rising pedestrian deaths elsewhere on U.S. roadways, pedestrian fatalities in New York City through the end of February were 42% lower than the same period last year. Overall, traffic fatalities at the end of February, too, were down 37%. For all of 2022, pedestrian deaths in New York City were down nearly 5% from the year before, down over 35% from 2013, the year prior to the implementation of Vision Zero. We know that traffic safety is public safety, and we will continue to expand all of our outreach, education, and enforcement efforts. For example, we routinely conduct Vision Zero high-visibility corridor operations, during which we deploy traffic safety patrols in areas where data shows high increases of collisions resulting in injuries. The progress that we have seen is largely attributable to the dedication and commitment of the women and men of the NYPD. Over the last several years, the NYPD has embraced the challenge of doing more with less. This is especially true given that our officer headcount is down by 2,500 and our civilian headcount down by 1,200. The reasons for this higher attrition are myriad, but these numbers require nothing short of a reimagining of how a modern police department functions and utilizes its resources. We have leveraged the strategic deployment of officers who are not ordinarily assigned to patrol duties to augment our visibility in areas of the city that are experiencing spikes in violent crime and shootings. Despite the challenges we have faced with personnel, however, our officers remain more productive than ever. In 2022, total arrests, index crime arrests, the issuance of criminal court and civil summonses, and the number of transit system patrols all increased when compared to the previous year. Another one of our stated goals last year was to continue to fight crime through precision policing, while at the same time exploring every opportunity to develop collaborative relationships to make the city safer. Our profession is collaborative by nature, and none of our accomplishments are coincidental. They are the work of groups like our Gun Violence Suppression Unit, our neighborhood safety teams, community response teams, our firearms suppression section, plus many additional bureaus and divisions. That coordination extends outside of the NYPD every day to our city, state, federal, and international partners, including the FBI, the ATF, the DEA, the state police, and our various state and federal prosecutors' offices, numerous joint task forces, and others. Each morning, for example, an unprecedented multi-agency law enforcement partnership convenes to discuss in minute detail how to eradicate the proliferation of illegal guns and reduce shootings in New York City. Our Gun Violence Strategies Partnership meeting is led by our Intelligence Division, together with our Deputy Commissioner of Collaborative Policing and our Chief of Interagency Operations. And it is attended by high-level representatives from numerous local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies. They pore over every detail of active felony violent cases down to ballistics information and the identities of the trigger pullers in New York City. In embracing the notion that public safety is not the responsibility of the police alone, this administration has also coordinated multi-agency responses and operations to a variety of quality of life conditions, such as illegal dirt bike and ATV use, illegal mobile food vending, commercial parking on residential streets, fraudulent license plate enforcement, and other chronic issues. Our most important partnerships, however, are with the communities we serve. While we have continued to leverage traditional avenues for community engagement, such as precinct community council meetings, our Build the Block meetings, and our community center at 127 Penn, we are broadening connectivity with the people we serve. For example, tomorrow we will be launching Community CompStat. This department revolutionized the law enforcement profession with the creation of CompStat in the 1990s, and it is without a doubt the most successful crime-fighting tool in a generation. As part of our new initiative, we will be bringing the community and our fellow city agencies into this process. On a regular basis, the department will be conducting community CompStat sessions for each of our patrol boroughs. Community members will be invited to identify local conditions in their neighborhoods for corrective action, provide input, and forge possible solutions alongside agency stakeholders in attendance. We have also sought to improve our lines of communications with this body and all of our local elected officials. Last year, we committed to exploring additional methods to relay relevant public safety information to you expeditiously. In December of last year, the department began sending public safety alerts via email to all of our local elected officials. It's inspired by our own internal alert system. The purpose of this initiative is to provide each of you the clearest picture of what crime looks like throughout our city, in every neighborhood, as well as the issues your constituents and our officers confront on a daily basis. The NYPD's relationship with the public hinges upon its initial interaction, many of which occur in the front vestibule or waiting room of one of our precincts. By creating spaces that provide a sense of safety, security, and comfort, we realize that we are more likely to forge positive, ongoing relationships with those who seek our services. This year, we will launch our First 15 campaign, which seeks to improve the first 15 seconds, 15 minutes, and 15 feet of the public's interaction with the NYPD. It is during those crucial periods where public form their opinion of how they are treated, and it is our main aim to make those moments as pleasant as possible. This campaign will involve a renewed customer service focus and strategy for our personnel, along with an assessment of our public-facing spaces, particularly those with high foot traffic, with an eye toward making them more welcoming without compromising the safety of our personnel. Whether it is traffic safety, street crime, or our undertakings to inform and educate people we serve, our unprecedented collaboration across multiple agencies at all levels of government allows us to drill down into our city's most challenging public safety matters. Such data-driven examination has revealed that New York City still has a chronic recidivism problem driving crime in our neighborhoods. The NYPD has repeatedly demonstrated the legislative hurdles to getting us back to the record low crime figures of the past, and recidivist criminals are responsible for a disproportionate amount of the crime in our city. To magnify the issue of recidivism, I want to focus on an emerging topic of great concern. In New York City and all across our nation, the phenomenon of brazen retail theft, which in New York City is dramatically fueled by recidivists. The NYPD has dedicated a number of resources to address this concerning issue. Our crime prevention officers visit local businesses and provide security surveys, advice, public safety tips, and direct business owners and employees to needed resources. We have also deployed our newly graduated officers into our commercial corridors to create a visible presence and interact with business owners. And we are always looking to expand and enhance the already strong collaboration the NYPD enjoys with local business improvement districts. The other component to this, however, is recidivism. Our data, which analyzes information at the point of arrest, paints this picture. It shows that by the end of last year, the top 327 shoplifting recidivists in New York City accounted for 30% of all over 6,600 retail theft arrests, Each of these individuals has at least 11 arrests, and nearly half of them have been previously convicted of a felony. A small amount of offenders commits a disproportionate amount of the retail theft in New York City. The NYPD and Mayor Adams' entire administration stands ready to work with the state to make adjustments in our laws to ensure that persistent offenders are impeded from reoffending, and that the needs of those accused of crimes are balanced with the needs of victims who too often believe they have been deprived of justice. In recent years, the number of young victims of crime has steadily risen since 2017. Specifically, there were 75 shooting victims under the age of 18 in 2017, and 153 such victims last year, an over 100% increase. People under the age of 18 now represent 10% of all shooting victims in New York City, and the number of juveniles who have been identified as shooters has increased by 156% from 2017 to 2022. There has also been a nearly 63% increase in juvenile gun arrests from 2017 to 2022. And regrettably, 24% of young people arrested with a gun in 2020 were found to be involved in a shooting within 2 years, either as the victim or as the shooter. What we have seen is that increased youth crime means more youth victims of crime. So the NYPD is shifting resources to better safeguard young people in and around schools, identifying locations where young people congregate, and working to ensure safe passage and corridors for children to and from schools. And we are partnering with the Department of Education in this effort. In fact, on a weekly basis, I meet with Chancellor Banks to discuss issues surrounding public safety in our schools. Moreover, all of our borough and precinct commanders are required to regularly engage with each of the school principals in their defined areas on a regular basis. Our youth coordination officers also continue to provide opportunities, foster connections, and secure resources for our city's youth to steer them away from crime and towards positive outcomes. Such opportunities include our Youth Leadership Council, our Summer Youth Police Academy, the Police Athletic League, Saturday Night Lights, Law Enforcement Exploring, and the Options Program funded by the New York City Police Foundation. We also have our Summer Youth Employment Program, among others. As noted last year, we know policing is a profession that must change with the times. And when it comes to New York policing, if we are not innovating and evolving, we are not moving forward. Last year, we established an internal innovation steering committee composed of uniformed and civilian members of every rank to conduct a top-to-bottom full diagnostic scan of the NYPD. The result was 600 recommendations for improvement to the department, some which can be achieved in short term, but while others will have to be long-term. Throughout 2023, we will be implementing a number of these recommendations. Our recently released strategic plan is the result of that examination as well. It encompasses the NYPD's commitment to continuous evaluation and the evolution of the policing profession. The pillars of our strategic plan include strengthening our workforce by seeking diverse talent, promoting wellness and providing effective training, transforming policing in New York City through continuous improvement and innovation, engaging our community partners to enhance relationships with all members of the public, and promoting public safety and respect through the evolution of neighborhood policing. Always challenging ourselves to be better. That is the NYPD's Step Forward philosophy. We fully intend to pursue and meet these goals together with all the people we serve in every neighborhood in New York City, as well as with this council. Turning to the mayor's preliminary budget and its impact on the NYPD in the coming fiscal year, in totality, the NYPD's fiscal year 2024 expense budget is $5.4 billion, the vast majority of which, 91%, is allocated for personnel costs. The remaining 9% is dedicated to other costs, including technology, that provides officers with immediate access to critical safety equipment, tools, and applications. This fiscal year continues to be challenging. Since our last hearing in May 2022, the NYPD has seen budget reductions in the adopted June 2022, November, and preliminary budgets totaling $122 million in fiscal year 2023 and $110 million in fiscal year 2024. The NYPD understood that the city was searching for savings, and we worked closely with the Mayor's Office of Management and Budget to identify savings while mitigating any impact to public safety. As a result, the NYPD City Funds budget for fiscal year 2024 is $5.17 billion, compared to $5.32 billion in fiscal year 2019 and $5.28 billion in fiscal year 2020. The Mayor's preliminary budget does include reductions to our civilian headcount, and we are continuing to work with OMB to ensure critical hires move forward and that the police department can continue its efforts toward civilianization. One item not yet included in the preliminary budget is the infusion of state funds for our enhanced transit coverage that was announced in October 22. The city worked closely with the state to secure the $62 million needed to cover 10,000 daily overtime tours. As I outlined earlier in my testimony, these deployments have played a critical role in lowering transit-related crime. Nonetheless, we recognize that this funding cannot continue in perpetuity, and we have learned much from this surging of resources into the system. While the NYPD will continue to coordinate with state officials regarding future funding, we will leverage strategic deployments to the stations and areas in the system with the highest activity to sustain our progress. The NYPD's preliminary 10-year capital budget is $1.5 billion for fiscal years 2024 and 2033. This funding is critical for facility construction projects such as the 40th Precinct Station House, the new 116th Precinct facility, and a renovated firearms training facility. Aside from large-scale construction projects, this capital funding will go toward boiler replacements and HVAC roof facade work that ensure our facilities, some that are more than a century old, can support both the public and the police officers who serve them. Capital funding will also go toward portable radios and communications infrastructure, as well as emergency service unit trucks and aviation unit helicopters. In this most recent budget, funding was added for the renovation and relocation of both the Bronx Special Victims Unit facility and the Queens Special Victims Unit facility. The new office locations will offer more privacy for victims than they are in current spaces and will be in closer proximity to the criminal courthouses of their respective boroughs. As always, the NYPD continues to focus on ways to improve customer service and ensure that our investigators can help deliver justice to the victims of crime. Today, I have discussed much of what your NYPD has accomplished, what we are presently endeavoring to achieve, and what we have set our sights on. We say it all the time, public safety is a shared responsibility. This department remains committed to working every day in partnership with the communities we serve and with this council to fight crime, ensure safety, and build trust. Everything in our great city hinges on public safety and fair and effective policing. Those ideals are dependent on a fully resourced and well-trained police department. If we cannot reach that model of excellence, we cannot realize any of our collective goals. This great city has come a long way from where we were at the beginning of 2022, and the progress we have made stems from the unwavering commitment of the women and men of the NYPD to combat crime in the face of many challenges, deepening our collaborative relationships with our law enforcement and community partners, along with improving lines of communication, and innovating and focusing our resources properly. Our work, however, is far from over. While there is optimism when it comes to the direction of our great city, more can be done to drive down crime, protect our most vulnerable New Yorkers, and improve the quality of services we provide. We all look forward to doing this work together. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify. At this time, we will be happy to take your questions.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Sewell. Before we pass the questionings to the speaker, I would like you, whoever's making the squeaky noise, if we find out if you're doing that, it will be removed. So I would please refrain from doing that. So before I pass it along to the speaker, I'd like to recognize my council members who have joined us. Councilmember Caban, Kagan, De La Rosa, and Bottcher have since joined us. Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Chair Hanks. Welcome once again to the hearing today. I'm going to jump right in with everybody's favorite topic, and that's overtime. According to the paid absence indicator in the preliminary mayor's management report, or PMMR, NYPD's total uniform absence rate in both fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023 was below 5%, significantly lower than every other uniformed agency. In fact, uniformed NYPD staff are more available than both civilian and uniformed staff of many agencies, including the Fire Department, the Parks Department, the Department of Sanitation, the Department of Correction, and the Department of Homeless Services. These other agencies have less staff availability, and some have 24/7 operations, yet they are able to operate without excessive reliance on overtime. Considering the low rate of absences and the relative availability of the NYPD employees, why does the department rely so much on overtime to support its operations?
So, Madam Speaker, as you know, we recognize that overtime has been an issue with this body, and we have worked to curtail that overtime. Overtime is a critical tool to maintain public safety. We recognize that one of the issues the body had was the deployment that we used for special events. So last year, we took a hard look at those deployments and made sure that we did not do cookie-cutter responses that we have done in the past. We looked at the need, the threat level, the conditions as we knew them for those events, and we were able to curtail a significant amount of overtime in those areas. I'm going to ask my Deputy Commissioner for Management and Budget, Christine Ryan, to jump in here as well.
So on top of what the Commissioner said with regard to events, we really have been focusing there quite a bit. Two examples of some significant savings with regard to redeployments, focusing on really the deployment levels overall for these large-scale planned events, and also looking at where we can safely use civilian employees. We were able to reduce the hours of overtime for the Halloween parade by 40%, and for the marathon by 20%. And in calendar year 22 overall, we utilized 14% fewer overtime hours for our planned events and details than in calendar year 2019.
Deputy Commissioner, in what you're saying, so far in fiscal year 2023, the department exceeded its overtime budget by around $100 million and is on course to spend more than ever on overtime. At the same time, the department failed to meet its PEG target. Do you believe your agency should not be held to the same fiscal realities as other city agencies that provide critical services?
I think that we should be treated the same as other agencies, with looking at a focus on our core mission and keeping that in mind, which is why when we work with OMB, we work to make sure any reductions we do take are done while mitigating impact on public safety. Yes, the amount we have spent in civilian and uniformed overtime, all funds, is $553 million. What the budget doesn't yet reflect is all of the state and federal funding that we receive for overtime, including the state funding for transit. We actually just received the payment from the state last week with regard to the initial commitment for $62 million, but because that came after the publication of the January preliminary budget, it is not yet reflected in the budget, so that shows a lower budget than we have. I think it's also important to remember how we got to the funding level that we currently have for our overtime. Just a little history on that. In fiscal year 16, there was an effort that was done, a combined effort between the Office of Management and Budget and the NYPD to determine what the appropriate level of overtime should really be, looking at all the various factors with regard to staffing, not just events, but crime reduction, arrests, all of our operations, investigations. And there was a lot of effort that was done because there had been this historical practice of the budget not being appropriately funded, not just for the NYPD, but for other uniforms as well. I think we see that in every fiscal report. And what was done was the funding was brought to what was considered the appropriate level. Overtime is not really supplemental. It is part of our core operation and has always been part of our core budget. And so when that was done and it brought the overtime to about $500 million, we were able to live within that budget, give or take $1 million or $2 million above and below, in fiscal year 16, 17, 18, and 19. Then we were cut significantly. The cut we now have is more than 30%. Just to give you a sense of what that means is when you look at our investigative overtime funding resource, it is down 12% from where we were before at a time, and we need to make sure that our Detective Bureau has the resources it needs to do the investigations that bring a resolution to the crimes that are happening. Our crime reduction overtime funding is down 30%, arrest 20%, and we also have, as I mentioned, the supplemental overtime, which is for transit, which was not part of the budget historically. So the factors are that the reduction that was taken by the prior administration based on a funding level and expenditure level during COVID, a time when actually we had reduced our crime reduction overtime to a level that we afterwards felt was probably not the best use of resources in terms of we probably needed a little bit more in that area. We didn't have as many events happening. We had curtailed court overtime because the courts weren't functioning at the level they had been. We curtailed Vision Zero overtime, and we curtailed some of the housing deployments. And that was the base that the prior administration used, a much, much lower level of spending for a myriad of reasons. We are not in that climate anymore. We are not operating that level anymore. And so what we're seeing is really a return to the historical practice, and we are on target in terms of hours when you exclude the supplemental transit deployment to be about on par with where we had been in that right-sized budget that was done in fiscal year 16.
Does the department, though, have mandatory overtime?
So the answer to that is we have had to extend tours of officers to be able to combat the public safety concerns that we have now. So there is some overtime that is added to officers' tours, and there are officers that are called in. But this is part of our effort to secure the subway systems. We recognize that that is not sustainable in the long term, but it comes down to, as we move forward, putting our officers where the need is, evaluating where the successes have been, and being able to shift our resources accordingly to be able to account for the fact that the funds will not be in perpetuity.
How does 1PP hold units and precincts accountable for not causing the department to repeatedly exceed its budgeted overtime?
I'm sorry, how does 1PP hold it accountable for? I'm sorry, I missed it.
For not causing the department to repeatedly exceed its budgeted overtime?
We maintain that we have an inspections department that confirms that officers are where they are supposed to be and not abusing the overtime as well. So we do have a mechanism to hold officers accountable. We actually started a new bureau, the Professional Standards Bureau, which has an inspection section to make sure that our officers are in compliance and are doing what we ask them to do.
Okay. I'm going to pivot to a little bit to the SRG. I know some of my colleagues want to talk about this. Also, on March 1st, the council held an oversight hearing on a particular unit within the NYPD, of course, the Strategic Response Group. Although the department did not attend the hearing, its submitted testimony is notable for today's conversation on the department's budget and resources. Specifically, the department noted that this particular unit's mission includes supplementing patrol resources and suppressing crime in precincts and zones designated by the chief of the department, and supporting the emergency service unit in their response to critical incidents and hazardous materials, events, as well as daily counterterrorism deployments to sensitive locations. What does it say about the department's resource management that the department must rely on a supplemental unit to support patrol, the core pillar of the NYPD with over 20,000 budgeted positions and a budget of $1.75 billion and other key areas of NYPD operations?
So I want to start off by saying that it is never the intention of this police department to disrespect this body. We did not simply not show up, and I want to make sure that you understand that we are open to scrutiny, and we will certainly be here to answer the questions of this body when it is legally appropriate. In consultation with the law department, we made the decision to submit the written testimony in lieu of attending in person. I'm going to ask Chief Arambulas to come up and discuss SRG. But I want to make it clear, we would never intend to disrespect this body.
I understand you've made that clear. We have definitely a differing of opinion when it came to whether or not this department was able to appear on that day. I'll listen to you.
Understood.
Excuse me, can we swear you in? Can we swear you in, sir? Can you state your name for the record?
Wilson Arambulas, Chief of Special Operations.
Use your microphone. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Good morning. The mission of SRG is threefold. Like I said, like it's stated on the letter, to supplement patrol resources and suppress crime in precincts and zones as designated by the Chief of the Department's office, to support our emergency service unit in the response to critical incidents and hazardous materials events, as well as daily counterterrorism deployment to sensitive locations, as you stated. To respond to citywide mobilizations at large-scale events requiring crowd management, such as missing, shootings, crime scenes, perpetrator searches, and natural disasters. But let me give you a little brief about each statement. I will begin with what is perhaps the most important for the department and also for SRG, most significant responsibility. Daily deployment to precincts to help lower crime based on in-depth analysis and identification of crime patterns by the Chief of Crime Control Strategies. Personnel assigned to SRG are deployed at the direction of the Chief of the Department to precincts throughout the 5 boroughs on a daily basis. SRG teams augment the NYPD regular patrol functions in area experiencing acute increases in crime, particularly violent crimes. Once deployed, precincts commander educate SRG personnel about dangerous conditions and violent crime patterns that require special attention. Assigning SRG to focus on those dangerous conditions and violent crime patterns enables precinct patrol
Excuse
members
me.
to further
We
focus.
will have you removed.
Listen. You will respect. Please have them removed. Sergeant at Arms, please remove. Please remove anyone who's speaking. I will reiterate. You will respect this body. You will respect this hearing. The use of squeaky toys, you will be removed. Sergeant at Arms? Thank you. Continue. Apologies.
Sorry, Chair Hanks. Like I said before, assigning SRG to focus on those dangerous conditions and violent crime patterns enable precinct patrol members to further focus on 9/11 calls for service and also quality of life issues that are occurring in our communities. These SRG deployments have been integral in interrupting crime and violence in these areas. We see the positive results of these deployments every day. SRG officers are removing illegal firearms and dangerous weapons from our streets and conducting investigation that leads to arrests for violent crimes. SRG's second function is to support the emergency service unit during critical events such as active shooter incidents, hostage situations, and other dangerous conditions. At active shooter incident, SRG is charged with stopping the threat, as well as establishing and guarding corridors through which wounded persons can be removed swiftly from the scene for critical medical care. To carry out this mission, SRG trains with the fire department as part of our New York City Rescue Task Force. SRG also plays a support role to ESU when securing on scenes where shootings or violent crimes recently occurred. And lastly, SRG's third function is to provide support to other units who are responding to citywide mobilizations and major events, including demonstration and protests. As part of the NYPD's overall response to demonstration, protests, and other First Amendment activity, the department always strives to balance the right to effective and peaceful expression, while also keeping protest participants, counter-protesters, and bystanders safe, as well as ensuring that others are able to move and travel throughout the city. In addition, SRG responds to hundreds of mobilizations per year as a support role in locating missing individuals, responding to shootings, crime scenes, perpetrator searches, and emergency disasters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there current estimates on the headcount of SRG?
Yes, the current count is 474 officers and 12 civilians, and 14 civilians, I apologize.
Has the size of the unit grown since its inception?
Yes, it has. Let me go back to fiscal year 17. There were 669 uniformed members of the service with 22 civilians, and has substantially decreased since the inception and also the 2017.
Are there current estimates on how much the NYPD's budget is allocated to SRG?
I'm sorry.
So I can speak to that. The current budget for SRG is $68 million.
And how much overtime do SRG officers earn per year?
On average, about $13 million annually.
What do we know about how officers are identified to join this unit?
Okay, each officer who interviews must have a minimum of 3 years of patrol experience, and supervisors are required to have a minimum of 1 year of supervisory experience. A commanding officer's recommendation of a highly recommended is preferred for all candidates. Candidate that must pass an interview screening panel that comprises of SRG executives, supervisory representations from the Chief of Department, Office, and Personnel Bureau. Applicants are interviewed and rated regarding their current assignment, work ethic, and their disciplinary history. It is required that candidates should have a minimum of exceed expectation on the 3 most recent annual performance evaluation. Candidate must be full duty status, have positive sick record, and disciplinary record at the time of the application submission.
According to the NYPD, and I think you touched on this, but I'm going to ask you to restate for the record. According to the NYPD, one responsibility of the SRG is to supplement patrol resources and suppress crime in precincts and zones designated by the Chief of the Department. In relation to this first responsibility of supplementing patrol resources, what is the analysis and designation requirements to have SRGs deployed by the Chief of the Department? Some council members have actually stated that there are SRGs in their districts that are low crime areas.
So may I just say, Madam Speaker, that SRG is an extension of patrol, and they are, just like any other cop, on this job. And I think it's inefficient deployment of resources when we have them sitting in a place where they are not used effectively to reduce crime, as opposed to having them out there helping us make the city safer.
If I may, every week we look at our crime, we look at the data, we observe trends. SRG is deployed to areas where we're seeing high amount of shootings, high amount of robberies. They're put out there a lot of times on foot posts or they're in mobile patrol, and it's used to help suppress violence. A perfect example was last week when we took the 2 shootings in Harlem around the schools. We brought SRG down to help stabilize the area to make sure there were no more shootings of any of our young people. So it's a key part of our crime fighting strategy. And as the commissioner said, every unit in this department supplements other units. Patrol supplements transit, transit supplements patrol, housing supplements patrol. All of our units play a part of fighting crime, and we use them to, we put them in places where we see a need, where it's high crime.
Okay. I'm going to pivot to Special Victims Division, which was quite a hot topic for us in last session, as were a lot of things in last session, Oleg. SVD. Caseload for investigators in the SVD borough units averaged 60 cases per investigator. Is this a manageable caseload? And how are you ensuring there's enough coverage?
I want to start out, I'm going to ask Chief Essig to jump in and talk about it specifically in the DB, but we recognize there were some significant challenges in SVD. Over the last year, we recognized the need to change the leadership in SVD, to change the feeling in SVD, the investigators to feel as though that this department valued their contribution to investigations, putting them on a career path. We meet with advocates regularly to talk about some of the challenges that still exist in SVD that we're trying to remedy. But I'll let Chief Essig talk about some of the things that we're doing moving forward.
Good morning. Jimmy Essig, Chief of Detectives. Do I need to swear? Hi. Currently, there's 260 detectives, police officers assigned to the Special Victims Division. We have upstaffed that. Their caseload, as you mentioned, is approximately from last year 62 cases per year, which is a little over 5 per month or 5 per active investigation, which is pretty manageable in terms of Detective Bureau investigations.
What kind of data is the SVD Data Analysis Group looking at? And have they provided any data that's been useful in combating these crimes or for improving SVD operations?
Well, we're constantly, one of the major issues we look at is caseload. It was the prior DOI report, the caseload was up close to 80. We were able to upstaff special victims from 74 active investigators in 2017 in the adult section. We've doubled that, almost to over 131 is currently in special victims doing the adult investigations.
Can you tell us a little bit more? Commissioner touched on the growth for the Bronx and for Queens. Can you give us a little bit more of what specifically those facilities are all about and the enhancements in those facilities?
So we recognize the need that they be located closer to the criminal court system. I think basically we realize that we have to make the victims feel as though they're not being victimized twice. There should be a welcoming environment to meet with investigators, and it should be easier and less of a stressor to move from the facility to the courthouse. They should be more user-friendly, and we recognize the need to co-locate some services into those facilities as well.
Okay, thank you. Just going to ask a couple more questions. Something that's very near and dear to my heart is this document. It is the New York City Police Department Disciplinary System Penalty Guidelines. It's a culmination of Local Law 69 of 2020, also known as the Disciplinary Matrix. Right. Something that was crafted last session, effective January 15th, 2021. And if you will bear with me, I am going to read the letter that is inserted by your predecessor, Commissioner, dated January 15th, 2021. In January 2019, A blue ribbon panel of judges and former prosecutors made 13 recommendations to improve the New York City Police Department's internal discipline process. The department accepted them all, including the recommendation that we consider a discipline penalty matrix to outline the presumptive penalties for a wide variety of possible offenses, both violations of internal department rules and police misconduct during encounters with members of the public. This document, almost 2 years in the making, is the product of that effort. Preparing the matrix turned out to be an extremely useful exercise. First, it gives members of our department and the members of the public a clearer understanding of how penalties will be imposed when officers are found guilty of or plead guilty to disciplinary charges. Second, the work of developing the matrix forced the department to take a hard look at our discipline system. Like the Blue Ribbon Panel, we found that the discipline system is generally robust. However, the analysis reveals some inconsistencies and oversights that diminished the system's fairness and efficacy in the eyes of both the public and our own employees. In retrospect, the matrix was long overdue and has proven a very welcome improvement. The revision process has been a collaborative effort with a wide variety of police oversight entities, public interest groups, elected leaders, and other interested parties. The final product relies heavily on public comments gathered from August to October of last year, meaning 2020. In light of those comments, the department strengthened the matrix in several key ways, namely, establishing greater consistency between penalties assessed for violating internal department policies and penalties imposed for police misconduct in public encounters, defining clear escalating penalties for repeat offenders, and delineating more specifically how both mitigating and aggravating factors may affect the ultimate penalties imposed. In all, I believe this matrix, with its detailed presumptive penalties for acts of misconduct, will help ensure that the NYPD discipline system does what it is intended to do: punish officers who have abused their position of trust in a fair manner and apply a consistent approach to both appropriate penalties and, in some instances, trust in a fair manner and apply a consistent approach to both appropriate penalties and, in some instances, provide for remedial education and rehabilitation of offending officers that deters and prevents future wrongdoing. Our goal is to always strive to ensure that our discipline system is as clear and fair as it can be. And we believe that this product is another important step toward achieving that goal. We also recognize that this matrix is a living document which may and should be revised as part of a continuing process of review, assessment, and improvement of the entire disciplinary system in the coming years. Sincerely, Dermot Shea, Police Commissioner. Commissioner Sewell, do you believe in this letter?
I believe, and I'm so glad you brought up my predecessor, because as you stated toward the end of that document, it says that it is a living document. And as we have seen when we have reviewed cases here in the NYPD, that the disciplinary matrix does not account for all circumstances or events.
Have you suggested revisions to the matrix?
I have suggested revisions to the matrix, and I've made clear that there are a number of things that we need to look at in terms of mitigating penalties. We can talk about some of those, but we're going to be putting those out for public review shortly. But I think it's important when we talk about discipline, it is important. Officers expect to be disciplined for wrongdoing, but we have to be fair. We are held to a higher standard, but we cannot lower due process. We cannot lower the expectation that they will be treated with the same respect that we expect anyone who comes through the justice system to be treated with. But if I may, and I'll have them go over, some of the changes that we're talking about in the disciplinary matrix. It's important that we look at these things in context. And as contrary to what we read, we take every single one of these cases seriously. To run a police department, officers have to be willing to take action and believe that they are being treated fairly when they are making boots on the ground decisions that affect public safety. But if I may, we ask our officers to do a number of things across this city to improve the quality of life, to make the city safer, So just a couple of examples of some of the penalties that were suggested by the CCRB. A sergeant had been asked to go to a location that had problematic ATV, motorcycle usage, people riding on the bike. The sergeant told the owner to bring the proper registration to the vehicle, to the ATV, because it had no registration. We seized that ATV, as the public has asked us to do, when they're being operated improperly. The suggested penalty was $1,350 for that. For a similar offense, another individual was riding an ATV recklessly on the sidewalk. An officer took proactive action. He basically stopped the scooter. The rider refused to dismount that scooter, and the officer said, if you don't get off the bike, I'm going to have to take you off the bicycle. CCRB's recommended penalty was $3,250 for the officer telling him to get off the bicycle. We see a number of instances where officers actually give out their business cards. During a vehicle stop, the owner of a vehicle's brother came to the scene. He repeatedly yelled at the officers and was asked to move back. The officers are endeavoring to take police action. He told him, you're interfering with my investigation. If you don't move, I will have to, if you don't want to end up in handcuffs, do me a favor and just please be quiet. CCRB's recommended penalty, $3,250. We ask our officers to respond to some of the violence we are seeing across this city. At scenes of stabbings, where officers are going to secure the location, secure the crime scene, make sure nobody else is injured, go in to make sure that the officers can now secure the residence for a search warrant application. CCRB has considered those a search. For some officers, $6,650 is the penalty. Other officers, $4,620 for these penalties. I understand that the matrix is important. I want to make sure we are clear here that in over 80% of the recommendations of CCRB, I have agreed with their recommendation and followed their recommendation. But we cannot believe that the matrix can account for every single decision an officer makes and all of the history that goes into these encounters that we have in the street. So while we will make some recommendations and we will change the matrix, we will do that in collaboration with this body and the public.
I appreciate that. To me, it just doesn't make any sense that if the NYPD is deviating from its own disciplinary matrix, then those recommendations need to come forward so that we can do something about it. I hear the penalties, but I have also seen what appears to be excusing bad behavior. Do you have any numbers for us of how many officers have been excused for violating the NYPD disciplinary matrix?
When we say excused from the deviations, are not the same as things that were unable to be seen by the commissioner's office. So when you mean excused, do you mean that they were not subject to discipline? Is that what you're referring to?
No, I mean recommendations from the CCRB to your department.
So the numbers, I'll ask my Deputy Commissioner, Amy Litwin, to give us the direct numbers.
So you asked a couple of questions. One, you pointed out the matrix and the importance of complying with our disciplinary system penalty guidelines. And as the Commissioner stated, that is something that we take very seriously. We think these guidelines are functioning exactly the way they should. Since the inception of these guidelines, the department has reviewed and concluded over 4,000 disciplinary matters. It should be noted that that includes CCRB's disciplinary cases, but that's not exclusive to CCRB's disciplinary cases. The department has a greater number of disciplinary cases that are investigated internally by department investigators. Of those cases, the department has deviated from our disciplinary system penalty guidelines 0.3% of the time. In other words, since the inception of the matrix, which you noted was in January of 2021, we have agreed with the penalties within the matrix 99.7% of the time. Under Commissioner Sewell's leadership, we've seen that at 99.8% of the time. So we are applying the matrix and utilizing the penalties appropriately. As you know, when we deviate from the matrix penalties, we have agreed to post publicly the reasons for that deviation. Since its inception, we've posted 10 letters of deviation. Those 10 letters include 12 members of service, but there have only been 10 instances of cases that we've seen where we have posted that we have deviated from the matrix. Now, when we talk about penalty departures with the CCRB, as the Commissioner noted, we actually agree with their recommendations far more often than we don't. Of course, we do not agree 100% of the time, We have a very extensive review process for all disciplinary cases, and that includes for CCRB's recommendations. When they submit their recommendation, their board reviews their case, and we receive their investigative file, and they recommend a certain outcome. We have many layers of review. The review begins with my office. Attorneys are assigned to review the cases that they submit to us, and we make recommendations in terms of the legal sufficiency of their recommendations. Not every case we receive from the CCRB provides an analysis as to how they reach their penalty, or a legal analysis that speaks to the officer's misconduct. We take a look at their cases. The First Deputy Commissioner's Office reviews the cases, the Police Commissioner's Office reviews the cases, and then ultimately the Police Commissioner makes a final determination with a view towards fairness and consistency, trying to right that because there are multiple iterations of members of the CCRB board who review the cases, and it's very important, as you mentioned and you spoke to, in our commitment with the matrix was a consistent approach to discipline. So with a bird's eye view, no one has a greater interest in ensuring that policing is done right and that misconduct is addressed than our police commissioner. So of the cases that we've seen from the Civilian Complaint Review Board, the police commissioner has agreed on 85% of the cases in this year so far, 85% of their recommendations. Last year we were at 84%. Now, that doesn't speak to cases that were not processed by the department. Certainly that has been something that has been highlighted in recent days. This is something that is not a new issue. This didn't come to pass within the last few months. This is something that began actually in the fall of 2021. The department initiated conversations with the CCRB to address concerns over their short timeframes for giving us to review and analyze their cases, make final determinations, and impose the discipline. There is a statute of limitations, which I realize you're aware of. It's an 18-month statute of limitations from the date of the incident to the date that either charges are served or discipline is imposed. But that 18 months is not CCRB's timeframe. That is a timeframe for the entire process. And during COVID, with tolling provisions, that timeframe was extended far beyond 18 months by an additional 6 to 8 months on many of the cases. We've seen an influx of cases over time with shorter and shorter timeframes from CCRB. In 2022, we started seeing cases where maybe 40%, 50%, sometimes higher percentages of the cases that they submit to us had less than 30 days left prior to the expiration date of that statute of limitations. We were eager to work with them to resolve some of these issues because we want to ensure that our process has sufficient time to dedicate our resources in a way that these cases deserve, and the way the community deserves, and the way our police officers deserve. We've had many conversations about what this should look like. Under Commissioner Shea, we determined that there should be a cutoff of 120 business days prior to the expiration of the statute of limitations, after which we would not accept a CCRB case where they requested something less than charges and specifications. 90 days for cases where they were requesting charges be served, and then there was a provision that notice be provided to us if those deadlines could not be met on particular cases so that we could work with them to adjust the process. After many conversations, we actually relaxed those timeframes, relaxed them down to 30 days. 30 days, 30 business days for us to do all of the things that we need to do and provide the time and attention to these cases that they deserve. Unfortunately, this has been met with, I won't say resistance, but it has been somewhat ignored. There was never a hope that this deadline would not be met. There was a hope that this would be the start of a really important conversation and a start to a change in the way CCRB investigates their cases. We are simply looking for a more expeditious process. Internally, we've devoted tremendous resources to how we expedite discipline, and we've worked over the past 2 years to ensure that discipline moves as quickly as possible. But the CCRB, unfortunately, has not joined us in this endeavor. It was never the goal that we would decline their cases. The goal was that they would get us the cases with sufficient time for us to do what we needed to do. In April of last year, we saw a month where 98% of the cases provided to us had less than 30 days prior to the expiration of the statute of limitations. And during a month where the flow was upwards of 800 cases. The department is used to 40 cases, 50 cases a month, but a backlog had become extensive. And yes, there were trying times during COVID for everyone, during the protests for everyone, but the tolling provision enabled them a far greater time frame for their investigations, again, 6 to 8 months additionally. So all of those issues should have been sort of accounted for within that extra time that they were provided. But unfortunately, when the tolling provision ended on May 4th of 2022, we saw an influx of cases like we've never seen before. Discussions with CCRB suggested that they fully recognized that we were not going to be able to process that sheer number of cases with that time frame turnaround. But this is something that has been the topic of discussions within the department over the years. This is something that I personally look at every single day that I do my job as the department advocate. How can we better the relationship? How can we better the work? How can we ensure that these cases can be processed efficiently and effectively so that fair and immediate discipline can be imposed? When it's imposed years after the incident, it's certainly less meaningful to the person who committed the misconduct. It's less meaningful for the community that is awaiting resolution. It's less meaningful for the aggrieved. And certainly if a case must go to trial, there is this long delay only works to negatively impact the strength of evidence, the strength of witness memories. So this backlog of cases and these timeframes is something that we find very important to address. And perhaps this is something that needs to be examined more closely because maybe a more permanent time frame would make sense so that we can ensure that nothing like this ever happens again.
Thank you. Thank you for expanding on that. I'm going to ask one more question, then I'm going to turn it into the able hands of our chair. The CCRB found that from the 2020 protest response, there were 88 substantiated cases, 28 against a member of the SRG. What disciplinary measures were taken for those substantiated cases?
We talk about the numbers. I'm going to ask Carrie Talansky to come up as well as they relate to SRG and the 2020 protests.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the police department is in a difficult legal position because there are many pending lawsuits and there is a confidentiality agreement in place in one of the larger lawsuits. We have been advised by our counsel, the law department, that we cannot answer any specific questions about SRG, particularly as they pertain to the protests in summer of 2020 or their role in protests in general.
So the department is unable to answer any line of questioning pertaining to the 2020 protests with regard to SRG. Is that what you're telling the council?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
That's very disappointing. I am going to turn it over to Chair Hanks at this point and our colleagues for further questions. Thank you so much for your testimony.
But Madam Speaker, I just want to let you know that we will make ourselves available after litigation to answer whatever questions you have.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Speaker Adrienne Adams. So I just want to reiterate for the record, everyone will have an opportunity to have their voices heard, provided that we respect and we follow the rules of the council chamber. If anyone is found breaking those rules, whether it be making sounds, you will be removed. So with that, I would like to recognize Councilmember Brannan, Councilmember Stevens, and Councilmember Aviles who have joined us. So thank you so much for your detailed responses to the questioning. And I'm going to dig back into overtime. So Commissioner Sewell, you testified that over the last years, NYPD has embraced the challenge of doing more with less, and it's especially true that our officer headcount is down by 2,500 and our civilian headcount is down by 1,200. How has that impacted overtime as you see it, and how do you assess when overtime is needed?
So I will always say more officers being able to be better deployed will lead to fewer need, the lesser need for overtime. But again, overtime remains a critical tool. But when we evaluate where we are going to place our resources, we always try to use the officers that are working to mitigate overtime. Overtime is used when we do not have that available or when we recognize a need that more resources than what we have on straight time are available. But we've made it a mission to be able to deploy them smartly, to be able to recognize that it's not just a matter of depleting the funding we have for the police department. We only have a finite amount of police officers, and to repeatedly use them in overtime has to be done so with great care and concern. Chief Madry has made it his mission to make sure that we are using overtime effectively and efficiently, and I would like him to join me as well.
Yes, and again, good morning. When you talk about the decrease in headcount, it does affect our ability to fight crime. I mean, when we don't have the officers to cover posts adequately, train stations, schools, places where we're doing positive events at the youth center in our parks, it has an impact. And sometimes when we have those critical incidents that occur, we have to rely on overtime to make sure we have enough people to address the situation at hand, as well as to provide the police services needed on a day-to-day basis, on a constant basis. So we try to monitor the overtime. We try to be careful. We've really been making a push forward with the programmatic overtime, details, special events, but sometimes there's unforeseen circumstances, there's intervening circumstances where we have to rely on overtime. In the middle of the night, early in the morning, before officers even get to their shifts, we have to hold officers over, and it incurs overtime.
Thank you. So just to drill down a little bit more, what specifically drives the department excessive overtime, and can you explain the reasons for overtime going over budget every year? And we also want to talk about the units and ranks that generate the most overtime spending. If the department knows the highest drivers of overtime within the agencies, like what are we doing to make sure that resources are shifted where they could be used more efficiently?
I think one of the biggest driver of overtime is just the unforeseen circumstances. When we take a late night shooting incident or unforeseen protest or unscheduled event where we need to pull more resources, we wind up holding over additional officers. We use additional officers at crime scenes, and that's where the increase comes.
Can you explain how, to the public, how overtime is assigned? And is it by seniority? Is it by rank? Is it by bid?
Well, when you have overtime, and it depends. Now, you have overtime where we'll have a citywide detail where we're pulling resources from every command, and then we'll also have overtime where it's specific to the command, maybe to address crime patterns or conditions, or maybe a specific detail in the command. So most commands have a system. A lot of times we ask for who wants to do overtime. And then from there, we'll go on a seniority basis, usually from working from lowest to most senior. But there's all kinds of different ways to assign overtime. But volunteer, then seniority, reverse seniority is the main way we do it.
Okay, so that answers my second question, which is, if a higher ranking member of service wants to work overtime, are they given preference over a lower ranking member?
Well, it's not necessarily the ranks. You're just talking about the time on a job. So a 2-year officer versus a 15-year officer. The 2-year officer is low on the seniority list, so they'll be offered the overtime first, and if we don't have anybody that wants it on a volunteer basis, then we'll start assigning in reverse seniority.
Thank you so much. So I know that we began to talk about this, so does the department have plans, for an overtime control plan or a cap of overtime with uniformed staff? I know that you touched on it, but.
So there's continuous monitoring of the overtime, as the chief said. We have focused on the areas where we have significant flexibility, which is with regard to events. There are things that come up that we can't anticipate. We look to make sure that we are utilizing the overtime to prioritize public safety. So crime reduction, investigations, transit, that's where we're looking to focus. We redeploy, as the chief said, on straight time as much as we can. That's what we want to maximize, but we are down headcount. So all of these efforts are ongoing and have been ongoing, and we have seen significant improvements, as I mentioned, with regard to events, and we really are on a path with regard to the hours of overtime. And the reason I stress hours is just once you have collective bargaining, the dollars, of course, grow in some instances. We had collective bargaining increases last year, which have impacted the overall dollar amount, even though in many areas our overtime hours are at the same level, or in some instances lower than they were in fiscal year 19 when the climate was not as challenging as it is right now.
Thank you. So you see in the future that there will be a decrease in overtime if you're taking such measures to reduce the capacity for overtime?
We hope to be able to maintain a level that is focused and appropriate use, but balancing the challenges again of having fewer bodies to deploy.
Sorry. Thank you so much. So I'm going to switch gears and talk about the mayor's subway safety plan. The mayor announced a subway safety plan which outlined additional extensive coverage in the NYC subway system by the NYPD increase over time to compensate for this coverage. $62 million was announced from the state's Public Emergency Safety Fund to temporarily cover the additional overtime expenses. Will this additional coverage of the subways continue in the future fiscal years?
So while we are maintaining the levels that we had, as you mentioned, with the infusion of resources that were provided by the mayor and the governor in October of last year, and it has helped us reach the levels of reductions that we're seeing across the subway system. But we realize that this is not going to be something that's going to be able to continue in perpetuity. So we've developed a way to be able to assess where we see the high traffic, where we see crime numbers, to be able to deploy resources effectively. Chief Kemper actually can go into a little bit of detail for me as well.
Can you please state your name for the record before you go ahead and affirm that you're going to tell the truth?
Chief Michael Kemper, Chief of Transit, NYPD, and yes, sir.
Go ahead.
First off, good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. So as the Police Commissioner just mentioned, as of today, nothing's changed in relation to our deployment numbers, and that's been in place since October 25th of 2022. And as the Commissioner stated in her opening, obviously this is not going to be sustainable in perpetuity. But if and when adjustments are made in relation to the overtime, we're going to be prepared. And like the Commissioner mentioned, we learned a great deal. We're going to continue to focus our presence on the turnstiles, on the trains, in the mezzanine and turnstile areas. And proper deployment is going to be critical to our success. The goal was, and the goal is, to stabilize crime in the subway system, as well as improve public perception and the feeling of safety. And we're working toward that. We're making significant gains toward that achievement.
Thank you. How much has been spent thus far on training officers to respond to situations concerning someone going through a mental health crisis?
I just want to make sure, she's going to get the numbers for you, but we recognize, the mayor said in the beginning that there has to be a holistic approach to dealing with people who are suffering from mental illness, and we have recognized our portion of that. So we focused a lot on training, making sure our members were being sensitive, being responsive to the mayor's commitment to treating this problem like the health emergency that it is.
Thank you. Do you have any data on how many mental health involuntary removals that NYPD does per year?
Yeah.
We're going to bring up Chief Tobin. She is actually responsible for mental health, our Be Heard program as well. Come on up. Switch out with Chief Tobin, please. We work in partnership with the other agencies in this endeavor, and it's been very successful.
So to date, we have had 1,332 people involuntarily transported since January 1st, 2023 through March 12th of this month.
And how is that compared to last year?
It's actually a decrease from last year by, I believe it's 4.6%.
So, judging by locations of where the people are removed from and what hospitals are taken to, what is the demographic? If you can talk about those who are involuntarily detained or removed.
Sure. So by borough, Manhattan leads in terms of the highest amount at almost 30%, followed by Brooklyn, then the Bronx, then Queens and Staten Island. By the removals, the transports by race are 47% Black, 18%, almost 19% white, followed by 17.1 Hispanic.
Of the mental health calls leading to police-civilian encounters, NYPD noted 1% result in an arrest. Specifically on that data, have any of these numbers been used for resisting arrest?
There were a total of 5 arrests for resisting arrest in 2022.
Thank you very much. I'm going to switch gears again to school safety. So according to a report published by IBO prior to the pandemic, there were about 5,000 safety agents assigned to NYC public schools as of last month. That number dropped to 3,900, and the fiscal 2024 preliminary plan proposes saving an additional $6.49 million in fiscal 2023 by eliminating 282 school safety agents vacancies. How is the number of school safety agents determined citywide?
So we recognize, as we've talked about the violence that we've seen in and around our schools, that school safety plays an integral role in safety across the city for our young people. We've shifted our resources to better safeguard young people in and around schools, identifying locations where young children congregate, working to ensure safe passage in the corridors. But we are recruiting more school safety officers. We recognize their importance, our agents, excuse me. So I meet with Chancellor Banks, and he talks about this need as well. And I'll ask Deputy Commissioner Ryan, to talk about where we are in terms of our headcount for school safety agents.
So as you mentioned, we did receive a cut of school safety agents. Those were vacant positions that were cut as part of the preliminary budget to align the budget more closely with the actual headcount. Where we are right now is we are down school safety agents. That is in part because of a moratorium on hiring school safety agents, which was put in place by the prior administration. We are unfortunately unable to hold any classes between the last class we held the class in January 2020, and then we're not able to hold another class until November of 2021. And during that period, obviously, attrition continued. Prior to that moratorium on hiring that was imposed by the prior administration, we had approximately 5,000 school safety agents. Now we're down to approximately 4,000. We are working in continuous conversation with the Office of Management and Budget with regard to, as we are able to hire up, to make adjustments as necessary to the headcount.
Thank you. Do you have a breakdown by borough?
I do not have that with me.
We can get back to you with that information.
Chair Hanks, I don't have that with me either. Good morning, Deputy Chief Marlon Laren, School Safety. But the way that we determine the assignment of our agents is by campus, really by the population size of the students. So naturally, our high school campuses that have up to 6 schools within that campus, they will receive the most of our agents. Also, the sites that have full-time scanning every day, they also need a higher number of agents. And as you go down in terms of population size and age, our elementary sites are the ones that you would see with a solo post, unfortunately, but we are working to staff that up with the new hires as they come in.
So with 282 less school safety agents, what steps are being taken to ensure the safety of our students?
Resources of the police department. We have YCOs that are being redeployed to our areas in and around the schools to be able to make sure that our students are safe at dismissal and in going into school. The precincts are responsible for making sure that those students are safe as well. Chief Shell can join me.
Good morning, Chief Shell, Chief Patrol. Good afternoon. So a couple of things. We redid all our school plans. Obviously, we've had some issues around school violence this year. We've identified problematic locations where kids hang out, McDonald's, Chipotle's. We set up better corridors to parallel with our transit brothers and sisters, so safe passages for the kids. Communication, we mentioned earlier, all our commanding officers are responsible not only for their plans, but they're communicating weekly with the principals to make sure if they need anything they need to help them with, whatever they need. Our correspondence with the Chancellor's Office and Borough Safety Coordinators has been fantastic. We also include that in the weekends. When we see kids that are victims of violence on the weekends, we try to identify which schools they go to mitigate school violence. We also have our violence interrupters now going to our schools and helping us with this endeavor. So we talked about Monday, the 3 incidents up Manhattan North. Our violence interrupters were out there right away, boots on the ground at the hospital. and locations that we thought we might have retaliations from incorporating them. The Commissioner mentioned the YCOs. Each precinct now has 6 YCOs to help us with the schools. We went back to a school sergeant for each precinct, and sergeants and borough coordinators to help in this endeavor. So we kind of changed our approach, and so far it looks like it's working pretty well.
Yeah, we know how important our CBOs and those programs, and many of those programs are being cut in this budget. And so how do you foresee, with the budget cuts to education and some of these programs, that we can continue having this kind of success in partnership?
So like I mentioned earlier, the CMS violence coordinators, I met with all of them last week in East New York, and we're trying to really focus on children and youth. Truancy is something with Commissioner Howard we're starting to look at in terms of identifying truants and why they're not going to school, in terms of what can we do as a city, as an agency to our violence interrupters, to figure out why kids are in trouble or why they're not going to school. I've been working with Commissioner Howard on this endeavor. We're also identifying kids who are maybe in trouble with train surfing, where we incorporate the violence interrupters into that. So we're doing a lot of different things to help engage the children from a holistic point of view.
Thank you. Bless you. Thank you so much. So recently, NYPD officers were mobilized to address gun violence in several schools. With 282 fewer school safety agents, does the NYPD plan to address incidents such as this, and does this impact the overtime budget?
I can answer the question as it relates to our force figures. So since I presided over the school safety division last February, I've presided over at least 3 classes that graduated, and we do anticipate another graduation next month and a hire of 250 agents. We also got approved from the chief of department to absorb 50 police officers. We're in the interview stages right now to deploy as our youth response team, and we want them as high visibility posts coupled with school safety agents. So we're interviewing the best of the best agents so that they can be paired up with police officers, because we do believe that our agents are masters of de-escalation. They know the kids and the kids know them, and we do believe that they'll be able to divert young people to positive and better outcomes. So we are looking forward to roll that out in the coming weeks.
Okay, well, that answers my other question. So what is the attrition rate of school safety officers, and what do you think contributes to this attrition?
So the attrition rate has been growing since the year 2020, exponentially. The top 2 reasons, 2020, 2021, it was to join the police department as police officers. 2022, the top reason was personal, and this year so far, unfortunately, we're hearing salary.
Okay, thank you so much. So before I pass it along to my colleagues, I just want to touch on the SRG and the CCRB. My question is, the commissioner testified that you look into an officer's experience. Do we look at CCRB complaints and see if an officer is, it's appropriate for an officer with several CCRB complaints to be an SRG officer?
So, Chair, as I mentioned earlier, we have been advised by our counsel that we cannot answer these detailed questions about SRG because this is a budget hearing. We are trying to answer budget-related questions, but unfortunately, because of the pending litigation and the confidentiality agreement that is in place, we have been advised that we are unable to answer this question at this time. As the police commissioner mentioned earlier, we would like to answer these questions. We always want to be as transparent as possible. So we hope that once this litigation is over, that you will invite us back and that we will be able to answer all of these questions.
Thank you so much, and you can count on us inviting you back. I'm going to pass it along to my committee counsel.
Sure, thank you. Next, we'll head to council members for questions. Before doing so, I just wanted to kind of alert the committee that the police department has said that they have to leave at 1 p.m. So we have a 5-minute timer for the council member questions, and we ask that you keep to that time. For questions, first we'll hear from Councilmember Joseph, followed by Holden and Caban.
Thank you and good morning. I had a couple of questions regarding young people. Do NYPD officers go through de-escalation training?
Yeah, yes, we do. Actually, officers go through a number of different types of training, de-escalation, dealing with our youth. I'm going to ask our Deputy Commissioner of Community Affairs to come up, Mark Stewart.
Thank you.
We take very seriously that we need to get to our young people before they have a negative interaction with the police department.
Good morning, Deputy Commissioner Mark Stewart.
Good morning, Mr.
We
Stewart.
have an option program that we have, it turns out at 127 in Pennsylvania, and their main objective is to take our youth and teach them skills, de-escalation, and
Is the training altered to young people? I'm over here. Hey.
sorry. Hey, how you doing? Yes, it's older to young people, and there's been a great success in our options in our program. The success has been so great that we're going to spread it to four boroughs now.
When was the last time you revised it and revamped it?
Excuse me?
When was the last time you revised it or revamped the training, the de-escalation training?
We revised it probably about a month ago.
Also, this question is for YCOs. What was the rationale behind increasing the YCOs? Can you share what caused the NYPD to increase the number of youth coordination officers? And what data did you use to make that decision?
Well, we looked at some of the incidents involving our youth. We looked at some of the incidents involving our schools, and we wanted officers that were, who would get additional training and work directly with the young people. We wanted officers who were going to build that connectivity with young people, get to know them on a very personal level. And when I've seen this throughout my career, when we know young people, we have a relationship with them, we're able to better help them. A lot of times we think it's something on the surface, but it's something much deeper. And the only way we get to that is by really building a relationship with them. So by having YCOs dedicated in certain precincts in certain neighborhoods that would have the opportunity to really get out there and get to know the young people, we think we'll be able to help bring down crime and help them on a more personal level.
Was that a decision put together with you and the chancellor in order to have YCOs in schools? And how were they introduced to the school community?
Well, definitely we spoke to the chancellor about it. It was a decision that was made up here by the team up here, of course, with the permission of the police commissioner. And the YCOs did not specifically assigned inside of schools. All right, what they do is they'll go to the after schools. If the principal or someone from the school community asks them to come inside and assist with the matter, we'll do that. If we're called to a matter, we'll do that, but they're not specifically assigned inside a school. They'll be in the school in the mornings, they'll be in the school at dismissals, they'll be along safe corridors. They're supposed to go to places where young people frequent and try to build a relationship with the young people there, as well as the people at the places where they frequent, to make sure we're talking with them and understanding what's affecting the young people, parks. And then all the YCOs, we want them to be involved in programs that bring them together with the young people.
How much does this cost the NYPD?
You know what? The YCOs themselves they're regular officers. There was no additional money that needed to be spent on. They come in, they do their regular patrol functions, and that's it.
And we're spending about $106.2 million on YCOs, is that correct?
I don't have that figure. I can get back to you.
Can you get that to me?
Yes.
That would be appreciated. Thank you so much. Also, can you confirm how many officers are are in pending investigations and abuse of force, especially with young people?
You're referring to how many open complaints there are?
Can you share data on how many young people YCOs are arresting or giving summons, and what young people are being charged with, and if these arrests are happening in schools?
I'll get back with you on that data.
I would appreciate that. I have a question for crossing guards. This just came into me. I visit schools as the education chair, and I'm finding that principals are crossing guards at schools. So can somebody address that? And how do we get crossing guards? And we talked about, and that's one of the things the commissioner talked about, traffic violence. And we know that a lot of our young people, especially in my district, traffic violence is serious. So crossing guards are, how does school apply for one? How do they get one to locations, and how many you have per borough?
Good afternoon. Currently, as of 2023, we're budgeted for 2,702 crossing guards. We currently have 2,007, so we're down about 695 crossing guards. We do recruiting, do build a block meetings on our city websites to recruit. If we have to move crossing guard to a place that has more incidents, we will do so. But we certainly down crossing guards. The starting salary is one of the complaints. It's $15.45. That's a factor in also.
Okay, thank you. Chair Hanks, I'll come back on the second round. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Holden, Caban, Ariola.
Thank you, Chair, for this hearing, and thank you all for your excellent testimony. And just want to touch upon staffing levels in the precincts. A recent New York Post article reported that NYPD officers are leaving the force in record numbers, and with a disturbing 117% jump in 2021 and 36% jump since last year. So what steps is the department taking to recruit and retain highly qualified officers? Because personally, I listen to the scanner, and I've done that for quite some time to know what's going on in my local precincts. And what we're seeing is units holding 5 and 6 jobs when responding to 911 calls. And how is this affecting response time? Because we have fewer officers in our precincts. I mean, we have to know that. We have fewer officers on the streets as we had just a few years ago. And that doesn't seem like a good formula to address crime, rising crime, or at least to maintain a safe city. So what are we doing to try to recruit officers and really keep the officers we have, Commissioner?
So, as I stated in the beginning, one of the things we looked at with our Innovation Steering Committee was recruitment. And we recognized that with the attrition that we've seen, that we needed to get a little bit more imaginative when it comes to recruitment. And that includes going to military bases to be able to recruit members of service who are leaving the military, being able to go to colleges, really diversifying our methods of showing people that the NYPD is a viable career and joining us. We put out a number of different videos. We have people who are responding to a number of locations, basically really getting the word out since the pandemic that we're open for business. We are putting in a number of classes. We have put in 500 people, I believe, in the last class, and I think Chief Jones will have those numbers, 600. But we continue to recruit. It is a significant issue depending on the generation that we're speaking of. Some people want to work from home, and police work doesn't really lend itself to Zoom. So we really have to make sure that we are targeting the right people and showing them that the NYPD is something that's available.
But since this is a budget hearing, and this is what I want to focus on, because we're seeing in the newspapers every day, we're seeing ads from other states and cities trying to grab our officers and recruit them at a higher salary and much better working conditions. So what I look at the precincts, our local precincts, many are over 100 years old. There's cramped quarters, and then we tried to, even before the pandemic, try to revamp a precinct, and we still haven't done it yet. These were built at the turn of the last century. And so you have these horrible conditions. Then they go out on the street, like you mentioned, there was an incident or incidents where somebody's riding an ATV and the officer attempts to get them off the ATV, which are very dangerous, and I'm seeing all over the city, and especially in my district. And yet they're damned if they do and damned if they don't. Because if they try to arrest the person refuses and resists, they have to obviously use force or try to get them off the ATV. And they're not being backed up by New York City, we're seeing. And I'm glad that you've addressed this, but we need to hear more of this from the department. When the officers are doing their jobs, they're still criticized. They're still they still have to go through disciplinary actions. But and it's frustrating. Low salary, all these things that they have to work on. If they happen to make a split-second mistake, qualified immunity is, they have to worry about their own resources, their house, their salaries, their pension. It is very difficult. We're going to continue to lose officers unless we raise their salaries, unless we recruit very, very good officers, but keep the ones we have. And I appreciate the work that you're doing. But I don't know if we're going to get anywhere unless we increase the starting pay. What is it, $42,000? How do you live in New York City on $42,000? How do you buy a home in New York City? How do you expect to save with $42,000 salary? And a dangerous job at that.
So, Councilmember, I'm glad you brought these things up because all of the things that you mentioned, the challenges that you mentioned, we can still point to that every day the women and men in the NYPD are doing their job. Arrests are up. Shootings are down. The number of victims are down. We're seeing numbers that we have driven down in the past year with all the conditions that you just described. The precincts are a concern of ours. I walked around to a number of the precincts as well. I visited some transit districts, and some of the conditions are deplorable for them to work in, and we made it a priority to address that.
I'm sorry to interrupt, my time is up. But I went into the 110 precinct to do a roll call to actually try to, say that we have your back.
Thank you.
I went up to the detective squad. I have one detective, last year, 600 jobs this detective had. I mean, the stress on the detective, the stress on the officers, the stress on the family life is ridiculous. And to hear criticism of the men and women that protect us is disgraceful. And I'm sick of it. Because we need to have the backs of our officers. They keep us safe. Anybody saying they don't is delusional. But let me just get to just one other question, if I may. I have some schools that have only one school safety officer. And that's impossible, because then a teacher has to come out, an aide, a counselor has to come out and sit and protect the school. Are we going to get, Chief, are we going to get at least 2 safety agents per school? Because you need that. If one is out and if one goes to lunch, there has to be somebody there.
Councilmember, thank you for the question. I do believe that with our most recent recruitment efforts, we did something different this time. We partnered with the Personnel Bureau to have our community outreach agents go out and sell the job and promote it to potential candidates. We have north of 5,000 persons that signed up for the next exam. So I am hopeful that we will get back to that. We also want to retain the talent that we have now by just giving them better working conditions. I think they're seeing that. They're getting better training, better equipment, and we're showing them that they matter. So the morale within the school safety agents is improving, and we also have an enhanced deployment strategy where we rotate the agents who work in administrative capacities to visit the schools in the event that there's more volume that we're expecting that day, or if somebody calls out, or to just pair them up and to show more presence. So we are mindful of that, and thank you for the question, but we are working towards it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Holden, Areola, Brewer, De La Rosa. Right. Caban, Areola,
Thank you.
Brewer, De La Rosa. Sorry, Caban.
I'm going to jump right in. When asked about the budgets of specific units, you often cite only the expense budget for those units. However, those numbers don't include fringe and benefit costs that come out of central costs, and therefore don't show the true cost of what police is costing the city. So according to FY24 financial plan, NYPD is budgeted to spend $4.9 billion in salaries and wages and $5.5 billion on fringe and pension costs that come out of central costs. It's approximately a 112% fringe rate, far higher than any other city agency. Can you just, yes or no, confirm that these numbers are correct and that the NYPD fringe rate is, in fact, 112%?
The fringe rates are established by OMB, so I'll have to confirm that for you.
Okay, please do. Next, the council has obviously been very focused on curbing overtime spending, yet the NYPD continues to make false promises about curbing that spending and disregard the council's oversight role. And I'm going to give an example. In last year's budget, we passed a term and condition requiring NYPD to submit quarterly reports on uniform overtime spending by precinct and category. First report was supposed to be submitted on December 15th, and the NYPD just released those reports over this past weekend. That's 3 months late. It's a blatant disregard of the authority of the council to play an oversight role. Can you tell us why those reports were late and commit to getting us the next report that's due on June 15th on time?
We do commit to get the next report to you by June 15th. This was the first time we published that report. We wanted to make sure all the numbers were right. There's obviously a lot of commands, a lot of codes in a $5 billion budget, so we wanted to make sure the information was accurate, but we will absolutely get you the report on time in June.
Good, thank you. So the NYPD's misconduct settlement fees totaled $121 million last year. What do you anticipate this year's total will be? Anyone?
We're going to bear with us.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, council member. So for the last several years, actually since 2017, the lawsuit payouts have been trending down.
Well, but what do you anticipate this year's total will be? A number?
So those numbers are actually not tracked by the NYPD. Those are numbers that are tracked by both the comptroller and the law department. So they would be better suited to answer that question.
Right. Well, my question is, how much should we budget for next year's projected total of NYPD misconduct settlement fees?
Well, I think it's important to note that cases are settled for a variety of reasons, and they're not always indicative of wrongdoing, and that settlement amounts have been trending down for many years. But again, these are not numbers that are tracked by the NYPD or the comptroller.
Thank you. $121 million is nearly 4 times what the mayor's proposing we cut from libraries next year, for example, which Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Queens library systems say would severely impact their ability to provide critical services, resources, and programs to patrons, or to stay open for their regular hours. So it seems like the people of New York City at least deserve an estimate, or perhaps a range of estimates, but I'm hearing that you are unable to offer that. I'm going to move on. At one of last year's budget hearings, Commissioner Sewell testified that the NYPD cannot be the sole agency responsible for keeping the public safe, that the city needs to take a comprehensive approach to public safety, complete with fruitful collaboration with other agencies. What other agencies do you consider the key pillars of a successful collaborative approach to public safety? And my follow-ups to that are, do you believe that those agencies are adequately funded? Because I would venture to say that most of those agencies are currently slated for significant budget cuts.
I'm glad you brought this up because I think we have to take every single agency's role in public safety seriously, and we do so. We collaborate with every city agency at the mayor's demand, really, and it's absolutely the rightful demand. We work with
well, let me clarify my
social
question,
services,
because I can hear that you're not answering my question. I don't want to know who you work with. I want to know which agencies you believe contribute to the public safety of the city.
The ones that we work with. Sanitation, we work with social services, we even work with advocates groups. The NYPD will partner with everyone.
So is your contention that if you don't work or collaborate with them, they don't
contribute?
contribute to public safety?
I'm sorry, I missed your question.
So is your contention that if the agency does not collaborate with NYPD, then that agency is therefore unable to contribute to public safety? Because my question was specifically what agencies contribute to increasing public safety.
So
not whether you, and your answer, to be clear, was the ones we collaborate with.
No,
So
that's not what I said. Public safety, we say it all the time, is a shared responsibility. I'm going to let you talk in just a moment. Public safety is a shared responsibility. It is a responsibility of all of us to keep our neighborhoods safe. There are agencies in this city that we partner with a lot more than others, but we will and consistently partner with outside agencies as well. Please, I'm sorry.
Let's
I didn't ask about partnerships. Again, to be clear, I would just like my
A partnership is a
question.
working relationship. Am I not mistaken?
No, my specific question was simply, can you just list, not whether
I
you
was doing so.
collaborate,
I'm sorry, you
not whether you collaborate, not whether you work with them, what agencies, outside of the contention that yours does, contribute to and increase public safety in our city? List those agencies, please.
I mean, council member, all of the city agencies play a role in public safety. or whether we partner with them or not. I mean, if you look at what the DOE's role is, if you look at what DOH's role is, DHS,
Sanitation.
DCWP, everyone plays a role in public safety and helping out, helping to make this city better.
Great. So do you think, my last question is, do you believe then that the budget cuts to those agencies you just mentioned will have a negative effect on public safety outcomes in our city?
Council member, we have no say-so over the budgets of other agencies. We are focused on the...
I asked about your belief, whether you think that the agencies you just named increase safety in our city, whether cuts to those agencies would have a negative effect on public safety outcomes in our city.
We work collaboratively with the agencies across this city. We have no say-so over the budgets of those other agencies.
That's not my question. I just want to state for the record that my question is not being answered. Thank you. I apologize for going over my time.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from council members Ariola, Brewer, and De La Rosa.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone, for coming to testify today. And I have seen you collaborate, the police department collaborate with other agencies. I've worked with the police department that collaborates with agencies like DSNY, like the DOE, like Breaking Ground, and many other social and city agencies to get the job done. And I want to thank you for that. I've collaborated with you on ATVs and shoplifting. The new recruits are doing an amazing job. First day on the job in my district, they arrested a recidivist. A recidivist. There are recidivists in this city for shoplifting. Our schools, the violence in the schools, thank you for addressing the school safety agents and the need for more crossing guards. Our SRG units are integral to keeping our city safe from gun violence on the young people of our city, because some are committing the crimes and others are the victims of the crimes. So lowering the age is tantamount to stopping gun violence. What we're talking about is overtime. Overtime, each and every person mentioned it. But that's because we have so many of our experienced member of service leaving and others not wanting to come to become a police officer for the very reasons that Councilmember Holden stated. So what steps are being taken to expand members of service without negatively impacting recruit quality?
So we recognize the need to get quality candidates into the NYPD and to retain those candidates as well. And thank you for your observations. Morale, as the council member stated before, is something that we are focused on. Renovating the precincts, trying to do what we can to mitigate the forced overtime. We started, actually I went live today citywide, a portal for officers to be able to volunteer for overtime positions. Why have someone work mandatory overtime when someplace else is willing to do it voluntarily? Being able to make sure that our standards are in place, that they are valued members of this police department and they see it and feel it every day with the leadership of this police department is important. We have to encourage them in these very challenging times to see beyond the moment and see beyond the challenges that face them and recognize that there's work to do in this city and that the leadership is supporting them.
And you say we have standards. We do, and the police department standards are high. Are they remaining high for the new recruits that are coming in? Have they decreased in any way?
As we saw recently, we did a change where the 1.5-mile run was excluded, but I want to make clear that the law is consistent with our JST physical fitness requirement. There was a change in law that did not include the 1.5-mile run, so the state has determined that the JST, the Job Standards Test, is consistent and sufficient for graduation from the police academy.
Are there any other requirements that are being decreased, such as the college requirement?
At this time, the 1.5-mile run is the item that was excluded from training.
And the department, what is the department doing to curb the retirement, resignation, and recruitment issues? And do you believe that pay and pension inequities are the main issues for experienced members of service leaving the department?
So like Councilmember Holden said, we do have other agencies that are offering our members lucrative contracts. But it's also important to note that they are coming to the NYPD, the premier law enforcement agency in the world, that they want what we have. They want the training, they want the dedication, the hard work of the women and men of the NYPD. But we have to treat our members like the valuable commodity that they are. And that goes back to morale, that goes back to better working conditions and the support that they need to do their jobs.
Agreed. And just to my colleague, fringe benefits would be up if you have a rash of retirements and have to pay them out. So I just want to make that point clear. And again, thank you for doing more with less. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Ariola. Next, we'll hear from Councilmembers Brewer and De La Rosa.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank you, Commissioner, for answering letters. I appreciate that. And also, I want to thank Oleg Chernovsky because he's always very responsive. Thank you, Oleg, very much. Starting with special victims, I know the speaker asked about this, but I want to know if your DV numbers are up or down, and then I want to know if Safe Horizon or other groups, what their contribution is, and do you need more of the human services to address some of these DV issues? I know you said 260 detectives, 62 cases, but how many unfortunate victims?
Right. You know, so rapes or sexual assaults were down last year, or down this year, 242 versus 286. Last year, our misdemeanor crimes were up. And as I talked about before with our special victims officers, 280, I mean, there is a great concern in special victims. That's one of our units where other units within the Detective Bureau have had to shrink. The Special Victims Division actually has grown. So we take special victims very seriously. We're aware of the sensitive nature of sexual assaults.
Okay.
And we do keep that properly staffed.
And then do you work with the nonprofits like Safe Horizon? Are they 24 hours? Are they less hours? How does it work in terms of support from those who are not police officers in the precincts?
They're in the precincts, in the special victims divisions at each location. They're collated with us. They're not 24 hours.
Would that help if they were 24 hours? Because I hear that people would prefer that they are 24 hours.
In the Detective Bureau, in the special victims, I don't think we need them 24 hours. In the precincts.
In the precincts I'm talking about.
Yes, that would.
Is that something that you're considering? Because it's all part of the same issue of getting 242 down to 0.
That would be something we'd be willing to consider.
All right. Next question. Be heard is something that we hear a lot about. What does it, how, of course, I think I must admit, maybe this would help in terms of budgeting, but more caseworkers, more people addressing some of these issues that maybe police officers are not as capable. How do you look at Be Heard? Do you contribute to the budget at all? How does it work? So, good afternoon. How are you? We like you very much, by the way. I just want to let you know. Everybody loves you.
So the Be Heard.
This woman in particular, she's very good, I want you to know. Go ahead.
The Be Heard, as you know, is 2 paramedics and an H&H behavioral health specialist that respond to 911 calls that there is no weapon present and there's no risk of violence. So they are, as of today, being expanded. I believe that that notice was sent out. They started out with a pilot of 5, and they are now currently, as of this month, in 25 precincts citywide.
Okay, and who's doing that evaluation on whether it's working? Could it be expanded to even have more that would be primarily casework?
So I believe that's the Office of Community Health in City Hall.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then now smoke shops. I don't want anybody arrested in terms of the staff there. I know that the legislation in Albany talks specifically about sheriff, cannabis management in Albany, DA, Corp Counsel. Everybody's trying to get rid of these things. Their kids are using them inappropriately. I could go on. I'm like the smoke shop antagonist. However, what's the role of police? It's a conundrum. Go ahead.
Well, good afternoon. So I was down here 2 months ago, Councilmember, talking about smoke shops.
Yes.
The number of smoke shops are increasing.
That I know.
When I was
Go
down
ahead.
here last time, it was about 1,300, now about 1590.
Okay.
We are working in conjunction with the sheriff in this, as you well know. We've upped our nuisance. A topic last time it came up was the turnaround time for nuisance abatement.
Yep.
We've gotten a little better at that. We have 18 nuisance abatements work right now, 4 in litigation, 14 are pending. We've had 288 operations around smoke shops, 114 arrests, 175 summonses. Again, in terms of smoke shops in general, again, one of the problems we're having on the crime side is the amount of smoke shops that are being robbed in the city. I brought it up at the last hearing. For 2022, an increase of 138%, 599 smoke shops robbed against 251 for the prior year. Right now, the trend continues. We're up 10% in smoke shop robberies. In addition, we're starting to track 80 cards as relates to people getting sick when they reference smoke shop on an 80 card. So we are focused on smoke shops that are hurting our children vis-a-vis 80 cards. We're looking at smoke shops around schools. We're looking at smoke shops that generate the most 301 complaints in and around. And working with the sheriff, we just won't stop doing this until we fix this issue. Again, the smoke shops are getting more and more, but we are still going after them.
Okay, thank you.
And like we always said, we support small business. We just want them to do it right.
No, and I don't want people arrested unless there's a real need, as you described. Just really quickly, something small, but around police precincts, there are barricades, cars are parked parallel as opposed to along the curbside. I don't know if we can pay for parking if you have extra cars that need it, but I will say if you want to look at the way in which the police are reviewed and seen, to have those kind of cars all over the place and the barricades, it's a challenge. So I'm suggesting that you have it, and you're doing your recommendations for innovation. I'd love to see those recommendations, by the way. I'm all about innovating, that one of them should be, let's look at the police parking around precincts, at least in Manhattan. We don't have much land in Manhattan. So we would love to see less parking of police and private cars, and I won't even get into placards. And my understanding, there are only 3 tow trucks. So when a car is abandoned, obviously because of some kind of an arrest or seizure or whatever, it sits there for months and months and months. And then I get months and months of emails and complaints. So just that whole innovative idea around the precincts would be helpful. It's a budget issue, but it's also a practical policy issue. Thank you, Madam Chair. Unless you have any answer to that, Madry.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Of course, we listen to our communities. We know that it's a problem. We're trying our best in terms of just, making sure officers park as appropriately as possible.
They don't.
So
I'm just
I know
saying,
it's
they don't.
difficult. This is a lot of people work in the precinct. There's not enough parking spots. And in terms of vehicles that were seized, we're trying to do a better job. If we have the ability to drive the car, we'll drive them down and get them there a lot faster. It's a little bit of a challenge, but we're doing our best to keep them off the streets to open up parking for everybody.
Okay, you need to add it to your recommendation, innovation, because right now it ain't innovative.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember De La Rosa.
Thank you.
De La Rosa, Stevens, Kagan, and Brannon.
Thank you. I'm going to +1 our colleague Gail Brewer on the street parking, especially I represent Washington Heights. We have a lot of crushed up cars sitting in the streets, and I get a lot of emails and calls about that. So I'm going to +1 Gail on that. I also want to just say for the record that I am disturbed by the data point that 47% of the folks who have been involuntarily removed from mental health crisis are Black. 18% white and 17% Hispanic. That means that 64% are people of color. And I just want to state for the record, which, given what you answered to Councilmember Caban, you know that our other agencies are critical in creating infrastructure for folks who are in crisis. But that right there, to me, seems like is a symptom of a system that continues to target people of color. And so I want to dig in a little bit more on the CCRB and the payouts. As you know, we're getting $241 million a year in payouts from the Independent Budget Office. That is the stat that we are seeing for police misconduct cases, where officers are involved in these cases, many who have often had multiple charges and previous misconduct. Earlier today, you said that the CCRB recommended an officer be fined $3,000 as part of the discipline that was fined for misconduct. The CCRB, to my knowledge, does not recommend financial penalties on officers. So can you confirm that you converted vacation days into a monetary amount for that answer?
So, yes, so we have a tendency to throw around and we find the person 5 days or 10 days. We converted the amount of days to the monetary amount the officer would lose based on where they are in the salary structure. So that's what we did in those
So
instances.
indeed, those were vacation days, not a monetary fine.
That is well, this is accrued time that these members have. This is what they've earned. So it is a monetary value attached to it.
Of course, but they were fined because of misconduct, so they lost vacation days based on that misconduct, not an additional fine levied on the officer.
Well, we're talking about in some instances where the misconduct was not substantiated in the end after review by the NYPD. But I want to just make sure that we're clear here. The vacation days are something these officers are entitled to, so they are convertible to a monetary amount. And when we're talking about administering discipline, it has to be fair. So to just say they're 5 days or 10 days, it sounds like an arbitrary number, but they have real consequences in the lives of these police officers. And I just want to make sure that we're clear here again. Substantiating charges that cannot be supported does not make the public have more confidence in the police department. It makes them less safe, because an officer should feel confident that they will be treated fairly when they face discipline, when they face misconduct charges.
Okay, so speaking about trust, building trust, you also testified that you've complied with the CCRB's recommendation of discipline in 80% of cases. Can you explain how you got to those numbers and share the data with the council? We looked at an analysis from the Legal Aid Society based on data obtained by a FOIL request that was recently reported by the New York Times that stated that you deviated from CCRB recommendations in 425 cases, which adds up to 70% of the time, either by throwing out a case or disagreeing with the disciplinary recommendations. How do you explain that discrepancy? And because it looks like the NYPD is, manipulating statistics to downplay disciplinary departures here. So can you explain the discrepancy?
So that's absolutely incorrect.
Okay.
I understand and appreciate the mission and the need for the Legal Aid Society. In forming that letter, they are either ill-informed or ill-intentioned, and I choose to believe the former. They are ill-informed.
Mm-hmm.
So we did not deviate the number of times that is described in that letter, and I'm going to ask my Deputy Commissioner, Amy Litwin, to go into a little bit more detail. But when the cases were presented to me, the ones that I reviewed, I agreed with the CCRB over 84% of the time. So I'll ask Commissioner Litwin to describe exactly what those numbers mean.
Yes, thank you so much for the question, asking for some clarification. I spoke about this a little bit earlier as well. So in terms of the numbers, because you're asking for some numbers, in 2022, there were a total of 503 disciplinary cases. There were 57 cases that involved a departure from CCRB's penalties. We calculated that at 84% of the cases, the police commissioner agreed with CCRB's outcome. In 2023, again, out of 117 cases, 13 cases involving 17 different members of service, but there were 13 letters stating a departure for the case, resulted in an 85% concurrence rate with CCRB's penalties. The letter written by the Legal Aid Society is speaking about something very different. This is not a penalty departure. These were, in essence, cases that were declinations by the department. So I spoke extensively, and I can get into it a little bit again as well. There were short time frames by which the CCRB sent us cases. They were aware about the time that we need for our process for these cases. The disciplinary process does not just include CCRB's investigation and their submission to the board and a board determination. The process also includes our internal process, which involves my office, the Department Advocate's office, the First Deputy Commissioner's office, the Police Commissioner's office, and ultimately the Police Commissioner making the decision. We communicated with CCRB extensively in the fall of 2021 about the time frame that we felt we needed for these cases. We relaxed that time frame in an effort to work collaboratively, but they chose not to meet that time frame, which was only 30 business days for us to turn the cases around and impose discipline, because the discipline also has to be imposed, either charges served or a CD adjudicated within that 30-day time frame that we were asking for, which was really intended to be a temporary measure. The hope was that CCRB would work to expedite their case timeframes. They have almost 17 months to investigate a case and get it to the board with this request. And under COVID, with the tolling provision, they had upwards of 2 years to to implement their processes and resolve their cases and get them to us. So we think that what we're asking for is something very small, and we expected that CCRB would look internally, figure out how to expedite case movement. We're doing the same things around our case movement within the department with disciplinary matters that are not related to CCRB, and we were simply asking them to join us in that effort so that we can ensure all cases, both our investigated cases as well as CCRB's investigated cases, have all of the time and attention for the analysis so that the right outcome can result.
So basically, you're saying that that it was past the time frame that is required.
Yeah.
But in those cases, if there was evidence of wrongdoing, could the department take a measure?
So what we did, thank you for that clarifying question. There were a number of cases where the time frame had expired by the time we got it. Expired completely, and the case was sent to us. Then there was a large number of cases that did not meet our cutoff, which as I mentioned, was just the 30 days. During that time period, though, there were some concerns by CCRB, because again, this was an ongoing communication with them about what was transpiring, the short turnarounds and the backlog. And they expressed concern over cases that they deemed as higher priority. And when they expressed that to us, where it was a case that they thought was a high priority case, or under cases that we knew they were deeming as high priority cases, which were protest related cases, even though they weren't meeting our deadlines, we were still actually working to process those cases. We had to rush, and we're funneling and rechanneling resources so that we can move these cases as quickly as possible through our process to meet the statute of limitations deadline. But with all the protest-related cases, we moved those regardless of the deadline, and cases where they were asking for charges and specifications. Initially, our time frame, we requested 90 days to process those cases. We actually relaxed that time frame to almost nothing, enough time to actually look at it and serve the charges and specifications. And those cases are the more serious cases. They're asking for formal discipline as opposed to informal discipline, which would be an ACD or BCD or training. So we actually worked to prioritize those cases. The final objective was, as we work to prioritize certain categories of cases, they would work to deprioritize others, because every case can't be prioritized with these timeframes and with this backlog. But we did make those efforts, and actually, I think every protest-related case that they flagged to us was related to the protest. We processed those cases, and almost every case involving charges and specifications, we worked, because the department serves those charges, we worked to get those charges served.
Thanks. I'll just say, and I know I'm out of time, I'll just say that I think that it's important for us, when we talk about building trust, to make sure that the CCRB can remain an independent body that can actually do thorough investigations, especially on these cases that are coming up in our communities every single day. I know that I spoke to some of you about a case in my district with the neighborhood safety officers, where a person was murdered in my community. And I know that there is cases like that that are still ongoing, and families that are still waiting for answers. So I look forward to continuing to work with y'all, but I think it's important for us to understand that the CCRB should be a tool for accountability and transparency in this work.
And they are, and speaking to the timeframes for cases, when it comes to some of the more serious cases where charges have been served, they have hundreds of open cases. And they are their own independent agency, and we're simply waiting for them to negotiate settlements or schedule those cases for trial so that the community can have a final resolution to those cases. It's actually not something that's within our control.
But we can talk about that offline. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Stevens, Kagan, Brannon.
Good afternoon. So a couple of things I would like to second. Well, third, the parking. We definitely need to do something about the parking, the officers. My council office is across the street from a precinct, and it becomes very difficult. And not just for me, I'm just saying, like, even to drive down. So definitely something we'll want to make sure we look at, because I know Manhattan representatives have talked about it, but the Bronx, it's a real issue. The other thing is also 47% of Black folks being locked up for mental health is a problem for me. And I'm not sure why everyone else is not outraged, but that is a real problem for me, because we're talking about people with mental health issues, and it just does not correlate. And so for me, it's thinking about how are we addressing this and what does that really look like, because 47% and 67% people of color being locked up for mental health issues is a problem. And it's a symptom of our society that we don't invest in them, because the reality is you shouldn't be dealing with that. We should be having better mental health services, which we don't. And so we really need to be thinking about the city as a whole mental health services plan, because that is 100% unacceptable for me. So I have a couple of questions to just get into. I know we've constantly heard about like the head count and how we need to get down the head count, but through some conversations, I'm also hearing that it's not necessarily a headcount issue, that a lot of uniform officers are doing administrative work and they don't want to do patrol work, and that's how we've kind of sort of gotten to this place. So can you talk about, do you guys have a plan to get more civilians to do more of the administrative work and getting police officers back to doing the work? Because I think that when we talk about recruitment and all those things, that's a strong possibility, but also talking about what does it look like to get more civilians into the police department.
So what you're talking about is our civilianization plan, which we began last year. So you're right, we recognize that there were a number of officers and positions, administrative positions, that could be better utilized in a patrol capacity or to help us obviously make safe the city. So we embarked on a review across boroughs, which is still ongoing at this time, across bureaus, that is still ongoing at this time, to identify positions that we can put civilians in those positions, and also positions that don't need to have an officer in them at all, or even a civilian replace them. So there are face-to-face replacements that we've identified, but I'll ask Chief Jones to go into our civilianization plan as we stand now.
And just so you know, we have very limited time, so I need it quick because I have a couple more answers. Thank you. Questions?
Okay, good morning. We've identified 498 positions that were identified as being civilianizable. We've moved 274 civilians into those positions, and we've moved 243 officers. We've redeployed them back to enforcement actions, and we still have another 224 of those identified positions as civilianizable. We're in the process of hiring for those. We've submitted some of the position requests to OMB for hire.
Okay, thank you, because like I said, I'm down to 2 minutes, so if you can get that up also into writing, I think that'll be really important, because I hear that you guys are working on it, but definitely want to get to some of my other questions. And so the other question is, everyone knows every time I'm here and I'm in front of you, I always talk about YCOs because I have a huge issue with it. I worked in youth development for 20 years, and to say that like, oh, anyone can just work with kids is a huge problem for me. Like, training is great, but like, it takes dedication and passion to do that work. And the reality is you should be partnering with nonprofits who already are doing this and have youth services people in there and doing that, because even when I get explanations around it, I often hear is like, oh, they're supposed to do referrals. That sounds like a social worker. So the reality is we should be thinking about how are we working with these organizations that are already doing that work so that you guys can focus on what you need to get to. I'm a big proponent of police officers should do the work of police officers and social workers do the work of social workers. Like, we should not be crossing the two. But my question is about the YCOs and Saturday Night Lights, because I know the police department actually gets allocations from DYCD for Saturday Night Light program, which is SNL. How much was it in overtime last year? Because I know it's an overtime allocation, and I'm not really sure. Then why aren't we using the YCOs who are already supposed to have additional training to work with young people and not have to pay overtime and just have them doing that work, opposed to paying additional overtime for this program? And I believe it's like 4 point something million or something like that.
No, the overtime's about $2 million.
Hold on, I'll check because he just sent it to me. That's not what I have.
But our expenditure level's about $2 million.
Okay, so but council sent me 4.5 million. So those numbers are not the same.
Councilmember, I just wanted to add something before we end your time. You said something in the beginning about how we handle the removals. They are being removed for a medical evaluation. We're not locking them up. I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, they're still being removed and detained against their will. So it's still a problem. It's 47% of people of color. I mean, black people, because let's be clear, we said black people. That's a problem for me. Like, even if it's for medical evaluation, it's still not, it does not make sense that it's just this specific group. So it definitely looks targeted. And I'm saying it's not your fault, because the reality is the city doesn't have a mental health plan. And that's where we should be going. And you should not have to remove anyone to do that. That's the reality. And so that's why I'm a person who believes you guys shouldn't be in things that you don't need to, because because it puts you in these awkward situations. So back to the SNL, no? No one has those.
Councilmember, I'm Chauncey Parker, Deputy Commissioner for Collaborative Policing. Saturday Night Lights is a program that started. A police officer came with the idea that gyms should never be closed on Saturday night in our most underserved communities. It's now 140 programs across the city and expanding. It is exactly, I think, your vision, which is that the police officers, the YCOs, are deferring to these community-based organizations who are the experts with the young people, serving and helping in whatever way they can help them in each one of those gyms.
So like I said, that's not true. Typically, they're parked outside and not interacting with the kids, and it's not typically a collaboration, but it's also an overtime allocation. So when we're talking about you guys having overtime, it's not making sense to me why you wouldn't just use YCOs opposed to having overtime. I don't think they should be in the program at all because we need to do a lot of work around trust with young people and those things, and we haven't done that. So for me, the question is, why are we still using this as an overtime allocation?
Well, I think it's to be able to provide those officers to be able to have the time to be able to engage with those kids in addition to their regular duties. I respectfully disagree in the sense that these YCOs are engaging the sites that I go to and see.
Well, the sites that I go to, that's not the case.
Well, it's a real strong partnership, as you know, with DYCD and the DA's offices and everyone. What we're doing is evaluating of the 140 sites, is constantly pushing the envelope to make sure if a community-based organization is not getting enough kids into the program, and of the 140 sites, I think there are probably about 15 or 20 that DYCD is working on engaging more kids. Or replacing them with new programs like we have in the Bronx, where there's a tennis program and a baseball program and other things like that. But these YCOs and these community-based organizations are really working together, building trust, building those relationships, and there's a steady presence. It's the same officers week after week, so that they get to know those young people, and the young people get to know the police officers.
So I'm going to tell you this now. That is not happening at most of the programs. I've worked in these programs myself. This is not like, even before I started, because I was in the programs when it first really started. And even now, 90% of the time, the officers are outside and not interacting with the kids. I'm just saying, one, I think it's a terrible waste of resources because we're using overtime. That doesn't make sense to me. So that's where my issue is. But then two, we need to do a lot of work in the community to build trust with young people. And to just say that, like, oh, the YCOs are in there to build this relationship, when they walk out of that building, you have regular officers who still don't respect them and still have these issues. So we need to, for me, it's about how we're working together to build the trust with young people before we're saying we're gonna go play basketball and baseball. And that work needs to be done, and it needs to be substantial, which is why I don't understand why we have this program, because it hasn't been helping with the trust with young people. When you ask any young person, they're often still saying they don't like the cops, they don't mess with the cops. So we have to do the work before we just say we're gonna be here in these programs. And I'm telling you, 90% of the programs that I went to do, because let's be clear, I'm a youth services chair, I actually go to my programs. They are outside the buildings while the kids are going in, and there's no real interactions. So that's just my experience. So we can continue to have this conversation of what it looks like to how we can do this work, but I'm a big proponent of saying, like, we got to do the work to earn the trust of our young people and not just expect it, because that's what's happening with this program. Thank you.
Councilmember, wherever you see these challenges and these problems and the officers not doing right, please can you just let me know afterwards, and that way we can make adjustments and work better.
Absolutely. I'm always here to work in collaborative.
Thank you, Councilmember Stevens. Heard from Kagan, Brannon, and then we're going to go for a second round with Councilmembers Joseph and Caban. And the chair first, for sure. Councilmember Kagan, you may go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair, for hosting this very important hearing. And thank you for coming, Commissioner, everyone. Thank you for coming and testifying here. First of all, I would like to say that I have nothing but gratitude to police officers who risk their lives every day to protect our safety. And just recently, one of the police officers in 60th Precinct committed suicide because he was under distress. He came, it was a 9/11 call, and he came to save lives. And he was attacked, there was a shooting, and then there was one investigation, another investigation. I received a mail from AG, state AG, will be another investigation. He was a young officer, he took his life by the end of the day. So my point is, like, we need to appreciate everyday police officers who risk their lives really to protect us. That's to begin with. Now it's a budget hearing, so I have a few questions. I totally agree with my colleague, Councilman Holden, about starting salaries of police officers and also school safety officers. $35,000 starting salary for school safety officers. That's why we have a problem with recruiting them. I believe that's a huge issue. Am I right? About $35,000 starting salary.
Salary is the top issue this year, council member, but school safety agents, we do have overtime available for them when necessary, so whoever feels the need to volunteer, if they have to try to make ends meet, we have after-school programming where the school safety agents can sign up and just earn a little more money in the time being until we see a new contract rolled out, whenever that may be.
I would like you to know that every time I have meetings with principals in my district, every time this topic is brought up to me, because they say that one school safety officer, especially for the large schools, is clearly not enough. It should be at least 2, especially for large schools, and we have a lot in southern Brooklyn.
Absolutely, council member. We're aware of that. We also use our mobile patrol agents to supplement when necessary.
Another issue that constantly is also like practically daily occurrence is about towing derelict cars, cars without plates, cars with paper plates, illegally parked overnight tractor trailers at Swan. I know it's a big issue, but supposedly issue is like locations, because you need a space for them to tow them, and also it's also money, because you need dedicate officers to this. And I know you work with sheriff's office, but I would like to know what is the budget for it, and do we have enough resources to do this every day?
So we recognize that's a significant issue. We've had a number of targeted enforcement operations to be able to move those cars off the streets. Locations to tow them is an issue. The tow trucks to tow them is also something that we have to focus on, but I'm going to ask Chief Royster from the Transportation Bureau to discuss it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chief Royster, Chief of Transportation.
Thank you.
I'm responsible for the executive in NYPD for Vision Zero, and under that responsibility, the Traffic Enforcement District is under my portfolio. Vehicles that are parked illegally or parked with paper plates or parked with what we call ghost plates are towed by the Traffic Enforcement District. We work with the precinct. We also work with the Sheriff's Office to make sure these vehicles are taken off the street and also taken from the precincts when they arrive at the precinct. I just want to say that our towing enforcement efforts have increased this year because of what we're seeing on the streets. The vehicles with no plates, ghost plates. So we have increased our towing capability.
I just would like to mention that in southern Brooklyn, this is ongoing issue. Every day people complain to our office, even today. It's ongoing issue in southern Brooklyn, all 3 precincts. I believe personally, I believe they're overwhelmed with it because it's so many of these cars. That's why I'm asking how much money and officers can you even like allocate to this issue, or sheriff's office, I don't know. It's an ongoing issue.
Councilman, I just want to let you know, for last year, we removed 15,800 combination of ATV, legal bikes, and autos. The autos were 5,300 of those paper plates. Our initiative goes further than that. We're looking at unlicensed plate covers. We have a 250% increase in plate cover summonses. Those are the plate covers that are dark, sometimes double up where you can't see the plates. We've got a 129% increase in moving violations. So yes, it is tough. We are doing some issues with the Department of Transportation, and even sanitation. We're partnering up with sanitation, start removing cars from identified areas in different boroughs. I haven't gotten to Brooklyn South yet in terms of overall picture where we're going, but we've worked with other boroughs with heavy tows to get those buses out of there, tractor trailers out of there, campers out of there. So it's a big initiative from the Chief of Department, Chief Patrol, and our Police Commissioner. One of my #1 quality issues for last year and getting better at it this year.
Thank you. And I know that Commissioner visited 60th Precinct. Next time you visit 60th Precinct, please go to the basement. This building suffered after Superstorm Sandy, and basement is in horrible condition, and police officers should not work in such conditions.
I'm aware.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you just state your name for the record, the lady who just answered that question? I just missed your name, I'm sorry.
That's Chief Kim Royster.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilmember Brandon, go ahead.
Thank you. Chief Royster, I want to commend you and your team, especially Inspector O'Sullivan, who's been very, very responsive and helpful. illegal tractor trailer issue in my area is a big problem. So we sort of play a game of whack-a-mole until we can figure out a more holistic solution, but I appreciate your team's help on that.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner, it's good to see you again. I want to congratulate Chief Kemper. Anytime you could promote someone from Brooklyn South, I support that. Really quick, wanted to talk, I saw that there's, in the budget, there's a capital commitment of $59 million for upgrading and replacing police radio and communication equipment and systems. Could you update the council on the current state of the department's communication system and describe the planned upgrades to the system?
Sure, I'm going to bring up our ITV. That's Inspector Pagan. He's going to say his name.
Hey,
Good afternoon.
How are you?
So when it comes to radios, we're upgrading our radios to the Apex Dex radios. Now, one of the things that we had issues with the old radios is that we can't update them unless we have them in front of us, like we're actually physically touching the radio. Now with this Apex Dex, that's no longer the issue. We can update them over the air, and that makes it much safer for our officers in the field. For radios deployed as of last week, 9,532 radios have been changed out. 5,700 we have in stock and we're pushing out weekly, and a total of 15,272. For FY22, we spent 4.6 million, or 4,060,000. For FY23, that number is going to shoot up to 49.9 million. And FY24, 34.7 million is what we're going to be looking to replace another 7,000 radios.
Okay. The council, with regard to encryption, obviously the council cares very much about this. I think it's important to find a way to thread the needle with the transparency for the press, but also for any bad actors that might be out there as well. So is the encryption, I assume, is part of the updating?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, the council wants to be a partner on that. Obviously, we hear a lot from the press about being able to, tune into, transmissions as they've been able to, I guess, since the 40s. But also, making sure that we are keeping the cops safe. And if there are, different apps and stuff that are out there that are basically just designed to scare the crap out of people, that's something we're concerned with as well. And and I guess in addition to that, if there are any contracts or RFPs or requests to changes police radio policy, that's something we'd like to know about as well and to work with you with as well.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Brannan. Next, we're going to go back to the chair for additional questions, followed by some other council members. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to all my colleagues for the great questioning. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the police department and for all of your well thought out answers to our questions, and I really appreciate that. So, without further ado, I wanted to go back to the commissioner's testimony, and we were talking about data that points to the shoplifting issues when it comes to recidivism in New York City. 30% of all of the 6,000 plus retail theft arrests has been committed by a small group of people. Do you have any demographics on this small group as far as age and other demographics that you could enlighten us?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. State your name.
Chief Mike LePetri. I'm the Chief of Crime Control Strategies. So for the 327 people that have been arrested over 6,000 times last year, no, I do not have the demographics, but we can get that to you.
I think that that's important because as I move into my next question and really kind of getting more into what Councilmember Stevens was talking about is you also testified that 75 shooting victims were under the age of 18 in 2017. You went on to testify that many of the crimes are now being committed by juveniles that are under the age of 18, and they're representing the bulk of the shooting victims and the shooters, correct? So what community partners are you working with to address this issue? And what is it that you think is needed to address this issue? Because for me, the shoplifting, understanding the small group that may be committing crimes, that's also, we're seeing the decrease in crimes being, the decrease in age of crimes being committed. What resources do you have? What resources do you need? And more importantly, what community-based organizations are you working with? Because what we're trying to get at is that many of those organizations and those resources are being cut in this budget. So we kind of want to have the public, we paint a picture of what's actually happening, what is needed to rectify and mitigate this deeply, deeply troubling issue, because we are going to be having a hearing just on shoplifting and retail crime. So, thank you.
So, I'll start with the youth first. Just as Councilmember Stevens pointed out, we have to engage our youth in positive ways. We have to have the people, the resources, and the locations in place so that we can intervene before they either get influenced or go down a path of criminality. So while we have our own programs inside the police department, we are partnering with other agencies because we recognize that it's not just us. It has to be a holistic response to address what we're seeing on the streets. But I'll let Chief Madry talk about some of the other programs that we have. But the recidivism issue, and I'll let Chief LePetri talk about some of the initiatives that we have as it relates to recidivism. We're encouraged by the idea of the possibility of aggregating the crimes of recidivists to be able to come to an amount that we can charge the felony. There are a number of initiatives that we put in place to be able to identify repeat offenders that are targeting the same locations as well, and we're working with our DA's office to be able to charge them appropriately.
Just in terms of when you look at some of the groups that we work with, of course, CMS, they're right there. The work we do with CMS is very crucial. I look at last Friday, for example, we had the PSAL championship games, boys and girls basketball games at the Barclays. We had thousands of kids out there, and they were running all over the place. It was very encouraging to see a lot of our CMS groups out there. Some that were called directly by the precinct to come out there and assist with keeping the young people in check and making sure that they enjoyed the games without getting hurt. We had a young person out there running the street hit by a car out there. We had a couple of arrests that we had to make that day of young people for fighting. They were just fighting all over the place. But our CMS counterparts really helped us keep young people under control. So this is a group that we've been working closely with to mitigate some of the youth violence. We have regular meetings with them. Chief Shell met with the entire CMS body, the leadership last week. I go out and I meet with a lot of the CMS groups individually, and we've been really plugging them into what's going on in the violence. And we're trying to create a better system. We're trying to create a better system where they're getting more real-time, where they're receiving more real-time information of the violence that occurs in our community so that they can respond quicker and do more work with our young people.
So like I said earlier, I met with them all last week, and to be right direct to your question, I want them more in the schools. I want them to mitigate issues in school before they hit after school and hit our corridors. We want to do a better job of identifying kids at risk. Truancy, through Commissioner Howard's office, truancy, kids who need help. How can we better assist them, whatever problems they're having? And then the sharing of information. Andre Mitchell and Commissioner Howard, how do we share information back and forth about kids that might be in trouble, things we might be hearing in school, and get the CMS groups out there before we even respond to mitigate that. I referenced Monday with the incidents in Manhattan North with the 3 shootings in 5 hours. They were at the hospitals for us, and they were on the ground for us. So just from our point of view, from an agency point of view, we want them more involved in what they are doing. And they're doing a lot, but we want to just kind of take a fresh look at it and see if we can do better.
Thank you. I also want to ask, what are we doing with young people? And this is to big up Councilmember Stevens with the bill that she recently passed last week, which really, put an emphasis on juvenile advocacy and understanding and hearing their voice. So how can we work closer together? What can we be doing to really, make sure that young people are in the forefront of this, because I believe a lot of these issues are facing our young people. So even though we're working with community partners, what ways can we do better at engaging our young people to be part of this process?
So clearly there is a need to do better, and I think Mayor Adams has made that clear because he has been at the forefront of making sure that we reach out to our youth and show them there's a different path. So we're always willing to collaborate. We're always willing to look at other new ideas in advancing our mission. But as Councilmember Stevens said, it's a bit more. You have to do it before you put the basketball courts up. There's other things that we have to do to be able to reach our youth, and we're constantly looking at new ways to collaborate and innovate in ways that are going to show our youth that there's another way. To let them see that there's another path that we can all go on. And we look forward to working with this body to be able to come up with more of those suggestions.
Thank you. And I'm just going to shift a little bit and kind of going to go back since I have you here. A blueprint follow-up. The neighborhood safety team check-in. Where have the neighborhood safety teams been deployed, and have we seen a decrease in violent crimes and shootings since these neighborhood safety teams by borough, by precinct? Do we have any stats on that?
So the NST teams still stand at 34, 30 for precincts and 4 PSAs. Their main mission is gun violence in targeted areas for people who carry guns. Shootings were down last year citywide. Shootings are down now, going lower, and 23% of their arrests involve a firearm. They've made 579 firearms arrests since the inception of March of this time, exactly this time last year. They've removed 496 guns from our streets. So what they do as a collective, what this agency does, I think is definitely contributing to our reduction in shootings and shooting violence as compared to the rest of the country.
And how have communities received? I know in the 120 precinct, the then inspector made it did a great job of making sure that our NST teams were properly introduced, the community stakeholders. So how have they, reacted, and how are they working with currently the NST teams?
Well, I think the community likes our crime-fighting officers. Like I said, they're taking guns off the street, and at the end of the day, they're making communities safer. They've went through extensive training at the inception, and part of that was a community base where people come to the precinct and speak with them. But we're always open to more suggestions as to get them more community-orientated. Also, we'll just whisper, also our community council, precinct council means we bring them over to introduce them to the community and to show their face.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to thank you, the men and women who put on a uniform. We really appreciate what you do, and thank you so much for your testimony today. Thank you.
Next, we'll have a second round of questions from Councilmember Joseph.
Thank you. As my colleague had mentioned, as the education chair, last week we had a hearing on education. It was a 13-hour hearing, and we centered our young people. And one of the things they talked a lot about was the fact that they do see a lot of school safety versus seeing mental health support and restorative justice. Have you ever thought about training your school safety in restorative justice practices?
So school safety agents, they're really the unsung people in those schools. They are social workers, they are mentors, sometimes they're parents. So the ways that we can assist them in de-escalation, training is always important, but they must be able to assess the needs of the students in those schools and be able to be an extra person, or really another set of ears for them to be able to vent the frustrations or what's happening in their lives, challenging or not. So I'll let Chief Laren talk about some of the other training programs we have with school safety.
Thank you.
Hi, Councilmember Joseph, Chief Lyron again. Just to address the question that you had earlier about arrests, comparing last school year, 21-22, to the last full school year, the total arrests went down. So it was 459 versus 882. That declined by 48%. Youth only was 329 versus 710. That was down 54%. And we also experienced a reduction in crime last school year by almost 100. The school safety agents, they do get a portion of restorative justice training by the Department of Education, but we do acknowledge that it could be more robust at the entry level at the police academy, but that is something that we would be open to introduce. They also receive therapeutic crisis intervention, and I believe that we see that with the mitigated incidents. We have many incidents where restraints were not used and the situation was mitigated. The increase was by 56%. So last school year, the number was 8,261 as opposed to 5,291. And these are situations where it could have ended up with the young person being court involved, but we deferred to the Department of Education to deal with their disciplinary code or to see how best they can resolve the issue with the young person. But that is something that our agents do because de-escalation is just emphasized so much at the entry level.
And you said the restorative justice, you will make it a little bit more robust.
It's just the component that the DOE trains them in, but it's not something we're saying that we do ourselves.
Commissioner, is that something you possibly will look into, having restorative justice part of the training for school safety agents? Remember, these are the first set of people. I was an educator for 22 years before I became a council member, so I just left schools last year. So these school safeties are the first person I interact when I walk in. That's the first person I say good morning to, and that's the first person the young people see too. So restorative justice is very important to myself. We have them in public schools, but we would love to see our agents have that set skills as well.
I am all for having our agents trained in every possible discipline, and I will look into it.
Schools, I usually get a lot of, as the education chair, I usually get a lot of questions about school scanners. Yeah, so how many agents do you have as part of the special group that perform the unannounced scanning at schools?
So it's about 100 agents that they rove around the city daily, and depending on the size of the school, if it's large schools, they do 2. If it's smaller schools, they can do 4.
Okay.
And to date, the unannounced scanning operation is by far where we recover the most amount of weapons and dangerous instruments.
Do you have a number?
Yes.
Thank you.
Bear with me. Our total amount so far is 4,468, as opposed to 3,687 last school year. We are on pace, if we continue this trend, to beat last school year's record of 6,389.
Okay. How many schools do you do a day, and how many are needed per school?
So with the unannounced scanning, we would like to see it at 6. That's the ideal number. That's what it was when we had better staffing levels with this team, with the unannounced scanning team. But we also supplement with the full-time scanning sites. We have 80 full-time scanning sites and 8 part-time scanning sites. That's where the school has the equipment already, and the principal and the level 3 on site, they'll confer, and they'll decide which day is best to stand it up. And most recently, we've been doing that at Tottenville High School with some regularity because they did experience a shooting several months ago.
Correct. Can you tell us which borough or neighborhood in New York City has the most scanners in the schools?
Right now, I can tell you that Brooklyn North has 16, Brooklyn South has 18.
The schools that have the scanners in them, do they have a decrease in incident that occurs within the school building or outside throughout the neighborhood? Where is the incidents happening?
So what we're seeing with these schools is that they're historical because of just the amount of young people that attend these schools. Also, they travel from other places. One of the things that we're observing is that even within the schools, we're seeing rivalries depending on what school the young person goes to. So at this time, if we were to remove a full-time scanning site to another school, that would be done with input from the school principals, from the SKU community, and it's a joint decision with the Department of Education. So where it stands right now, just because of the incidents around the school and therein, we're comfortable with what they are right now.
How long does it take for a scanner to be removed, or are they ever removed at a school?
Full-time, I can tell you that we have some schools here on this list that go back to the 90s. So it is something that we could conduct a comprehensive review over, but for right now, I think it should stay put.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Caban.
Thank you. As you know, Kawasaki Trawick was a black man killed by officers Brendan Thompson and Herbert Davis in 2019. CCRB substantiated fireable charges against both officers in 2021. Disciplinary trial was finally scheduled last year to start next month. Recently, PBA lawyers requested that the charges be dismissed and that CCRB be blocked from prosecuting the officers. Last week, a letter was sent by 40 elected officials, including the Speaker Adams, Councilmember Benina Sanchez, myself, and it was addressed to you, Commissioner, as well as the mayor, asking the NYPD to decline the request and allow the trial to move forward on 4/24 without interference. The NYPD's systemic failure to fire officers who kill and abuse New Yorkers is a major budgetary issue because abusive officers continue to get paid for years before there's a disciplinary action, if any. In fact, Brendan Thompson, the officer who tased and shot Kawasaki Trawick, has seen his annual take-home pay increase by $40,000 since he killed Kawasaki. We're weeks before the April 24th trial. Commissioner, will you commit to making a decision and rejecting the unreasonable request from Thompson's lawyers by the end of this week so that the Trawick family can move forward with confidence that the discipline trial will move forward as planned on 4/24?
Councilmember Caban, that letter has not come to me as yet. I will review that letter and make my determination, and I will make sure that you are notified of that.
Okay, I'm very surprised that the letter has not arrived on your desk. It certainly arrived on the mayor's as well. That's deeply concerning.
Was it an email? It's entirely possible. I will make sure I look for that letter when I return.
Okay. I'm going to move on because I know I have limited time. Earlier, you testified that the Legal Aid Society's analysis reported by the New York Times was, quote, uninformed. So I'd like to get to the bottom of this here. You said the 346 cases of misconduct in which the CCRB recommended discipline and that you, Commissioner, declined to impose penalties but did not report as a departure, that this was because the complaints got to you late. So my first question is, in the 346 complaints in Legal Aid's analysis, had the statute of limitations actually passed, yes or no?
So in some of those they did, but I'll ask Deputy Commissioner.
And when we say some of those, we're talking about maybe a handful, correct?
We're going to give you that information shortly.
But maybe a handful out of the over 300.
So those cases that were cited in that letter were some of the cases that were provided to us with a short turnaround time. As I mentioned, we had a 30-day cutoff.
But yes or no, many of those cases, the majority of those cases, the statute of limitations had not passed.
Some of them had passed, others did not meet our requirements.
So for the ones that had not passed, and we can get into the numbers later, the Commissioner, you could have imposed discipline in those cases, or at least some of those cases, but you chose not to, correct?
That is incorrect, Council Member.
So it's incorrect that you could have imposed discipline in cases that the statute of limitations didn't expire?
You asked me a question, I'm going to answer your question, Council Member.
I would like my question answered.
That's what I'm going to do if you allow me to answer the question. So the reality of it is these cases have to be reviewed. There has to be fairness in the administration of discipline. We cannot determine what discipline will be administered if we do not have the amount of time necessary to give them the thorough review that they deserve.
Again, so you had 3 months to do so. It did not get done in some of those cases. The statute of limitations had not passed, so you could have imposed discipline.
I don't impose discipline without reviewing the case.
And it is inaccurate. There were not 3 months on those cases.
For some of them.
30 business days from the time that we received CCRB's investigative file. That is the cutoff.
And is the average 3 weeks, usually, that you process these?
Is the average 3 weeks that takes to process the cases? Absolutely
No.
not. It takes months for us to process the cases. We've expedited the process to intake cases that have more than 30 days prior to the expiration date of the statute of limitations, and that's business days from the date we receive the investigative file from the CCRB.
So on many of these cases, the statute of limitations has not actually passed, and there is still an opportunity for you, Commissioner, to impose discipline in those cases.
So you've asked the same question multiple times. Some of the cases, the statute of limitations
I actually adjusted my question. It's not the exact same question.
Others did not pass. And when the flow of cases is in the hundreds, and this is one small sample of the cases, if we go back to 2019, 83% of CCRB's cases arrived at the department with more than 90 days left to process the cases. 2020, it became 63%. 2021, only 12% of all of CCRB's cases arrived to the department with more than 90 days to process the case.
Even if we accept
73% of the cases arrived with less than 45 days to process. And in 2022, only, again, 2% of the cases, 2% of the cases in that year arrived to the department with less than 90 days, more than 90 days in order to process the cases. It is something that is not sustainable, and it is something that we have been in conversation with the CCRB about to resolve these issues. It is incredibly unfortunate. We take discipline very seriously, but there is a process that the department has. It is not only a CCRB process where they can get us the cases a day before the statute of limitations expires, and actually one day.
Are you attesting that you're
even
getting
oppose
cases the day before the statute of limitations expired when your commissioner just testified that actually, and you all both actually just testified that many of the cases, in fact, are not beyond their statute of limitations? I think that's a little bit disingenuous.
It is,
But
we do get cases with one day
I will
left.
say to
We
Rex,
do,
I know that I'm
actually.
out of
It's a
time,
fact.
is that even if we accept the answers that you just gave as testimony here today, when the earlier testimony, even if we accept what you said is true, the earlier testimony given that you have only departed 70 times and complied 80% of the time, that could not be true.
It is true. It's a fact. It's a fact. Cases that are being declined because we are unable to process them due to CCRB's inefficiencies in their own internal process is not an evaluation and an ability to impose appropriate discipline.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. No, Stevens is good, so we can wrap up here.
Okay, once again, thank you. I thank my colleagues for their incredible questions. I thank the NYPD Department, Commissioner Sewell, for your answers and joining us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we will take a 5-minute recess.
How are you?
Very nice to meet you.
Testimony. You didn't come on 3-1. You might want to stick around today. But I doubt it.
Education chair, these young people are important. He wants you.
Good afternoon. At this time, we are ready to pick back up. If everybody can please find their seats. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So next, we will be hearing from CCRB. The fiscal 2024 budget is $22.4 million. Most significantly for the CCRB is ensuring they have enough resources to effectively investigate the hundreds of complaints they receive each month. They must be an effective check on the police department, and we commend them for their work through the challenges of investigating complaints to their expanded oversight in racial profiling and bias-based policing. I look forward to hearing about the developments in your budget, your outlook for the next year, and about your recommendations on how to improve police oversight. Thank you to the CCRB Interim Chair, Arva Rice, and the Executive Director, Jonathan Darche, as well as your staff for being here today. Thank you so much.
Great. Before you begin, can you just repeat after me, affirm that you confirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and answer honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Great. Go ahead. Thank you.
Chairperson Hanks, members of the...
And put your microphone. There you go. Red means go.
Thank you. Chairperson Hanks, members of the Public Safety Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you again today. I am Arva Rice. I use she, her pronouns, and I am the interim chair of the Civilian Complaint Review Board, CCRB. I am joined by the CCRB's Executive Director, Jonathan Darche. I have been proud to lead this agency for over a year now and have witnessed firsthand the exceptional level of work being produced by our small team. He and I are here today to explain that in order to adequately do its work, the historic underfunding of the CCRB needs to be corrected. Currently, the CCRB's current budget is $23,548,261, of which $18,952,568 is allocated to our personal services, or PS budget. Our current headcount is 259 individuals, and the proposed budget for FY24 would cut the CCRB's budget to $22,412,497, almost all of which is coming from the agency's PS budget. If the proposed budget is enacted, our headcount will fall to 237 positions. While this number comports with the minimum funding level established in the city charter, it does not allow the CCRB to function properly. Our current full-time equivalent headcount is 223 positions, but costs $17,990,968. That number does not include compensation for board members or overtime. When the proposed budget reduced our headcount to 22 positions, it also cut $930,000 from our budget, leaving the CCRB with a proposed FY24 PS budget of $18,022,126 to pay for a roster of $17,990,968. That would leave the CCRB with $31,157 to pay board members and overtime. Investigative overtime is consistently more than $200,000. Under prior administrations, when the council added positions to the CCRB's headcount, those positions were funded at the lowest possible salary. In addition, prior budgets did not account for promotions given to investigators. That is why the total compensation owed to CCRB staff exceeds the amount budgeted per position. That is also why there was often a difference between the number of positions filled at the CCRB and the number of positions in our allotted headcount. Furthermore, these cuts deny the important part that civilian oversight plays in public safety. For people to trust in the police, they must have faith that there is a system that holds police officers responsible for misconduct. The CCRB is the independent civilian voice in the police disciplinary system, and failing to adequately fund the CCRB shortchanges public safety in the city. We are calling for the city to increase the CCRB's budget to $30,421,570, of which $24,534,199 would be PS, and to increase the CCRB's authorized headcount to 315 positions. The CCRB was established in its current form 30 years ago. Since then, it has grown in power and size, and this council has been instrumental in enacting some of the most meaningful changes in the CCRB's jurisdiction. In 2021, this council passed a bill giving the CCRB the power to investigate racial profiling and bias-based policing. In 2020, the City Council even passed a resolution calling on Albany to give us final disciplinary authority in the complaints that are substantiated by the board. The board consists of 15 members appointed by the mayor, the City Council, and the public advocate. Having members appointed by such a diverse group avoids having one interest group, including the unions that represent members of the police department, dominate the board, no matter who is the mayor. The CCRB also voted internally to change the rules that define our jurisdiction. In 2021, we voted to begin investigating untruthful statements and sexual misconduct as abuses of authority. In 2022, we voted to implement the charter changes regarding profiling and bias-based policing and investigate body-worn camera misuse as an abuse of authority. These challenges are all steps towards improving accountability in New York City and ensuring all police misconduct is addressed. Yet with these expanded powers, some of which are charter mandated responsibilities, comes the need for more budget and staff. In 2021 and 22, we investigated 139 allegations of untruthful statements. Additionally, the agency received 160 allegations of sexual misconduct during that time. Since October, we've investigated 153 allegations of body-worn camera misuse. Currently, the agency has 154 open investigations into racial profiling or bias-based allegations, profiling or bias-based policing. When this council passed the bill giving us the power to investigate racial profiling and bias-based policing, the council also agreed that a dedicated team would need to be created for those investigations. The CCRB's testimony before the council regarding the bill explained the agency would need a team of 50 investigators, attorneys, and data scientists to conduct this work properly. The FY 2020 budget funded a new unit for these investigations with 33 positions. Today's staffing levels allow for 13 people. In the last few years, we've faced the highest volume of the most complicated cases that have come through the agency, largely stemming from the 2020 protest. In the first 48 hours of the protest, hundreds of complaints streamed in. The agency spent the next 2 years doing its utmost to complete these cases, along with the nearly 7,000 other cases that came into the agency. Investigation timelines expanded, making the process longer and less efficient for all parties involved. Officers and civilians alike benefit from a quick process. Shortening investigation timelines has been a priority for the agency since 2020, and the length of time decreased by 17% from the first half of 2020 to the second half of 2020. We are working hard to continue this trend. From the first half of 2022 to the second half of 2022. We are working hard to continue this trend. Part of the reason for the longer timelines is the increase in body-worn camera footage. 48% of cases in 2022 included some form of body-worn camera footage, compared with 29% in 2021. In 2020, body-worn camera footage requests were taking months to be fulfilled and often needed to be re-requested. We have worked closely with NYPD to improve the request and fulfillment process for body-worn camera footage, and the turnaround for a request is now down to 7 days. At its worst, the backlog was 1,012 at the end of the 2020 fiscal year, and today it is at 137. This was achieved working closely with the NYPD and by creating an internal team dedicated solely to the management and tracking of these requests. A few weeks ago, the City Council introduced a bill that would give us direct access to body-worn camera footage. This would be revolutionary to the efficiency of our investigations and agency as a whole. Investigators who have the most detailed understanding of what footage they are looking for should be the ones to search for the video they need. It should be noted that although the CCRB's review of body-worn camera footage is time-consuming, it is extremely important in allowing us to determine what happened, especially because of the software our investigators use to analyze body-worn camera footage. The ability of the CCRB to continue to license the software and train investigators to use this software will be severely limited by the proposed cut of $200,000 from the agency's other than personal services or OTPS budget. Other cities such as Chicago and Washington, D.C. have already given direct access to their oversight bodies, relying on the police department for all documents and BWC footage necessary to completing our investigations comprises our independence. We are supposed to be a completely independent entity from the NYPD, yet we are dependent on them for access to any paperwork, transcripts, evidence, and footage. With direct access, investigations and the agency as a whole would be more efficient with its time and resources. We appreciate the City Council taking this issue on, and in the meantime, we will continue to advocate for direct access to all NYPD evidence. Another form of legislation that would speed up our investigation is a bill that would exempt the CCRB from sealing statutes. The CCRB currently does not have a legal right to sealed records, even if the sealed record contains evidence of police misconduct. Just this month, we were granted access to a sealed case after waiting a year and a half for a judge to make a decision. Even though the decision has been issued, union attorneys filed an appeal causing further delays. While we appreciate the judge's ruling, this should not happen on a case-by-case basis. The CCRB should have direct access to the evidence it needs to determine or rule out possible police misconduct in an incident. Administrative delays like these are harmful to both the civilians and officers involved. The agency's investigations division currently has 15 squads of investigators to handle non-profiling cases. In order to adequately and rapidly investigate the growing number of non-profiling cases, the CCRB needs an additional 2 squads of investigators. In addition, the agency needs to attract and retain experienced investigators. Not every investigator who the agency employs can be a level 1 investigator. The APU has faced a significant jump in the number of cases since the implementation of the NYPD's disciplinary matrix. The APU takes on all substantiated cases that receive the highest level of discipline, charges, and specifications. Since the implementation of the matrix, the number of cases that receive charges jumped from 8% to 48%. This has increased the APU's workload 6 times over and left them with a backlog of hundreds of cases. While OMB approved 4 new prosecutors this fall, we need at least 4 more to keep up with this increased workload. The APU currently has one chief prosecutor, 2 deputy chief prosecutors, and 10 prosecutors. This leaves the average prosecutor with a docket of 71 cases. This results in the delay in the resolution of APU cases, which is harmful both to the victims of misconduct and the members of service who commit misconduct. The CCRB regularly conducts its board meetings at locations around the city, an effort to hear from people who might not be able to come downtown to make their voices heard. One of the concerns regularly voiced by community members who attend our board meetings is that they and their families, friends, and neighbors do not know what the CCRB does or that it even exists. The CCRB's outreach team has grown over the last few years and implemented outstanding programs to reach New Yorkers in all 5 boroughs. In 2022, the outreach team conducted nearly 900 presentations to help raise awareness of the agency and inform New Yorkers of the resources available to them and their rights when interacting with police officers. The outreach team is currently working with 5 outreach coordinators to reach a city of more than 8 million people. This fiscal year, the CCRB used $100,000 in city funds to provide public education on radio stations and online to raise awareness about the CCRB. While the city funded $100,000 for the CCRB to use for paid media in the next fiscal year, the proposed budget eliminates $200,000 in other O2PS funding that would prevent the CCRB from giving its investigators the training and software they need to do their jobs. Under the proposed budget, the CCRB will use the YMI funding to make up that deficit. In order to properly inform civilians of their rights and resources, the CCRB needs greater support from other agencies and an expanded budget for more events and promotions. Another new resource that CCRB now offers is the Civilian Assistance Unit, or the CAU. The CAU is staffed by victims advocates, licensed social workers, and trauma services professionals who provide free and confidential assistance. They work consistently to connect our most vulnerable civilians with desperately needed city resources such as social and psychological support services. In 2022, the CAU made 2,154 referrals, helping 200 victims seeking support. Yet this unit does not have the staff to respond to the ever-increasing demands as quickly as they would like to. Currently, 1/3 of the staffing of the CAU is supported by state funding, which may expire in fiscal year 26. In order to adequately support the most vulnerable victims coming to the CCRB, we need additional headcount for this unit. We have also made a specific effort to connect with young New Yorkers. The agency is about to launch its 5th class of the Youth Advisory Council. The YAC is a group of young New Yorkers who engage with the CCRB for a year to learn about city government and share their experiences interacting with officers. We also took part in the Summer Youth Employment Program this year, hosting over a dozen interns. Our SYEP interns work with our outreach team to engage with the community and help lead a collection of supplies for unhoused New Yorkers. In the last 2 years, the agency has also undertaken a substantial transparency initiative. In 2021, we published a member of service database that allows anyone to look up an officer's complaint history. We have become routinely redacting and publishing closing reports and NYPD disciplinary decisions to ensure the public can examine the agency's work and the department's willingness to follow CCRB recommendations. Currently, the CCRB has 3 staff members working full-time to respond to the public's FOIL request and data requests from state and federal prosecutors. In order to keep the CCRB actions visible to the public, the agency needs 6 additional staff members. The CCRB is expected to conduct oversight of the largest police force in the United States. There are over 34,000 members of the NYPD. Other cities such as Chicago and Miami have their budget tied to their local police department's budget. They are guaranteed to maintain at least 1% of the budget of the entity they are overseeing. If New York were to adopt this same rule, the CCRB's projected budget for fiscal year 24 would be over $51 million, more than double what the proposed budget is. While we are often looked to as a national leader in police oversight, we fall starkly behind when it comes to direct access and budget. We continue to look for ways to improve the disciplinary process and expand our relationship with the public. But as our powers and initiatives continue to grow, we need more budget and headcount to fulfill our mandate. Thank you. Thank you so much, Speaker Adams, for joining us.
Thank you so much. I would like to have Speaker Adrienne Adams, you want to ask questions first? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Likewise, Chair and Executive Director, thank you both for being here today. I don't know if you listened to the NYPD's testimony earlier today, but I think I'm just going to ask this question to you. What do you make of the NYPD's assessment of information coming to them very slowly? In other words, and I'm paraphrasing, CCRB dragging their feet when it comes to getting information to the NYPD in a timely manner for them to conduct the work that they are tasked to do.
Mm-hmm. I will have our Executive Director provide some of the facts and figures on that process, but as I stated, we have shortened the length of time that it takes for us to complete investigations. As you know, during the protests, we had a record number of cases that came before us, and so we had to expedite those. There were also some issues in regards to the police department itself getting us the information in order for us to propose and to complete those investigations, and that was part of the story that they did not tell. But I did want to be very clear in stating that the Civilian Complaint Review Board is here to represent the needs of our community members who feel like they have negative interactions with the police department. We're not the enemy in this place, and so we want to make sure that the work that we do is positive and that we continue to have a positive relationship and move forward with the police department.
Thank you. And it was reported that Commissioner Sewell has rejected more than half of the disciplinary recommendations made by the CCRB for officers who've engaged in police misconduct, including use of force and abuse of authority. I would just like to know your thoughts on that, whether or not you feel that that assessment is correct or not.
That's a correct. That is a correct assessment.
It is a correct assessment. NYPD ties that along with what we just said as far as the two entities going hand in hand, I guess, and working together. But as we hear today, there are definitely discrepancies in the manner that this work is being conducted and in the way that the information is coming down the pike. I want to take a look at.
Madam
Yes.
Speaker, I was wondering if I could go back to your initial
Please.
question. So I think it's important that we have some context about why CCRB investigations were taking
Yes.
longer, especially in 2020. When the pandemic started, the CCRB tried to transition to remote work, and we set up a system to remotely interview members of service. The members of service and the police unions did not want to cooperate with that process. It took many months for us to get the members of service to participate in those remote interviews. That caused a significant delay in many of our investigations. In addition, as you heard in the chair's testimony, in June 2020, there were over 1,000 outstanding requests for body-worn camera footage. This led to cases being extremely delayed because we were unable to complete our investigations, because not only do you need to get the body-worn camera footage, which is often extremely valuable when you're assessing what happened in an incident, but you need to analyze that footage. That requires members of the CCRB, our investigators, often reviewing frame by frame the body-worn camera footage, which was denied to us because of the backlog. While the NYPD has cleared that backlog, as the chair said, there are like 130 cases where we are waiting back for body-worn camera footage. That impact is still felt throughout the pipeline of our investigations. We knew this was going to be an issue. We met with NYPD many times trying to figure out solutions. The CCRB offered to give them the closing reports that had been prepared before the cases were voted so they could have an opportunity to review the cases before the SOL expired. And they felt, I don't want to characterize why they didn't want to do it, but they felt that they did not choose that option. The NYPD has its own process for analyzing CCRB cases. They put our cases through 3 levels of review. The department advocate reviews the cases, often from scratch. The first deputy commissioner's office reviews our cases, it seems to me, from scratch as well. And then the police commissioner and her team review our cases. So despite our efforts to try and reach an accommodation into some way to have the process start earlier for them to review the cases, our efforts were not responded to positively, and so we kept going with our cases. But we were not going to not investigate these cases and make determinations based as the facts led the board. And I think it's important to note that many of the cases with where the investigation time went long, but the CCRB still substantiated misconduct, there would have been an exception to the statute of limitations. Under Civil Service Law, Section 75, there is an exception to the statute of limitations in disciplinary cases when the conduct that was committed could be charged as a crime. And so many of the cases where the CCRB found that there was excessive force used or found that there was an improper entry, the crime exception can apply to those cases, and therefore there was no hurry for the department to not reach a final determination. All they have to do is serve the member of service. And it should be noted that in hundreds of these cases, the department made a determination not to review them at all. They could have reviewed the cases and said, well, we don't want to issue formal discipline here. We see that this officer needs training, and had the officer undergo further training, but the department refused that. They decided to just not look at the hundreds of cases where this agency found misconduct occurred and not take any further action.
Okay. Sounds like there's a lot of bureaucracy within bureaucracy that's keeping us from doing the right thing and getting our work done. Executive Director, you were with us last session when we worked on this document, this disciplinary matrix that I brought to the NYPD's attention earlier this morning, which is a culmination of Local Law 69 of 2020. As former public safety chair of this city council, many of the bills that you have, some of the bills that have been noted here today and some of the bills that have been noted in the press of late came out of that committee, several of which were my own pieces of legislation, of which I'm very proud of. I read to the NYPD's hearing the letter that is inserted into this document from the former police commissioner Dermot Shea, in which he speaks about the great work and the great information, all of the good work that is put inside of this disciplinary matrix. In reviewing some of the work of the NYPD, the council has noted that the NYPD has deviated from this disciplinary matrix on numerous occasions. In the CCRB's estimation, how often does the NYPD deviate from the recommendations made based off their own disciplinary matrix?
Madam Speaker, I think I'd have to get back to you on that. And I'd also like to note that there is a new version of the matrix from 2021 where Police Commissioner Sewell's letter is now what's on the website. If you go to NYPD,
I will.
It's her matrix now.
Okay, I will definitely check that out. That said, and I'm glad that you mentioned that, do you believe that there should be further changes then to the disciplinary matrix to more accurately reflect the actual, if any, disciplinary actions taken by the NYPD?
We do believe that there is additional work that can be done on the disciplinary matrix, and the members of our board have taken great notes that we've shared with the staff around some of the recommendations that the alterations and modifications that we think that need to be made.
Can you give us some examples, Chair Rice, of what those recommendations would be?
I think some of the recommendations are around around the charges, that if a person is found guilty of a discourteous word, maybe an example of the recommendation, there might be a difference in what we think should be the penalty. So I think that there's some challenges around the penalties that are there. And we also believe that there should be some gradations as well in the penalties. And so some of the things that we've talked about.
Jonathan, you look like
So-
you wanted to add to that.
Yeah, one of the specific areas that that staff spoke to the police department about after consulting with the board is in the area of offensive language. There are certain so in the discourtesy is just regular cursing or behaving discourteously, but offensive language is a discourtesy plus a protected class. So if you take into account someone's race, gender, ethnicity, religion, that is what gets you to offensive language. It also includes gender expression. It includes mental illness, and housing status. And so there are sometimes things that we plead as offensive language that might not deserve the full penalty board members feel as using the N-word, for example. And so we propose certain categories of offensive language for the matrix in the same way that now the matrix has different rows for entries because there are different levels in which entering a premise is more or less egregious, even though they're still inappropriate, there are certain times where offensive language might not be as egregious and may be more akin to a discourtesy than it is to using the N-word against someone in a malicious way.
Okay, thank you. I've just got a couple of other questions since you're bringing to my attention that there may or may not have been revisions to the matrix. To your knowledge, is failure or refusal to provide name or shield number still part of the disciplinary matrix?
Yes.
Is failure, refusal to provide right-to-know business cards still a part of the disciplinary matrix?
Yes.
Is failure to comply with the Right-to-Know Act regarding consent to search still a part of the disciplinary matrix?
I believe so.
Is interfering with a recording or recording device still a part of the disciplinary matrix?
Yes.
Is discourtesy still a part of the disciplinary matrix?
Yes.
Is offensive language still a part of the disciplinary matrix?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to stop there because those are the most complaints that I believe are the most common complaints that are not followed through or not complied with when it comes to the NYPD, when it comes to compliance with this disciplinary matrix document. I am going to look forward to those revisions coming from you, coming from the NYPD, and everyone else, including my colleagues, that has a part. And I do take this, as you notice, I take this document very personally. It took a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to come up with this and to see it, basically not adhered to in too many cases is extremely disturbing to me. Thank you for your testimony. I might come back for another round, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much. So I'm going to start my line of questioning with staffing and budgetary requests. Your budgeted headcount for the next year is 237 positions, but you have over 30 vacancies currently. This is what you've testified. The charter requires you to have at least 228 positions. So technically, with respect to your active positions, this is not in compliance with the city charter of 0.65% of NYP uniform headcount, which is 35,030. Can you talk about the issues that you're having with respect to hiring limitations from the administration? Does OMB have your plan to hire for more, for your vacancies?
I'm going to have our executive director handle that.
So the Office of Management and Budget does have our plan for additional hires and for our new needs. The vacancy issue is difficult for us to answer because our vacancies, many of them were not caused by people leaving the CCRB. It was caused by the city expanding our jurisdiction and adding an entire new unit to the agency. And so when the city gave us that new unit, especially spearheaded by this council, we were at that point under a 3-for-1 hiring freeze. But if it's a brand new unit, then there's no one to leave from it to hire new people. And it made it extremely difficult for us to staff up that unit. And so it creates almost artificial vacancies in our headcount, but also hid the fact that the prior budgets underfunded the agency to pay the people who were on our staff, because since those additional heads were never going to be filled because of the hiring freeze, the additional money that was given didn't have to be enough to pay for everybody because we were never going to hire all those people anyway.
Thank you so much. And just for the record, how can we help you fix this?
So the agency's new needs are to have an agency with 315 people, which is an increase. It's an increase to almost 80 slots, and would make our PS budget $6,512,073. And our other than personnel services new needs is a total of $1,497,000.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. So when is your next class of investigators being hired, and if so, and how many?
So it's tough to know because of the uncertainty with the budget.
Right.
We would like to have a class this summer of 10 to 20 people. We have, just this morning, OMB approved a PAR for us to post for that position. But if we don't have additional money in our headcount, if the proposed budget is enacted, we won't have a new class.
Right, right. So what positions have you submitted a request for hire that you've been declining?
We've asked for 4 investigative managers, 1 to be assigned to the racial profiling unit, 7 supervising investigators, 3 to go to the racial profiling unit, 22 level 3 investigators. Most of those investigators will be on our staff already. It just includes a path to promotion for them, and then replacing them with level 1 investigators, 20 level 2 investigators, 6 agency attorneys, 3 to go to the racial profiling unit, 3 for our FOIL unit. We just had a FOIL request come in a couple of weeks ago that we had to say we will respond to in 3 years because of how backed up we are in with our FOIL requests. We are looking for 1 additional trainer to be on staff for our investigators, 2 people for the human resources unit, 1 person for our policy unit, 2 document specialists for that unit that the chair mentioned, where we work to request documents in a more efficient manner from the NYPD, 4 additional prosecutors that the chair mentioned for the administrative prosecution unit, 11 outreach coordinators, and 3 media services technicians, and maybe a few other administrative positions. But essentially, that's what we need to be able to do the work that the city, this council has asked us to do.
Thank you. So what is the reason OMB had gave you for declining the approval to hire?
So I don't know that we get reasons from OMB. We just keep asking, and then they keep asking for further clarification, further justifications, and then things don't get approved rather than them saying no. That's my understanding of what's happening.
So you mean to tell me that you're putting in for requests to hire, and OMB is just simply not giving you a reason as to why you cannot staff properly?
So I think the administration has taken action to move things quicker, especially recently the agency was asked to appoint a recruiting czar to help fill empty positions.
Right.
But as I said earlier, we don't have right now the money to fill empty positions based on the current budget. And then we also have these outstanding needs that we need met in order to properly do the job and investigate cases in a rapid manner.
So what is your recruiting process?
So right now the agency has a full-time recruiter who goes to colleges and meets with folks in student groups to try and make them aware that the CCRB is hiring. We are focused on CUNY and SUNY, but the recruiter actually goes all over, and trying to bring in people not just to be investigators, but also prosecutors and outreach coordinators. And it's something the recruiter works closely with our outreach team, so that when our outreach team is going places and meeting with folks and telling them about the agency, we also make them aware of the fact that the agency is hiring, because it's very important I know to the chair and to the board and to me personally, that the agency reflect the city that we represent. And we want people to feel that they're when they look at the board and when they look at the people who they're talking to and interacting with, that they're reflected back at themselves.
100%. Thank you so much. That concludes my first line of questioning. Maybe we'd have Josh ask some of my colleagues if they have.
Yeah, for sure. First, we'll hear from Councilmember Caban, followed by Councilmember Holden. If any other council members have questions, let me know.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. You already started answering some of the questions that I had in response to Madam Speaker's questions, but I want you to dive in a little bit deeper here. You heard the exchange, the last exchange I had with the NYPD panel, correct? Mm-hmm. And so you've covered a little bit already around sort of timeline and delay tactics and kind of bearing out some of the inconsistencies or fallacies around the CCRB process, but I'd love you to lean in a little bit more, anything that you haven't covered in relation to the 300 plus cases, the statute of limitations, and just bearing out anything that we missed or important context or information that you think that we should know.
I will let our executive director speak specifically about the 300 cases, but I did want to say that there are basically 4 things that were happening at the time that led to the delays, and there was only one that you heard in the representation and the testimony from the NYPD. The first, as you heard about, was the increase in the volume of cases that we received after the protests that happened, and so we received at that time a record number of cases, and there's no acknowledgement by the NYPD that we had a particularly specific time. Also, that happened during COVID, and so as our executive director mentioned, we did ask for a change in the way that the police department was able to make their testimony, and they refused to do so. And so as a result, there was a delay because of a policy that the NYPD decided not to adhere to. Then the third issue was the CCRB process itself. And so we are always looking for ways in which to improve that. But that is the third of the 3 issues. And then the fourth is the NYPD process, which our executive director talked about, that's at 3 levels before they're able to approve what they had agreed to in our disciplinary matrix. So we look at the disciplinary matrix. We had a memorandum of understanding that said once we came to agreement that we would make those recommendations based on that they would go to the NYPD and there would be a level of approval, but instead they go through another 3 levels of approval. And so to me, there's 4 things that are at issue. You heard about one in the testimony.
Okay. And actually, I do have some point. Can I interject with some pointed questions, and then I'll kind of let you go on. One, I just have to comment that I think it's interesting that not only are y'all not trusted to do the job that you do, but that there are 3 levels of de novo review while folks stay on the job, get paid, and I can't imagine everyday New Yorkers charged with a plethora of crimes, many born of poverty, mental health, substance use, and the failures of our government. I don't think that they are afforded 3 layers of de novo review on their cases, and in fact, instead end up on Rikers Island throughout that process. I just think that needs to be named. But some of the direct questions I have, or more pointed questions, is I went back and forth with NYPD on statutes of limitations, but I just want to get clarity on this. Statute of limitations isn't a barrier, right? Like I know that statute is 18 months unless the offense can be tied to an analogous penal code violation, but the reality is that no cases that get charges and specs, like they usually are not or don't have analogous penal code charges, but that they could do this even outside of the SOL. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. So if the NYPD wants to issue training, it can do so with even past the expiration of the SOL. If the NYPD is going to go through the formal disciplinary process, it must serve a member of service prior to the expiration of the statute of limitations, unless there is the misconduct that is alleged to have occurred could be charged as a crime.
And then how this works out also in practice then comes into play the sort of the delay tactics or the things that y'all experience that kind of make it so that it eventually will get to them and the statute of limitations is almost up, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And now I will leave it open for you if there are things that we missed here, important information that we should have.
So with regard to the dates, like how long the department had, in 2022, there were 8 cases that they received between 3 and 5 days before the statute of limitations expired. There were 16 cases they received between 6 and 10 days of the statute of limitations expiring. There were 149 cases where they had between 10 and 20 days. There were 69 cases where they had between 20 and 30 days. There were 64 cases where they had between 30 and 40 days. Those are all cases that they closed as being too close to the statute of limitations. I know my time ended, but there are two more. There were 31 cases that they closed as too close to the statute of limitations, where they received it between 40 and 50 days of the statute of limitations, and there were 6 cases that they closed as being too close to the SOL, where it was between 50 and 60 days of the statute of limitations.
Thank you.
And the only thing I wanted to add to that is all of those cases that were presented had gone through the disciplinary process and the disciplinary matrix in which we had agreed upon. And so then at that point, when you heard testimony today saying they were not able to get through that process, it was an additional 3 levels of process that they want to go through after we have gone through the agreed upon process that the CCRB undertakes.
And then with regard to concurrence rates between the CCRB's recommendation and NYPD discipline, so far in 2023, we have received notification that the department has closed 114 cases in which they have concurred. Those are complaints against individual members of service, and they have concurred with our recommendations in 41 of those cases. That's a concurrence rate of 36%. If you just look at whether they impose discipline, out of the 114 cases, they impose discipline in 43 cases, and that improves the discipline rate to 38%.
Thank you. It's really helpful information, and I'm wrapping here, but I just appreciate the clarity. I think what I take away from this is that parts of the testimony previously were mischaracterized, disingenuous, deceiving, and that also a lot of this bureaucracy exists specifically to shield officers from any level of accountability when they are engaged in misconduct. And so thank you for your testimony, thank you for the information, thank you for the clarity.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Holden, followed by Councilmember Joseph.
Thank you, Chair Rice, for your testimony. Thank you both, actually. Your offices were working remotely in 20 and 21?
Primarily, yes.
Primarily, meaning how many, was it 100% or was it 50% of your workers?
It was probably 80%. There were always people who had to be in the office to make
What
sure.
about 22?
The people who are in the who are out of the office now have reasonable accommodations based on health.
Based on health in 23?
Yes.
So what percentage of your workers are working remotely now?
Say like 5 or 6%.
5 or 6%. What are some of the challenges that you faced during the pandemic in working remotely, other than the union, the police union, PBA, not approving that or not wanting their officers to do that? What are, I mean, obviously, you know, working in an office, you can talk to other fellow workers, you can communicate quicker, things would happen faster if you were in the office.
You know, I'm a big believer in MS Teams, Councilmember Holden, and I kind of feel like once the system was up and running and we had the number of licenses to accommodate folks, that remote work worked. But you know, we have complied with the requirements to bring people back.
So there were no disadvantages, no delays in working remotely with the CCRB?
Once the agency got the system worked out, then there were no disadvantages.
How long did that take?
probably 6 months, 7
So,
months.
so the delays were also due to the pandemic, obviously, and working remotely, getting it set up.
So I'm including, if you're including those delays, that is, there were issues with getting that time period includes having members of service consent to be interviewed remotely. And so that was probably the
So
last
that
piece
slowed
of the
everything
puzzle.
down, too.
Yes.
All right. And so there were built-in problems with transferring over to remotely, but now you say you could be 100% remote, and that would be fine.
100% is, there are some.
No, I like the chair, if the chair was shaking her head, do you have an answer for that? That you,
No, I was agreeing with the, I was agreeing with the executive director.
You
that-
agreeing, you
Yeah,
was-
I was agreeing with the executive director that 100% would be challenging, right?
Okay.
So that we need to have some members in the office.
all right, but let's say you were 90% remote, that would be okay?
So the city has a policy, and we are complying with that policy, but other than that policy, there's no, for what we do, having the remote office that we have set up, there are really no barriers to.
So what's the advantage of working remotely? Can you get more work done?
So there are some people who have work situations and home situations where they need an office, right? Like where they can't work remotely and be effective. But for the people who can, then working remotely is better for them.
So the salaries that, because you list 92 positions you need, and I'm all for that, fulfilling that need. And the salaries, are these like the current salaries or could you draw a more qualified pool and have more people apply if we raise these salaries?
So I'm fairly certain those salaries, especially for the union positions, are set by contract. And so.
So it's not a raise of people that are there in those positions to get additional monies. Yeah, that's not built into the budget ask.
Correct.
Okay.
So the exception for that is for the level 2 and level 3 investigators, because if I was given authorization to hire a level 3 investigator, most likely would be I was promoting a level 2 investigator, and then.
But just speeding up, because I have only a few seconds left. But just if we offered people more money to live in New York City, you could draw a better pool of talent, and so we wouldn't have many. If we got approval for these lines, we could draw people that would be more qualified, maybe, right? And that's kind of a basic situation, isn't it? I mean, the salary.
I think higher salaries would make retention and hiring and recruitment easier.
Okay, just one question. You have listed here $45,000 a fleet facilities coordinator. What does that person do? I mean, just anybody.
So we have vehicles at the CCRB for our operations unit and for our field team. The fleet facilities coordinator would be in our operations team, managing the cars, making sure they were used properly, that they had come back to the agency.
And that's $45,000. That's higher than a police officer's starting salary in the city of New York.
That person needs to be able to use the city's budgeting software.
So do you think that a police officer's starting salary should be more than $42,000?
Councilman Holden, I'm not going to give my personal opinion about what.
Why not? Could we draw a better pool of officers if we raise their starting salary to say something livable in New York City? That's it. Just you don't have to answer it, or I mean, if you.
I'm not going to register an opinion.
You're not going to register an opinion. You might draw a better qualified officers with a higher salary. You're not going to offer that opinion. And you're CCRB chair.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to register an opinion
Okay,
on
thank
that.
you.
What
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna- Yeah, what I'm going to register an opinion on is the fact that once they become a police officer, that they interact with the public in a way in which they do not have CCRB.
All right, but all your workers, all 92 additional, should make more than a starting salary police officer. Thank you, Chair.
Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Joseph.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Last time I was here, I brought up this case again, but I couldn't get an answer. Hopefully, I can get something this time. This is in reference to my senator, Senator Zolno Myrie. I'm going to read a few things, and then I'm going to ask my question. The judge ruled that the officer charged with threatening to pepper spray Senator Myrie was not guilty of any misconduct. He ruled despite body camera evidence showing the officer holding the pepper spray over his shoulder and next to his head, it was a reasonable action. The judge is the deputy commissioner of the NYPD. How could this be an independent review of abuse of power towards a civilian if the person tasked to do so is a member of the force that is abusing its power in this situation? So do you think that having the police commissioner of the NYPD having the final say on this discipline should be issued allows the CCRB to fully live out to its mission of serving accountability to everyday people?
No, I do not believe it does.
So what can we do in that situation where accountability and a responsibility should be two different bodies, but yet you have the same person who's abusing me? That's just like I'm in a relationship and I'm being abused, and then you're telling me I should stay there, and this abuser gets to make decisions for me. So talk to me a little bit about that.
Sure, the CCRB has been very consistent in our requests that we have the final authority when it comes to disciplinary decision-making. And we have never wavered from that opinion, and we look forward to being able to work in partnership with the City Council in order to make that a reality.
Yeah, how do we make it a reality? There's through legislation. What's the process? Talk to me about that.
So the way it has been explained to me is that the portions of the city charter that would need to change were actually created by the state when they first implemented a charter for the city of New York. And so it would have to be through state legislative action, whether it is to change the law or to change, the state would need to change the charter itself to take the final disciplinary authority away from the police commissioner, and would also need to do that in a way that would not cause the Taylor Act to. One of the complications that has been explained to me by the law department is that right now the unions of the police department cannot grieve the disciplinary process because the disciplinary process is sunset from the Taylor Act, and if the charter were to be changed by the legislature, would also need to do it so in a way that would not then make the disciplinary process as created subject to the Taylor Act.
From what I understood, the senator has a bill in the Senate to challenge this, and we would love to champion it here on the council level.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. We're ready to close out. Thank you to my colleagues, and we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Good afternoon. Next, we will be hearing from the district attorneys and special narcotics prosecutor. The fiscal 2024 preliminary plan did not include major changes for our 5 district attorneys and special narcotics prosecutors. Fiscal 2024 budget of $512 million. Excuse me. I look forward to learning about your budget needs and including funding to support reform mandates regarding discovery and how the council can promote equitable funding to provide programming and services throughout the city. And I also want to mention today's prosecutors play a greater role in our community's promoting criminal justice reform efforts and diverting people from incarceration and or involvement in the justice system around the city. So I'd like to thank the NYC DA Meg Reese, she's here representing, Bronx County District Attorney Darcel Clark, Queens District Attorney Melinda Katz, Richmond District Attorney Michael McMahon, Special Narcotics Prosecutor Bridget G. Brennan, Chief Assistant District Attorney for Kings County Nancy Happick, and all their additional staff for being here today. I will bring it over to Josh.
Thank you, Chair. Before we begin testimony, can you just all affirm the following, that you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and answer honestly to council member questions? Thank you. And we could begin with Ms. Clark.
Good afternoon. Public Safety Committee Chair Camila Hanks and the committee members of the Public Safety Committee, as well as Finance Committee Chair Justin Brannan and committee members of the Finance Committee. And of course, I'd like to have a shout out to the Bronx delegation, of which I see Council Member Althea Stevens here. I am here in part as the Bronx District Attorney to request resources to enable my office to keep the people of the Bronx safe, to ensure justice for the community, and to hold accountable with fairness and integrity those who commit crime. I will outline my funding needs to address expanding discovery obligations, to enhance victims' assistance, to acquire new technology, and to stem rising attrition. I will tell you, we are losing so many ADAs. We are seeing a rise in violent crime, an increase in cases dismissed, and other reasons that demonstrate why we desperately need funding. But first, I want to say I am also here as a lifelong resident of the Bronx, witnessing firsthand the devastation brought about by insufficient resources to my beloved borough. The Bronx has the highest percentage of children living in poverty, the highest rate of housing issues like overcrowding and lack of affordability, the highest rate of unemployment in the city, the most overdose deaths, a low rate of obtaining a high school level education, and we are ranked the least healthy of New York State's 62 counties with high rates of asthma, diabetes, and hypertension. Our mental health is in a state of crisis given the rise of mental health-related cases, yet the Bronx still does not have a standalone mental health court. These root causes of crime has grown into weeds that are blotting out the light of hope and health in our community. The precincts with the most violence are the same ones with high violence back in the 80s, which still suffer from the same lack of resources today. The Bronx has been neglected for a long time, but now is the time to reverse course and take corrective action. If we invest in people, we can reduce the population of those who need to be held accountable for crime. I am pleading with you, our elected officials, to see the Bronx, to see what is happening, and to be inspired to act. I am requesting a total of $50.4 million for personnel and crucial discovery technology. $42.2 million is expense funding for ADAs, paralegals, information technology staff, and additional staff to serve crime victims. A portion of this expense request is for non-personnel discovery needs. $15.4 million represents the total fiscal year for 2023 through 2027 expense and capital funding requests for crucial technology tied to discovery, which will need expense support in the baseline. Comprehensive details are provided in my written submission, but in short, this funding is needed to perform expanding discovery obligations, which has extended the length of pretrial incarceration, leads to technical dismissals, and play a major role in the attrition of experienced prosecutors during a public safety crisis. We suffered 131 killings of people last year, 83 of them by gun violence. 6 homicide victims were 16 years old or younger, including an 11-year-old girl who was allegedly killed by a 15-year-old boy who was aiming at a 13-year-old boy. We know there are profound structural flaws to correct when we see a child who was arrested at 13 for a slashing, arrested again at 14, 15, and 16 years old for gun possession, and then the same child was shot dead. There were opportunities to put that child on a path to success, but he did not receive the necessary support. My office recently convicted someone for killing this child. That defendant is only 21 years old and facing decades in prison. We need resources to prevent the loss of both lives. We are losing a generation to violence. Last year, there were 401 people wounded by gunfire. 50 of them were 17 years old or younger. On New Year's Day in 2022, we drafted 23 gun possession cases. And by the close of 2022, there were a total of 1,323 gun possession arrests in the Bronx. 31 kids, 17 years and under, were charged with either a fatal or non-fatal shooting. Throughout this rise in violence, we are struggling to meet our discovery obligations and to establish case readiness despite the challenges. The short time frame and expansive category of what is discoverable, thousands of documents from numerous city agencies, hospitals, hours of body-worn camera footage, surveillance video, etc., for even the most straightforward case has proven to be an unsustainable burden for our ADAs. The failure to obtain a single document or body-worn camera video may, under discovery and speedy trial laws, result in a violent defendant's release from jail, the preclusion of vital evidence, or even a dismissal of all charges. For example, in an attempted murder case caught on video involving a man who fired shots point blank at police officers responding to a robbery call in broad daylight. The ADA turned over body-worn camera videos from 28 police officers, 50,000 other video files, and 238,000 pages of documents. He filed a certificate of compliance. Because the ADA was unable to provide 46 pieces of material that we sought from NYPD and CCRB but did not yet receive it or have in our custody, the judge invalidated our certificate of compliance. The case is next on for compliance April 11th, and it is possible it could be dismissed because of the speedy trial laws. Our dismissal rate for felony cases has risen 18% since 2019, resulting in half of the felony cases being dismissed and 3/4 of our misdemeanor cases are dismissed. Discovery was reformed for all the right reasons, to provide greater procedural justice and greater access to information for an intelligent defense. However, in 2022, we saw a step back in procedural justice since it took 487 days, which was 140 days longer for the average trial-ready felony case to resolve than it did in 2019, and an extra 43 days for a trial-ready misdemeanor case to resolve for a length of 141 days. Another collateral impact of the expanded discovery obligation is reflected in attrition. In fiscal year 2022, that is from July 2021 to June 2022, we lost 152 attorneys. Since July 2022, 79 assistant district attorneys have separated from our office. High levels of attrition prevent the office from carrying out vertical prosecution, which is where one ADA sees the case through from the complaint room through disposition, but cases are handed off multiple times when ADAs leave the office. As a result, caseloads have increased. In our Homicide Bureau, for example, the ADAs each have an average of 31 cases, up from 20 from 2019. They are at crime scenes at night. They are on trial during the day for weeks at a time, but still they remain resolute. They resolved 74 cases last year. 18 were convictions after trial, and 51 were pleas. Domestic violence crimes were up 21% last year. The Bronx suffers the highest domestic violence rate in the city per capita. In 2022, we handled more than 3,500 domestic violence cases. The Early Victim Engagement Program, which is called EVE, aims to make initial contact with DV victim within 24 hours after a defendant's arraignment. Because the program is understaffed, they can't make that vital connection for about 2 days. To keep our promise to victims of DV that we are here for them and will provide the wraparound services that save lives, we are asking for baseline funds to hire additional liaisons and DV advocates. But last but not least, another paramount request is our need for a fast, accessible digital system capable of managing the tidal wave of discovery material. After an exhaustive search and thorough review of proposals by various vendors, we believe that the NICE system offers the best option. Other New York City DA offices have agreed to use the NICE system, and the company has a considerable history with the city's criminal justice system. It has the capacity to create a citywide solution to the burgeoning technology crisis that we face. $15.4 million is the negotiated total expense and capital costs for the Bronx for the NICE system, as well as other critical technology to support it. I cannot emphasize how critical this funding is. The technology will provide seamless access to documents, videos, and other materials necessary for discovery. NICE creates a simple portals to move this discovery through our systems, which substantially cuts the time it takes to provide this information to the defense and the court. I believe it will transform my office's ability to continue pursuing justice with integrity. I implore you to fund this system and avoid the devastating results we have seen in our criminal justice system. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I know I have put forth a lot of statistics and significant numbers for your consideration, and my written my written submission has even more. But please bear in mind, when you are deciding our funding requests, these numbers represent an investment in the lives of our people, of our community, and our ability to provide safety and fairness. Please act now to save the Bronx from further desperation, despair, and decay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. DA, Richmond County, Mike McMahon. It's good to see you, brother.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. As a fellow Staten Islander, I want to say how proud we are to see our North Shore Councilwoman chairing the Public Service Committee here at the New York City Council. And I thank you and your staff, as well as Council members Boccia and Joseph, Stevens, Areola, and Holden, for putting the time in to listen to the important concerns that we district attorneys have. And as someone who sat in that chair a long time ago, this hearing process is indeed very important, and so we thank you for giving your time to us. And I'm also honored to sit here with my incredible colleagues, the incredible Darcel Clark, and the incredible DA Katz, and incredible Special Narcotics Prosecutor Bridget Brennan, and the leaders from the Brooklyn and Manhattan offices as well, representing the great DAs Gonzalez and Bragg. As I say, it's a privilege and honor to be here with you today. And I hope you and your families are well and safe, and we look forward to continuing our work together to improve the criminal justice system in line with our shared goal of better protecting and serving the people of the city of New York, and in my case, the people of Staten Island. With COVID-19 finally in the rearview mirror, hopefully, I am optimistic that our city is on the rebound. However, and you will hear from my colleagues at this table, we're deeply concerned that the public safety challenges facing all 5 boroughs, and particularly those unique to Staten Island, are not being addressed with the seriousness, urgency, and outside-the-box thinking to restore safety and a sense of security for all New Yorkers. And while I am extremely proud of all the work we have done in my office, together with our partners in the NYPD, neighboring law enforcement agencies, and communities across the borough, the simple fact is that we need more police officers, more assistant district attorneys, and more support for those of us charged with the essential mission of government, keeping people safe. This need is especially acute as I sit before you today because while the other 4 boroughs have seen a reduction in crime during the first few months of this year, and I in no way say anything about the incredible testimony that they give and the issues that they face, but Staten Island has not been as fortunate. Grand larcenies and grand larceny autos continue to sit at unacceptably high levels, with increases of 18% and 78% respectively from 2021 to 2022. And Staten Islanders from shore to shore are feeling and experiencing an unease they have not felt before. Cars are being stolen in broad daylight and rummaged through as people sleep. Homes are being monitored and sometimes broken into. Overdoses have climbed to their highest ever numbers, due in large part to the omnipresence of fentanyl and nearly all street drugs. Businesses are being burglarized repeatedly, and our neighbors experiencing mental illness are often found on our streets, disrupting the lives of others when they are apprehended. And when they are apprehended, they are brought to the hospital and released with their needs being totally unmet. With all of this happening on a daily basis, we know that the NYPD is spread historically thin, and cases remain open for far too long. And this leads to incredible stress in their lives, increased response times, and depleted patrols. And this is not hyperbole. Staten Island today has less NYPD uniformed personnel assigned to our borough than we had in 1968. Despite our population more than doubling in that time. We also remain seriously concerned by the incidents of violence we are seeing among teenagers and young people, who can often be difficult to hold accountable due to their age and criminal reform laws that prevent DA's offices from prosecuting many of their cases. Further, when incidents take place in and around our schools, there are nowhere nearly enough school safety officers and police officers to maintain order and respond when necessary. For example, Tottenville High School on Staten Island's South Shore, which is home to nearly 4,000 students and was the location of a shooting earlier this year where a student was injured, often has less than 4 school safety officers patrolling its sprawling campus. We urge the council and the NYPD to revisit and revise their juvenile report policy and the school discipline code to restore accountability for acts of violence committed by our young people before they enter into the adult criminal justice system on their 18th birthday. To be sure, 20% of our gun possession cases arrests are those between 14 and 17 years old since 2020, and shooters below the age of 18 have increased on Staten Island in the last year by 500%. And I by no means advocate that young people who make bad choices should be incarcerated and have their lives affected forever. But at the same time, without having accountability and positive outcomes, we are harming them as well as the individuals who they may go on to harm. And despite these challenges and concerning trends, we recognize and are rightfully proud of the fact that Staten Island remains the safest community of its size in the nation. We continue to increase our offers of diversion, now offered to nearly 40% of all defendants, and are constantly seeking better and more effective ways to deliver justice to victims while simultaneously addressing the needs of individual defendants. We have filed more extreme risk protection order applications than any other DA's office in the state, and we are proud of that. As of last month, our applications made up 65% of all those filed in New York City within the last months. We are in constant communication with communities from Tompkinsville to Tottenville in our borough about what priorities are from law enforcement on Staten Island, and are always developing new crime prevention strategies, including real-time home security, video camera sharing with the police department, successfully advocating for license plate readers on our Port Authority crossings, and leading initiatives to combat drug abuse, domestic violence, school bullying, hate crimes, and so much more. As my office continues to work tirelessly to combat these challenges and many others underlying drivers of crime, including substance abuse, mental illness, and domestic violence, our success depends on us working together to make our city as safe as possible. We have remained vigilant and consistent in our dedication to the rule of law, the protection of victims of crime, and the overall improvement of public safety on Staten Island. But I must reiterate in the possible strongest terms, we need your help. And with that said, I will focus the remainder of my testimony on detailing our greatest challenges as well as our priority budget needs for fiscal year 2024. You'll hear from my colleagues, as you've heard already from DA Clark, that we need to have discovery demands fully funded. And in this vein, we ask for a PS increase of $6.75 million annually and an OTPS increase of $885,000 annually. Here's a shock. Albany foisted on the district attorneys of this state an incredible added burden of work to do and did not give us one dime to do it. And therefore, the men and women of our offices continue to suffer from these demands, from the burden of delivering these discovery requests or obligations in an incredibly short period of time. And at the same time, they are doing it with fear of losing their licenses, and that adds to our attrition. Now, we are not alone in this request, as you know, Madam Chairwoman. Recently, we, together with the public defenders of New York City, sent a joint letter to the mayor and to the governor asking them to fund both sides of the aisle, if you will, of the situation, giving both the DAs and the defenders extra money because they have added obligations under this law as well. We also need more attorneys to do this work. We need 8 additional ADAs in Staten Island, and the number for that is 925,000. And as DA Clark said, we need increased technological infrastructure in the city and in each office to meet the modern demands of the criminal justice system. And for us, those amounts are 500,000 in OTPS and 650,000 in PS funding. We in Staten Island have a discovery system in place, so we are not advocating for the implementation of the NICE system, but we do need money on the capital side, whether it's capital or OTPS, for an expanded program that would allow us to redact the information that we receive, and that, of course, is in our written request. Here's the deal. We're all losing staff. We are attriting ADAs at a rate that has never been seen in the history of DA's offices in the city and state of New York because of these circumstances. And so we join pretty equally with our colleagues in asking for a 25% increase in salary for our staffs to do the work that they have to do. And it's important to note that the men and women, and the attorneys in our office, the assistant district attorneys, have evening obligations, weekend obligations, long days, trial readiness, actually doing the trials, and they never are given any overtime salary. In the rest of the city of New York and on the public defender side, those attorneys receive overtime. The assistant district attorneys do not. So the base salary is all they get, and the salary increase is the only way that we can compensate them somewhat fairly for the great work that they do. And you know, in the city of New York, the students coming out of the law schools who go to work for the large law firms are making $215,000 a year, which, by the way, is more than we district attorneys make. But the starting salary for most of our assistants is in the range of $72,000 to $75,000, not to speak in that range, and that is not enough to live in the city, to pay your rent, to pay your school loans, when you are not allowed to earn any other money, either in overtime or mostly in any other position. And so it's time for the city of New York to say that we need to have some level of quote-unquote pay parity, and that is really something that is urgent. At the same time, we have a recruitment challenge. It is very difficult to recruit young attorneys for the same reason, because they can earn more money in other locations. They are not under the same pressure every day for the work that they do, and this is something that we urge this city council to address. I think I mentioned that the DA's salary is not, I don't know if I have, has not been increased in 8 years, and that creates a ceiling of pay, not only in our office, but in the other offices, I think in the public defender's offices as well, that the top people and supervisors should be entitled to pay increases as much as ours are as well. In addition to ADA issues, we have difficulty holding on to support staff. We would like to have at least a ratio of 3 paralegals per attorney. We do not have that right now, and so we have a request for $385,000 in PS to do that. I had mentioned the ERPO law and the, guess what? Another unfunded mandate from Albany, where we were mandated to file the ERPO motions without a penny to pay for the staff to do it. No, I believe that I'm not challenging the ERPO law, but how can you expect us to take on that extra burden if they do not give us the salary to hire the personnel to do it? And so we have a request of $300,000 to cover that as well. Just a few more items. We started a program in Staten Island called Ripples of Hope in partnership with our local YMCA on a federal grant. We expect that grant may not be renewed, and so we're asking for funding of that. And that allows us to identify families where a family member is a victim of substance use disorder, domestic violence, other issues, and we connect the families who have suffered from those traumas to counseling from the YMCA. And we hope that the city will duplicate that program throughout and also provide us the funding to maintain it. We'd like to know, as you know, Madam Chairwoman, establish a community justice center in a physical location in Staten Island. But in the meantime, we are doing the work virtually, and so we've got a request for funding of $635,000 to expand the work of CCI to do that in the meantime. And we request funding for the study and maintenance and ultimate building out of the building at 67 Targee Street. We've got a request for funding to place mental health screeners in the precincts in our borough so that we can more quickly in the legal process determine that someone's behavior is attributable to mental health disorder and to get a problem-solving approach to that. It's much easier believe it or not, in narcotics cases, because if someone is arrested for narcotics possession, we know that they most likely have a substance use disorder problem, and we can connect them with our HOPE program and other similar modalities. It's not so easy with mental health issues, and by having a mental health screener, like we have a health screener at least in central booking, we would like to initiate that program on Staten Island. You know, one of your favorite things or most issues near and dear to you is a clean community. And we need more sanitation enforcement officers so that we can go after illegal dumpers and chronic litterers. We need more cameras in our NYCHA and Snug Harbor campus. And we would like to lastly establish a mental health diversion and connection center similar to what they have in Manhattan, so that when the police get a call for someone who suffers from extreme emotional distress, that rather than being taken to an emergency room and released without any significant connection to services, that they could take them to a place where their immediate crisis could be addressed, and where they could be connected to those services. We've heard for a long time about these combined response teams. I think that's a lot of pie in the sky. I've never seen one on Staten Island, and so as usual, the people of Staten Island are willing to roll up their sleeves and take on the issue themselves. I thank you for your time, and we look forward to answering any questions upon the completion of the testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, D.A. McMahon. I appreciate the great work you're doing in Staten Island and definitely being my partner as we advance the public safety in Richmond County, so I appreciate your testimony. Next, we will have D.A. Melinda Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to be home. It's good to be back in the council chambers. I do want to acknowledge our Queens representatives, Councilman Bob Holden and Joanne Ariola. We believe Queens is an attitude, and we bring that to everything we do, the strength and the power in which we advocate for our borough. And I want to thank you, Madam Chair, as D.A. McMahon, former council member McMahon with me, actually we served together, said, we know it's not easy to sit here day in and day out with a lot of the hearings that you have, but in today, the finance hearings are particularly lengthy and very detailed. So thank you for doing that to all of you that are sitting here today. I bring with you, I gave you testimony. I don't have the fancy books that the other boroughs have, but I gave testimony. And so that's very detailed in the needs of the office. I do want to acknowledge that I took over this office after someone who had served for 28 years in the district attorney's office, and the budget increased very little during that time, and the budget increased very little since our time. But I will get into more details on that, but I'm just putting that a little bit in perspective. This is my 4th year as the district attorney, and it has been an office that does much more with much less. And so I just want to acknowledge that from the beginning. There are, in the borough of Queens County, we have had 78 homicides in Queens last year. We have prosecuted nearly 3,000 cases involving criminal possession of a weapon. We juggle those on a daily basis, criminal possession, 2nd and 3rd degrees. 2022 brought a proliferation of crimes affecting our communities, including the illegal cannabis stores, when there are now legal cannabis stores, those that are given licenses by the state. That is particularly concerning to me because of the fentanyl explosion that has happened over the last several years. 76% of our overdoses in Queens County are due to fentanyl. Surprisingly, 50% of those numbers are over the age of 50 years old. So we focus on the cannabis shops, retail theft, the growing number of cybercrime and financial fraud cases, domestic violence, and our ongoing, as I said, opioid epidemic. We processed over 36,000 arrests and conducted over 31,000 arraignments, all while maintaining the 2nd lowest complaints sworn to arrest time in the city, to arraignment time in the city. And while it was a challenging year, I would like to highlight some of the accomplishments of the office in the last year. First and foremost, addressing the ongoing gun violence and epidemic from several angles. For the 2nd year in a row, our crime strategies and intelligence unit led the city in ghost gun recoveries with 173 ghost guns recovered in 2022, compared to the previous year's rate of 86. I would love to think that it's solely because of the expertise of my office, although it is partially because of that. But it is also because of the growing number of ghost guns that are readily available out there and the ease of which one can get and build them. With a 30-minute YouTube video, you can build a ghost gun and use it in any crime, and it is untraceable. It is one of the largest growing issues that we are facing, at least in Queens County today. Under the court's gun violence fast track initiative, we were able to reduce our unindicted gun possession case backlog by over 92%. Our Violent Criminal Enterprise Bureau, which is a new bureau that has been formed under my administration, we continue to identify and prosecute drivers of violence, including street gangs and firearms dealers, and those individuals that will bring guns in from the south up the iron pipeline and sell them to our kids here in New York City. And because we cannot prosecute our way out of this violence, I created a bureau whose primary focus is on rehabilitative and programming to end the cycle of crime and violence. The rehabilitation programs and the restorative services consists of diversion and alternative sentencing, and it also consists of crime victims advocates. We have counseled almost 3,000 victims over the last year. We've added staffing to our Community Partnerships Division, whose focus as it is on youth and connecting to our communities. They attended, my staff, dozens of individuals, over 2,000 public events since I took office, and our gun buybacks have taken 400 operable guns off the street. That is also important because we created a relationship and some trust, I believe, with the community, and we actually get many of our cases from the non-lawyers who go to the events throughout the borough. While we are prosecuting our drivers of crime, we also have a conviction integrity unit. It continues to do great work. So far, we have vacated 99 judgments over the last several years. Our Human Trafficking Bureau has implemented a victim-centered and trauma-informed approach while connecting victims, survivors of trafficking with meaningful services. Our immigrant specialist, I hired an immigration lawyer to avoid having unintended consequences and to go over past convictions that now have unintended consequences. They assist ADAs as they navigate through plea options, and they help fashion dispositions. In 2022, there were 70 deaths caused by vehicular collision in Queens County. Our vehicular homicide unit is on call 24 hours a day. If there is a death in the borough of Queens County, we have riders that actually go out to the scene, whether it's 3 in the morning or 9 at night. Sometimes they have to race me to the scene, but we think it is a useful use of an ADA's time to be there on the scene while there is a homicide, while there's a vehicular death, to give the police any support that they may need in their investigation. This past January, I created a Special Prosecutions Division. It comprises of Special Victims and Domestic Violence Bureaus and the Juvenile Prosecution Bureau. Now, these are great, I think, accomplishments for the office and for the borough, but we do have many challenges, as my colleagues, DA Clark and DA McMahon, have talked about. We have discovery obligations. Now, I've been around a long time in this business, as my colleagues have. I will tell you that I supported the need for greater transparency and earlier timelines when it comes to discovery. I believe at the time that we passed this law, we absolutely needed to build in more fairness, more transparency to our system. But the pendulum has swung, and we need to make some changes. The present framework results in unintended consequences, including delays and dismissals, that prevent the administration of fair and timely justice. Just to put this in perspective for the committee, Madam Chair, in 2022, the Queens District Attorney's Office reviewed 1,666,284 discovery files, and thousands, hundreds of thousands of body cams as well. The burden of producing all related material within such a short period of time is so great that cases are often dismissed, even if the material that was not produced or was considered late is inconsequential to the case. Courts have dismissed cases for inadvertent errors in transmission of documents where the defense could not immediately open a file, impeachment material for a police officer we were not calling as a witness well before the case would be moved to trial, and for not providing underlying records of past minor unrelated disciplinary proceedings for an officer involving, for example, just this last year, a case that was dismissed for an officer's failure to secure their pepper spray properly. That was not turned over. We were not calling this officer as a witness at the trial, and we had that case reversed, which means, by the way, for the record, the underlying crime is then reversed that the person was being prosecuted for. And so what does it really mean ultimately? No court ever reviews the merits of the charges when a case is dismissed for these reasons. Victims are deprived of their day in court. Orders of protection, and I think this committee needs to know this, when a case is dismissed, orders of protections are dismissed, and no one is held accountable. This is dangerous. Less consequences, less programming for those who need help, and less protection and justice for crime victims. And I will add that, you know, as much as I don't begrudge any DA or any agency in the city of New York for getting their fair share of the dollars, but as I started today, I just want to elaborate a little bit. The historic inequity that this borough has faced is very difficult to overcome. I do it every day, but it is not easy, and we do a lot more with a lot less. We receive the lowest amount of funding per arrest, and the lowest amount of funding per resident, and the lowest amount of funding per arraignment. We get fewer dollars to support a case than any other office in the city of New York. Based on projected DCJS data for 2022, Queens DA's office receives less funding per arraigned case. That's approximately $2,551 a case, compared to the average of $3,527 in the other boroughs. While my colleagues' offices are certainly entitled to the funding that they receive, and it is very much needed for them, Queens is also entitled to the fairness and equity of these offices. My mission is to create the safest and fairest borough in the city, and to continue this mission, it is crucial that we have the appropriate resources. In order to address these ongoing challenges, I'm requesting the following new needs in FY24. We need 150 additional ADAs. They're needed to address the high caseloads, the dismissals, and to better serve our vulnerable victims. We need them for the Felony Trial Division to address gun prosecutions and violent crime. We also need investigators in Major Crimes Division and Special Prosecutions Division and Appeals, so that we can manage those cases and that we can focus, each of the ADAs can focus on the cases that they have in front of them. We need IT discovery software solution maintenance and support relating to purchase of comprehensive discovery software. We are requesting $500,000 for that. We also need IT staff. Madam Chair and members of this committee, it is not a new thing that people are having issues holding on to IT staff after COVID, and it is crucial to the workings of our office. It is crucial for us to be able to communicate with the defense, with the court. It's crucial for us to gather all of the discovery material that we are deemed to know on a daily basis because it is in the city files. So we need to upgrade our IT staff. We need to increase, as DA McMahon said, you know, our ADAs are getting paid a lot less than the private practice, and we shouldn't have less of a criteria and less expertise when it comes to a city service job like being an ADA. We need to make sure that we get the experts, that we get the fairness, that we get justice for our victims, and also make sure that we have a fair and an equal court for defendants as well. We can only do that with the expertise of the ADAs. So we need $10,500,000 we are requesting for increased salaries. As we've already talked about, 50 additional ADAs. We need paralegals as well at about a 3-to-1 match, and that's $2,500,000. We're asking totally for $39,310,000 ask for PS. As far as capital goes, that's $11,500,000. But I would urge the council, please, to focus on the personal, our personal service. We need it every day. Our PS funding. We need to increase the salaries of our ADAs. I thank you for the opportunity of testifying here today. We do what we can every single day for the people of our city as DAs. We do thank also, I thank the Defense Bar for the work that we did, especially, we're here in person for the first time, and I don't want to go the day without acknowledging that, this council saw us through, or a lot of you saw us through COVID, and a lot of you saw us through Zoom meetings and all that we had to do during COVID, and I want to thank you for having us personally in your chambers today.
Thank you so much. During our questioning, we're going to dig into a little bit more of the pay parity. Next, we will have, I apologize, the DA, Meg Reese. Did we hear from Meg Reese? Okay. So the Special Narcotics Prosecutor, Bridget G. Brennan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As Special Narcotics Prosecutor for New York City, I'm grateful to the City Council for its leadership and for its support of my office and the 5 DA's offices. And I welcome the opportunity to collaborate with the Committee on Public Safety under the direction of Chairperson Hanks. Over the past year, I've met with some of you individually and learned about the drug issues facing your districts. We will continue to work together to protect our city's residents and ensure the criminal justice system is fair for all. And I welcome the opportunity to continue to work with you on your districts in collaboration with the DA's offices. The work of the Office of the Special Narcotics Prosecutor has never been more important. The opioid crisis continues to be an ever-present and ever-lethal threat, as you've heard. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, it is recognized as the most serious public health crisis facing our country. More than 3,000 people are estimated to have died from drug overdoses in New York City during the 12 months ending in September 22, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And communities in the Bronx and Upper Manhattan are the most profoundly affected. However, the opioid epidemic touches all of us. Some of us have lost loved ones or seen them struggle with opioids. Some have seen neighborhoods change with more visible drug dealing and drug usage. All of us have heard expressions of hopelessness, resignation, anger, frustration, and urgent pleas for help. On average, someone in the city fatally overdoses every 3 hours. S&P's mission is to save lives through strategic prosecutions that cut off the supply of lethal drugs. And I encourage you to look through my testimony. In one of the pages, we compare where we focused some arrests in the Midtown South area and how that focus coincides with the number of overdoses in a particular area. It's our mission to save lives. We are built on a task force model, and our work is collaborative. We collaborate with the 5 DAs very closely, and we benefit with the oversight of the city's district attorneys. We partner with the NYPD, the Drug Enforcement Administration, the New York State Police, New York Drug Enforcement Task Force, and many other jurisdictions throughout the state and throughout the region. Our primary focus is dismantling high-level narcotics trafficking organizations, often with international ties, while addressing narcotics violence and persistent drug activity that destabilizes neighborhoods. And I will tell you, one of the most disturbing things we have seen during this particular epidemic is how many more guns we have seen connected with drug dealing on every level, on the highest level as well as the lowest levels. Wherever appropriate, we seek to facilitate treatment and supportive services for those who are suffering from substance use disorder. And while the entire country is affected by the opioid crisis, we in New York face unique issues. Our city is a major hub of narcotics trafficking for the state and the region. Potent fentanyl dominates our drug market and is present in 8 out of 10 fatal overdoses. Now it's appearing in new forms. Counterfeit pills, including rainbow-colored pills containing fentanyl, are increasingly widespread. Last year, we confiscated almost 1 million fentanyl pills in our investigations, and that's a 425% increase over the prior year. And those pills may masquerade as Percocet, they may look like oxycodone, they may look like Xanax or Adderall, they may look like a prescription pill, or they may be colorful like ecstasy. So they can catch the user completely unaware of what is contained within that pill. And in particular, any user who is buying the drugs from social media connection, from an internet site, or buying them on the street. And even more frighteningly, we are seeing a proliferation of various mixtures of drugs and record high overdose deaths as a result. Fentanyl, heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, and xylazine are being mixed in various combinations at drug packaging mills and stash locations across the city. You may have heard about xylazine. It's appeared in the media quite frequently lately. It's often called Tranq, and it's captured press attention because of its connection to overdose deaths. And in New York City, it's shown up in about 20% of the overdose deaths because it's a non-opioid sedative. And it compounds the effects of the opioids, but it does not respond to naloxone or Narcan, something that is widely distributed to counteract the overdose effects of the opioids. But it's non-responsive to that. And it may be mixed in with cocaine along with fentanyl. And so someone who is buying what they believe is cocaine is prepared with Narcan, as you see it in many of the city's bars and night spots now, is prepared to reverse an overdose with that. May be horrified to find that someone is not responding because there is also xylazine in that mix. We need to heighten awareness of this danger as well, and heighten awareness that 911 should be called whenever there's an overdose, and also heighten awareness of our Good Samaritan law, which protects anyone who calls 911 or requests help in the case of an overdose. Now, for fiscal year 2024, we're asking for the City Council support for 3 individual funding requests. We're requesting a significant budget increase to meet our discovery obligations, and you've heard about them, and the DAs have expressed the problems with the challenges we face more eloquently than I can. But managing the value of discovery is complicated and time-consuming, and it requires an increase in personnel. We're seeking $10.8 million in funding for hiring additional legal and non-legal staff, and specifically, we're looking for 46 individual increase in headcounts, including 28 assistant district attorneys, 9 paralegals, 6 IT personnel, and 3 support staff. In addition to that, the city has requested funding from the state on some capital needs as well, and we have joined in that request. We're also asking for additional funds for treatment and diversion programs. Over the past 3 years, we have extended the reach of our alternative to incarceration offerings to encompass the Manhattan Felony Alternatives to Incarceration Court, or ATI Court. And we've done that with the assistant of the Manhattan DA's office, and we thank them for their help on that. We've self-funded our participation so far, but it's expanding. We're very happy to see how much the participation has expanded, and we're requesting an extra $200,000 for 1 case coordinator and to help with the costs of that program. And in addition, we're looking for funding in the amount of $176,000 to comply with Council Bill 1392 requirements. That's the requirements that we have a data access for the public. And it requires some fairly complex improvements to our systems, our data gathering, and to our website. The legislation was pretty extensive in scope, requiring the capture and support of all prosecution actions and decisions. And it requires that all information be disaggregated by various criterias. And we're going to need some help funding that. I do expect that in the future, we are going to be seeing an increase in methamphetamine in the city because we've seen largely increasing supplies of that and largely increasing cocaine supplies as well, coming in bulk. Those are challenges that I think we're going to see coming up in the upcoming years. Now, much of what I have discussed today is discouraging, but I'm not discouraged. Decades of experience have taught us that we can face many difficulties and best serve New York when we work together with a collaborative model. When the DAs work with the City Council, when we hear your concerns and the concerns of your constituents, and when we work with each other. We're blessed with talent, creativity, and resilience. And as long as we all focus on making our city a better place to live and work, while ensuring justice for all, I'm confident that better days lie ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Who's the next one?
And from DA Eric Gonzalez, we will hear from Nancy Hoppick. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
No.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Hoppick. I serve as the Chief Assistant at the Brooklyn DA's office. Thank you, Chairwoman Camilla Hanks and the entire committee for the opportunity to address you on behalf of DA Gonzalez regarding the 2024 budget plan. DA Gonzalez remains steadfast in his commitment to doing justice by keeping Brooklyn safe while ensuring fairness in our criminal justice system, addressing both current and historic inequities in the system. And we are appreciative of the Council's partnership in these efforts. In this spirit, on DA Gonzalez's behalf, I'm eager to address our current budget and our ongoing budgetary needs. First, a few comments about crime statistics. Brooklyn continued to drive down the number of homicides and shootings in 2022 from the previous year. We finished 2022 with 10 fewer homicides from the year before and 70 fewer shooting incidents with 80 fewer shooting victims. While this is very significant progress, we are still fighting to return to our pre-pandemic levels when violence was at an unprecedented low in Brooklyn. Unfortunately, like the other boroughs, we saw significant increases in robberies, burglaries, felony assaults, grand larcenies, and car thefts, leading to a 20% overall increase in index crimes. DA Gonzalez remains committed to working with the NYPD to focus our resources on the drivers of violent crime. Last year, our Violent Criminal Enterprise Unit conducted 2 long-term investigations that led to the arrest of over 50 drivers of crime. These investigations held crew members accountable for 5 murders, 33 shootings and shots fired incidents involving 56 firearms and 29 victims. In addition, our newly formed Ghost Gun Unit partnered with the NYPD Major Case Unit and the New York State Troopers and federal partners to conduct 6 major investigations that led to the recovery of 21 ghost guns and 5 assault weapons. While part of our response to gun violence involves these traditional enforcement methods, we know that those responses alone will not lead to long-term safety and wellness for our neighborhoods. For this, we need to work with the communities to address the root causes of violence. We know that not everyone who possesses a gun is a shooter or a driver of crime. People possess guns for many complex reasons. DA Gonzalez believes that there are some young people who can be pulled away from gang life and gun violence if held accountable and given the right kinds of support. Every time we are successful in deterring a young person from that life, we increase public safety now and in the future. Restorative justice is a cornerstone to DA Gonzalez's approach to criminal justice and a focus of his Justice 2020 initiative. Last year, we launched Project Restore, a restorative justice program in collaboration with neighborhood leaders and community-based organizations. This collaboration was created with $2.5 million of funding from MOCJ. This 15-month demonstration project is designed to bring rival gang members together, to reconcile and take accountability for the harm they have caused each other, their families, and the community, and to confront and uproot the deep-seated, unaddressed trauma and social inequities that have led to take up coping strategies like seeking gang membership or resorting to gun violence. We have partnered with Bridge Street Development Corporation, Inner Circle, and Columbia University to develop and operate a project focused on the Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood, deeply engaging these rival gang members with a multifaceted approach to change their view of what their future and the future of their neighborhood can be when gun and gang violence is not the only option. While the demonstration project in Bed-Stuy focuses on that neighborhood specifically, DA Gonzalez would like to bring a restorative justice approach to cases in every neighborhood in Brooklyn. Restorative justice, which is about true accountability rather than simply punishment, has the potential to lead to lasting changes in individuals, as well as provide a more satisfying outcome for victims of crime. One of DA Gonzalez's goals for this year is to open a restorative justice center housed in a reimagined Red Hook community court that would provide access to restorative justice to victims and accused individuals from throughout Brooklyn. This would require funding for a restorative justice coordinator in our office, payment to restorative justice practitioners in the community, and resources for participants, such as car fare to and from the center. Our office is asking the council to support the pilot of this center in the amount of $250,000. An issue that has been the source of tremendous concern in Brooklyn and citywide, and we feel sure you've heard this from your constituents as well, is the proliferation of illegal, unlicensed cannabis shops. The last number we heard was approximately 1,600 shops citywide. This is likely an undercount, and there are certainly hundreds in Brooklyn. Many of these shops are located near daycare centers, schools, and other places where young people gather, and these lucrative, all-cash businesses have been a target for armed robberies. In addition to the public safety threat, these illegal shops threaten to undermine the years-long effort of the legislator to regulate the sale of cannabis in a way designed to heal some of the harms caused by the criminalization of marijuana and the racially disparate enforcement of those laws. Prior to legalization, marijuana enforcement disproportionately impacted young people and communities of color who made up 90% of those arrested. Most of them had never been arrested for anything before. These arrests adversely impacted the lives of tens of thousands of people over the years, saddling many with criminal convictions that prevented them from pursuing opportunities in life. Under DA Ken Thompson, the Brooklyn DA's office was the first in the city to stop prosecuting marijuana possession cases, a policy DA Gonzalez was proud to help implement in 2014 as the then Chief Assistant DA. DA Gonzalez recognizes the thoughtful approach the legislator took when they legalized marijuana, working to make sure that those individuals and communities who had suffered the of criminalization were able to participate in and profit from this new market, rather than being shut out as has happened in other states. These illegal shops threaten to undermine the legal market that the legislator intended to create. We do not think anyone in this room wants to go back to the days of arresting people for marijuana offenses or selling unlicensed goods. DA Gonzalez certainly does not. Instead, at his direction, our office has researched ways to respond to the proliferation of these shops in non-criminal ways, and we believe we can use the civil nuisance abatement laws currently on the books to go after and shut down these shops. To do this, DA Gonzalez wants to stand up a cannabis nuisance abatement unit, which would require 4 new staff lines in our office, a chief, 2 ADAs, and a paralegal. And for this, we are requesting $500,000 to set up that unit. You've heard much of this already today about attrition and discovery. In the last few years, we've continued also to see record attrition in our office. We are losing staff, both legal and non-legal, at the highest rates since we've been keeping track. While this year has seen some slight slowdown in ADA attrition, we still have lost 59 ADAs since July. We are projected to lose 86 ADAs this year, which is 26 more than the most we lost in any year prior to the pandemic. With access to jobs with higher pay and the option of remote work, there is no end in sight, we feel, to this overwhelming level of attrition. We support the mayor's efforts to allow for some level of remote work and hope to find the most efficient way to incorporate remote work for our employees without compromising our work on behalf of the people of Brooklyn. We are currently in year 3, operating under the changes of the new discovery laws, which became effective in 2020. These changes continue to severely burden our ADAs, who are also dealing with upticks in caseloads, as well as a staggering backlog of caseloads that resulted from limited court operations during the pandemic. The courts are now fully open and operational, and we have begun to make a dent in the backlog, but overwhelming discovery obligations can continue to weigh our ADAs down as they work to move their cases. While the city's commitment of additional resources has allowed us to make some improvements with regard to discovery compliance and improve caseloads, the instability in our staffing remains extremely disruptive. Many assistants continue to struggle with caseloads that are unsustainable, especially under the new discovery practice. Some Supreme Court assistants are prosecuting more than 40 indictments. Many of them have been the second or third prosecutor on the case because of attrition. Grand jury assistants are carrying as many as 50 or 60 unindicted felony cases, while misdemeanor caseloads approach triple digits. These caseloads are simply untenable. They are not sustainable. As you know, the city's institutional defense providers and the DAs jointly called last year for adequate, equitable funding that will provide us with sufficient resources for both the public defenders and prosecutors. DA Gonzalez continues to join with the other DAs in urging the appropriation of these desperately needed resources. The Kings County DA requests approximately $40 million to fund an additional 190 legal and non-legal positions and to promote competitiveness in attorney compensation, as well as OTPS and capital expenditures related to discovery compliance, such as hardware, software, and network needs. The massive volume of materials that must be turned over in a short time frame under penalty of case dismissal also require reliable software to manage the transfer of these materials with accuracy and efficiency. It is critical that we move forward with the procurement of discovery software technology that will assist ADAs preparing for discovery production before arraignment. In 2020, we received capital funding in anticipation of a technological solution that had not yet been identified. We have searched exhaustively for a tool that will fit our work and our new statutory mandates, and thanks to a productive collaboration among the DA's offices, we selected NICE as a vendor to produce customized software to address the needs of our office. However, this solution is costlier than anticipated. We are requesting $500,000 in expense funds for fiscal year 24 to cover the ongoing costs of this software. In addition, we are requesting an additional $8 million in capital funds to comply with our discovery obligations. As to some existing city council funded programs, since the DA announced his Justice 2020 initiative shortly after becoming the DA in 2018, he has worked to be innovative in his approach to prosecution, reducing incarceration and convictions while focusing on the drivers of crime, engaging in communities as partners in justice, and using data to hold our office accountable and be transparent to the public. The DA intends to continue this important work in partnership with the communities we serve. On behalf of the DA, I would like to thank City Council for their one-time funding to cover lost grant funding for the Brooklyn Young Adult Court and our Brooklyn Rising Against Violence Every Day BRAVE program, and ask that you continue to support these programs previously funded by federal grants. As always, we are grateful to you for your once again funding the DOVE program, Domestic and Other Violence Emergencies program, as well as the Hate Crime Reduction Initiative. In part, thanks to your support, we have seen dramatic decline in hate crime in Brooklyn this past year. Finally, in addition to the request for the Restorative Justice Center unit I referenced earlier, we ask that you continue to support Project Reset, a pre-arraignment diversion program, as well as funding our partner in Reset, the Center for Justice Innovation, formerly CCI. In conclusion, our office is grateful to all of you for your continued support as vital partners in the work of transforming our criminal justice system to one that is right-sized and responsive to the needs of all who come in contact with it, including victims, those accused of crimes, and the community. Your tireless support allows us to keep Brooklyn safe while increasing fundamental fairness in our system. We ask for the Council's support as we continue to make the case to OMB for the critical funding needs we've discussed today, and we look forward to our continued partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from the Manhattan DA representative, Ms. Meg Reese.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Hanks and members of the Committee on Public Safety. My name is Meg Reese, and I'm the Chief Assistant District Attorney in the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, and I'll be testifying on behalf of DA Bragg, who's unable to attend this afternoon. We thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today regarding our preliminary budget for 2024, and we thank the Council for its past support and know that a safer and fairer city requires all of us to be working together. We are achieving these goals with targeted enforcement to hold drivers of crime accountable today and investments in preventative measures to keep our communities safe for the long term. I'd just like to share with you some of the highlights of our existing work before speaking about new needs. Focusing on gun violence, we ended 2022 with shootings down 20% in Manhattan and homicides down 16% in Manhattan, outpacing other declines citywide. DA Bragg is pursuing a comprehensive gun violence reduction strategy that combines targeted enforcement focused on the drivers of crime and targeted investments in evidence-informed prevention, both pieces of a strategy that are critical. On the enforcement side, our gun prosecutions were up approximately 18% last year, and together with our federal partners, we're tracing the guns we seized to build gun trafficking cases. The office established the Ghost Gun Initiative in partnership with NYPD to tackle and recover assembled guns and parts. On the prevention side, we are working with our most impacted communities, and in August of 2022, we awarded $20,000 grants to 20 community-based organizations to develop their own youth gun violence prevention strategies, because we know communities lead public safety. And our Witness Aid Services Unit, otherwise known as WASU, provides direct counseling and advocacy for witnesses and survivors. We are especially provided of a new group within our WASU unit called the Men of Color Response Team. This is a group of counselors and advocates focused on those who are disproportionately harmed by gun violence, but are also less likely than other crime victims to seek victim services. A big focus over the course of the last year, of course, in Manhattan and our other boroughs has been on hate crimes. And we are so grateful to the city for the additional $1.7 million in baseline funding we received last year. It helped us hire full-time staff for our hate crimes unit, as well as staff trained in hate crimes to support units throughout the office. We have used the funding to increase our outreach, our language capabilities, and our investigative resources. We went from 3 attorneys to 20 cross-designated assistant district attorneys, 3 senior investigative analysts, a paralegal, and 2 designated hate crime investigators with law enforcement experience who are both fluent in Cantonese. Prosecutions were up approximately 20% in 2022, and the majority of our open cases involve conduct targeting the LGBTQIA community, the AAPI community, and the Jewish community. We remain deeply committed to prosecuting these cases. When DA Bragg came into office, it was a commitment to start a special victims division. Domestic violence and sexual assault were the top priorities for our office, and at the start of his administration, DA Bragg launched the division in June of 2022. The division includes domestic violence, human trafficking, child abuse, elder abuse, sex crimes, and intimate partner violence. In addition to prosecuting these cases, we have elevated our services for survivors, which includes advocacy, counseling, and other support for victims and survivors, whether they wish to participate in the prosecution or not, and it is a lifetime commitment for services. This unit is also leading the way in vacating convictions of survivors of human trafficking under the 2021 START Act, enabling them to move forward with their lives without the burden of a criminal conviction. Not only have we consented to every START Act motion made thus far, we are applying the same approach to new and existing cases. If there is a credible claim that someone committed a crime as a result of human trafficking, we dismiss the case. Of course, retail theft has been a priority for all of our jurisdictions and a major focus of our work this year. One of the first things DA Bragg did in 2022 was create the Small Business Alliance, bringing together business owners, heads of business improvement districts, and the NYPD and community-based organizations to develop solutions for the rise in shoplifting that occurred over the pandemic. Working closely with the NYPD, we use data to prioritize the small number of people that keep reoffending and getting rearrested. Our Crime Strategies Unit works in conjunction with our Community Partners Unit, setting alerts and builds out profiles to make the strongest possible bail arguments when people repeatedly steal and get arrested and have open cases. Due to this coordination with our law enforcement partners, approximately a third of the people who are repeatedly committing theft in Manhattan were in custody at the end of 2022. Of course, mental health has been a topic that we are all focused on over the course of the year and during the pandemic. Our mental health infrastructure has long been inadequate to meet the needs of those who interact with the criminal justice system. To address this, the district attorney announced last year he would use asset forfeiture funds to invest in the creation of a network of community-based peer navigators to work directly with members of our communities, building trust and long-term relationships to address complex needs of these individuals. The neighborhood-based navigators will engage with individuals in our community, and it's based on a very successful model that was created by the Times Square Alliance with other community partners. A separate program involving court-based navigators will engage with individuals immediately after criminal court arraignment and join them in their communities to build long-term trusting relationships and facilitate access to resources. Both programs will address the deep-rooted mental health problems that our city faces, and in so doing, will advance public safety. Now moving towards new needs that we'd like to discuss with the council, with the committee. We have submitted a summary of our budgetary request as an addendum to the district attorney's testimony. First, we have in 2022, the DEA announced a worker protection unit. Wage theft impacts more than 10,000 workers annually, and DA Bragg is determined to put workers first and hold accountable anyone who steals their hard-earned wages. That's why last month, the district attorney announced the creation of the first ever worker protection unit. With this new unit, we will significantly expand our focus beyond our existing work in construction and real estate development industries to include industries with high worker exploitation and wage theft, which often impacts our city's immigrant workforce, including but not limited to home health care aides, fast food chains and restaurants, hotels and hospitality, cleaning and janitorial staff. The unit will enforce workplace safety laws, building on the work of our construction fraud task force, and pursue charges when an employer creates dangerous or deadly work environments, like the wall collapse we had on Canal Street only 2 weeks ago. In order to do that, we need to hire 2 ADAs, 2 analysts, and 2 interpreters to fully staff the unit. We estimate this will be a cost of approximately $625,000 per year. We also launched a housing and tenant protection unit. It was a promise of the district attorney to deliver housing justice by creating a dedicated unit to focus on prosecuting deceptive and abusive practices by landlords. He delivered on that promise by creating the first ever housing and tenant protection unit in 2022. The creation of this unit is a recognition that safe and affordable housing is a public safety issue. Housing instability is directly connected to poverty, homelessness, and crime. And the new unit will take a targeted approach to investigating systemic, structured, and organized criminal activity among landlords and developers. The unit needs additional resources and staff to address the types of complaints and cases we are receiving, including 2 investigators, 2 analysts, and 2 paralegals that we, for an approximate budget of $460,000 annually. As I mentioned earlier, our Witness Aid Services unit is really one of the biggest gems inside the Manhattan DA's office. It is a dedicated staff of members that support crime victims, witnesses, and their families to access services they need to address their trauma and rebuild their lives while also helping them navigate New York's complex court system. All of these efforts make us safer. By ensuring victims participate in court processes, they help hold those who commit crimes accountable for their action, and by addressing trauma, they help prevent future involvement in the system, whether as a person who is harmed or a person who causes harm. When DA Bragg took office last year with an emphasis on centering survivors in special victims cases, internal referrals to our Witness Aid Services unit increased by 200%. That means his office can ensure that all victims, witnesses, and families have a trauma-informed advocacy team to support their experience with the prosecutorial process. increase survivors' access to safety services, resources, referrals, and emotional support in an effort to address trauma from the incident and provide the tools to rebuild their lives and restore hope, and ensure that victims, witnesses, and families are informed, feel heard, and have a voice in the process. In his second year in office and continuing through the future, DA Bragg wants to increase the Witness Aid Services Unit's reach by adding 7 victim service advocates, 6 counselors, 1 senior counselor, and 1 senior advocate. This will expand our counseling capacity and connect more individuals to relevant services, address their trauma, and help them through their most difficult times. We expect this expansion to cost $1.1 million annually. Finally, as you have heard from all of the other offices, it is impossible to overstate how dramatically the state's discovery reform laws have impacted our practice. The volume of discovery material that we produce and the timeline for producing it remains a huge issue for our office. Last year, approximately 1,800 cases were dismissed because we couldn't meet our discovery burden. Among the most commonly dismissed prosecutions are misdemeanor domestic violence cases and cases involving repeat offenders, which involve gathering more material in an extremely short time frame. In a system that should favor fair processes for both defendants and victims, paperwork technicalities should not lead to dismissals. We need significantly more resources to help our offices, the other DA's offices, and our colleagues in the defense bar to meet their discovery obligations. Our office is advocating for proposed technical changes to the discovery law that would both enhance public safety by allowing cases to progress more efficiently and protect the rights of the accused. But regardless of any possible legislative fix, we are requesting $13 million this year to help address staffing requirements needed and provide us the technology to do our work effectively. With your help and in partnership with the community, the mayor, the New York City Police Department, DA Bragg's office will continue to work to make Manhattan a model of safety and justice for all. And we thank you for your time and for your to share the DA's priorities and for your partnership to make them a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all. In the interest of time, the council has heard, and this is an issue so near and dear to my heart when it comes to the very hard work that our district attorneys are doing all citywide. And so for the interest of the record, I thank you for your very detailed testimony, so we don't have to rehash that. But I think that the questions that I have are going to kind of do a little bit more of a deeper dive and really talk about what are the ancillary and nuanced issues of the pay parity. And so, the preliminary plan does not introduce significant changes to any of your budgets. However, there are some historical imbalances. And so I'm just going to read from, because actually there have been, it's gone down 1.6 million from FY 2023. But I'm just going to read from the Finance Division briefing paper, just so the public can understand the parity that we're talking about here. So when you're talking about New York District Attorney DA Bragg, you have for FY 24 is 148 million. The Bronx DA Clark is working with 98 million. Kings County is working with 130 million. Queens, 87 million. And the good old Richmond County is working with 21 million. Now, the Bronx and Brooklyn and Richmond County have all went down. So now I'm listening to the testimony and and it's wonderful. At what, $148 million, your crime is down, and in Richmond County, where we're looking at the pay parity, it's 21 million. Crime is up, and so we want in this hearing to kind of dig into, what and why that is. So my first question to all of you is, can you describe your process with the administration and the office of OMB? To establish baselines for your office. Just kind of talk a little bit about when you go in and you talk about your needs, what's that process, and we can keep it. Who's on first?
Well, we speak to OMB often, and I have ringing this bell of parity since the first day that I testified here, and I continue to lose people. And, losing them doesn't guarantee that I could just redistribute that money, and then that way I'll have that money if I could hire. So we asked for more from them, but we haven't been able to get it, which forced me to have to just look at my budget, look at the attrition, and just try to redistribute it. So I came up with my own plan to create parity in my office among the other DA's office, but more importantly, the other New York City agencies that have lawyers. And I brought the salaries up, and I'm doing those salary increases. Started in 2022. I did it 1 year. I did it again this year, but I don't have enough to guarantee that. So that is why I'm asking for the money that I'm asking now from OMB, so that I could sustain the pay parity that I need to pay my assistants, so that I can fill also those vacancies. Even when it comes time for me to hire and to recruit, they will have a baseline salary that will guarantee that they'll be able to stay. It's been difficult. You heard my testimony. I lost 152 lawyers last year.
So it was an incredibly detailed testimony, but what you didn't do, the other DAs did, that you didn't give me a number. So if you can kind of encapsulate a number and separate the data, the software from...
Oh, so you mean what is the number I need
just
for
a baseline number that you're looking to...
Okay, all right.
That's the one thing that you didn't ask for.
I gotta tell you, I'm one of these people that... All right, so I need an additional 187 people. I need 100, 100 ADAs, 78 paralegals, 5 IT staff, and then 4 domestic violence advocates and EVE liaisons, for a total of 187 more people. And that is...
Is that a dollar amount attached to that?
$11.4 million.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. So, going into fiscal 2024, and all of you have answered this, so again, the questions, I don't want to repeat, but, going into 2024, these budgets, will impact. This council talks about inequities and disparities, and nothing is more clear than when it looks like with our DAs. So do you believe, just a yes or no across the board, that your office has enough fiscal capital to effectively perform your duties at this time?
I'd start by saying, if I may, no, we do not, and that's seen in the numbers, the upticks in crime that we see. The sort of across the city inability to manage the discovery and allow cases. This is not so much of a problem for us, but in the other boroughs for sure, where cases are dismissed by them or by the courts because of discovery, being overwhelmed with discovery. But if I could, Madam Chairman, I just want to go back to your question about how we've presented our argument for funding, in particular pay parity, or so-called pay parity to the administration. This is a discussion that began before COVID with the prior administration. And we went through at least 2 or 3 years where we promised that it would be addressed if we were able to provide the data and to show. We went through all these machinations and all these exercises and have provided this information since then. But then came COVID, and it was exacerbated, and now has come the uptick in crime that I certainly believe was engendered, and particularly by the bad laws that came down from Albany. And we are seeing that these ADAs continue to be woefully underpaid and overwhelmed by the duties that have befallen them because of these circumstances. So case numbers are up. It's sort of obvious, right? If you have less ADAs and less staff, the ability to perform the job is affected. If you have less police officers, less school safety agents, the ability just to keep people safe is affected. And so we have seen that. And at the same time, we all see, I know I'll be so bold to speak for all myself and my colleagues, the heroic efforts of the men and women in our offices and the hours that they work without overtime, without any type of benefit that no other offices in the city of New York have. No, in private industry, they're paid appropriately, and they continue to do the jobs to the best of their ability. Unfortunately, many of them have hit the wall and say, I just can't do this anymore. So that's what we have to address. And it's, listen, inflation exists. We all know it's difficult to make ends meet, but this is a historic, it's not about pay parity. This is historic inequity for men and women who are, by the way, must live in the city of New York, or at least in the in the environs of the state of New York. They have residency requirements. They cannot get overtime. They cannot. It's just incredible to me. Student loans. That this is, in a way, there's a group that is treated so unfairly compared. And where do we lose them to? We lose them to the police department, to the courts, to other city agencies primarily, and some to the private sector. But this is something that we cannot, I don't know how much longer they can go on where the system doesn't collapse. And it's on the other side as well. As I said, the public defenders deserve this as well. But their conditions are different. And they will speak to themselves, and I don't, that's why we sent a joint letter. But this is critical for us to keep the people of the city of New York, in my case, Staten Island, as you know, our favorite borough, safe. And so that's why this has to be addressed by the council. We look for leadership here. We have been talking to the mayor, in particular when it comes to the discovery funding. He has asked Albany for help, he and his team. But this is a critical issue for the people of the city of New York, that these offices, under the weight of historic inequity and now the added burdens, are close to the brink of collapse. And it's interesting, I'll just say one last thing. We consider ourselves colleagues, but we all come with different perspectives from different places. But I don't think this is one area that we agree 1,000%, from the Bronx to Staten Island, east, west, north, south, whatever the communities are. This is a problem. This is a crisis.
And thank you so much. And I would definitely, my question to you, DA Katz, is, if you're an advocate on the other side who's not really concerned or caring that the DAs have a pay parity, if they're don't understand the nuances of what actually happens to victims and what actually happens as a result of the things that they're advocating for, how that is affected when there are pay parities with DAs and with public defenders, what happens to the process, what happens to folks at Rikers, what happens to the process when you do not have the sufficient head count to do the work. How does the criminal justice system suffer? Because I think that that's one of the things that are really not painted as well.
Yes.
And that's something that I would like to get into in this
Well,
hearing.
it's interesting, it's exactly what I was going to talk about. When I was sitting on your side of the table, we had agencies come in all the time and talk about a limited amount of money. This is just the facts, right? We have a limited amount of money as an agency. Each of us work with our own amount that we are allocated. At the end of the day, especially over the last few years, there has been added burdens to the DA's offices, right? When I came in, we created a restorative justice department. We created the conviction integrity unit, as many of us have up here. We created crime victims services, which we service almost 3,000 people. But just to be clear, there is obligations that we have no choice but to meet. We have the obligation of a 24-hour arraignment. We have an obligation of 18080, which means we have to have a grand jury hearing when they're inside within a certain amount of hours. We have an obligation of bail asks. We have an obligation to have staff members in a courtroom. We have an obligation to make cases move when people are sitting on Rikers Island and moving the cases along. So there are the difference I think between us and some of the agencies and some other, and I don't want to talk for other agencies, is that we can't just say, well, we'll do that tomorrow, right? Every morning I check my phone, and every morning we have 50 to 100 arraignments a night. We can't just put that over to the next day. I need ADAs to staff that. I need paralegals. The courts need court officers. We need to make sure that we have transcribers that are in the court. We have to make sure that we have court reporters. Those are things that we cannot wait for another day. And in the meantime, all of us are dealing with the additional discovery burden that we've been given by Albany, which I think just needs a little bit of help to make it fairer, but it needs a lot more money so that our ADAs can keep up with the obligations that it instills in us. We also created all of these restorative and rehabilitation services, which I think help to make sure that people don't come back into the system. And then you have other offices that have done their individual issues, and I don't want to talk for them, but you know, Staten Island is great at the Project Hope program that they chose to create and chose to install into Staten Island. You know, we have dozens of people in our community partnership because I believe that unless we create faith and partnership with our communities, we can't really do the job that we were meant to do. So in addition to all the things that I believe create the fairness and the equity that so many of the advocates want created, we are doing that. But we also have obligations to the victims of the boroughs that we represent, and we have obligations to the court, and we have a legal obligation to do what we do that we can't wait till tomorrow with.
Thank you so much. Let me see. I will pass it along to my colleagues if they have any questions in the respective time. But is there anything else that you would like to add before we pass it off to you?
Yeah, if I could just back to that question,
Sure.
you know, the question of how does this affect public safety? Well, think in our office, if I have a homicide and I have to assign an assistant who has 3 or 4 years experience because I don't have anybody else, how does that help public safety? It doesn't help the accused, it doesn't help the victims, it doesn't help the community. We're at a point where we can't avoid that anymore because the senior people have said, that's it, we're leaving, this life is not what I imagined because of all the reasons you've heard. If we can't get the personnel into the courtroom, as DA Katz has said, the system is slowed down. If we can't process the cases from our end, people are going to sit in Rikers Island for a longer period of time. Victims are not going to get the services that they need. The community's not going to be building the trust that we need so that we can all be successful. So we're at a critical place, and it is adversely affecting the system. And anyone who is involved with the criminal justice system from any perspective should want a professional and adequately staffed, not overstaffed and not overfunded DA's office to work in partnership with the defense bar and the courts. Same thing with the courts. You need adequate, that's not the subject of this hearing today, but the system has to work. We have a mandated role to play, as my colleague said, and if we can't meet that burden, how does that help the accused? It's justice delayed, it's justice denied, so it doesn't help anybody if we can't do our work.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It is the part, with everybody funded equally and fairly and that parity, on both sides, we can do the work. We are the boots on the ground, the practitioners that know this best. And those of us who have been in this work for a long time, I mean, I've done it as an assistant DA, 16 years on the bench, presiding over these things, and now 8 years as a DA. I know what it takes. I know what workforce I need. I know what workforce that is going to work well across the aisle with the defense bar and the courts to make sure we get it done. We all need the funding in order to get this machine moving in the right direction, and we can do it with the resources.
Well, I thank you so much, and I just want to say for the record that I'm committed to making sure that that happens. And I appreciate the hard work that you do, and I think that part of the purpose of these hearings is so that everybody has a teachable moment that, because we're maybe on opposite sides, that equal pay is great for the criminal justice process, even though you may think you're on a different side, that this is something that I feel passionate about, and I appreciate you all coming in. It's late, but I really appreciate all of your testimony. Thank you.
And thank you to the council members who stayed, and I know that they're always here. Thank you, Staten Island and Queens. We thank the entire committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, any question?
We now turn to Councilmember Holden for questions.
Thank you. You're not going to get away so quickly, though. Sorry about that. I'll be quick, though. To me, this is very depressing. And I guess it's very depressing to your offices that, that it's actually criminal that the state, and pun intended, it's actually criminal that the state is not giving you extra funding, but it's giving you the extra burden of discovery. Now, I think your office said, DA Braggs, that $13 million you need to just get to address the discovery. Was that it?
Yes, that's what we're asking.
So
what we asked
you could, if
OMB.
you got 13 million, you could address discovery and not dismiss 1,800 cases?
Well, we have a bigger request also into the state, but the 13 million is what we were
I
asking.
know,
of the
that
city.
part. I'm just interested in the discovery because that seems to be, you're all.
I'm talking about for discovery. So we have a
Yeah.
bigger ask for discovery into the state, but what we're asking of the city is 13 million.
But you said 1,800 cases were dismissed because of, you just ran out of time? Or you couldn't meet the requirements?
We couldn't meet the burdens of discovery.
Yeah, and how many more millions do you all need? Is it the same? Is it 13 million? Is it to address the discovery? Would you say that's a figure that we all could live with, or should we just totally change discovery? I think you all had asked the state to do that, to work on it. And did you speak with one voice when you went up to the state officials?
Yes, we speak with one voice, but there's a difference between resources we need to comply with the current statute for discovery and changing the law itself. Right now, we're talking about give us the money we need to deal with the law as it is written now in order for us to meet the obligations that we have. And it's expensive.
Right, but I don't know how you explain to a victim that your case is dismissed because we couldn't meet the discovery issue. How many cases did you have dismissed in the Bronx? You know?
Over half of our felonies are going down.
See, that's
and three-quarters of them
that is
missing.
unbelievable.
Because we have to prioritize. I know welcome to our world. It is difficult to say that to victims. And, we work as best as we can. And until the courts, until the cases go up through the courts that challenge what the current law is now. Remember, all this is new. It came in when COVID hit. So we haven't had time to really, for the courts to interpret it in order to determine what the law really is. We have what it says now. There have been some adjustments, and we even sat down with the defense last year to do that. But at the end of the day, the reality is what the reality is.
And that must affect all of you, just because somebody is guilty, let's say. They've committed a heinous crime, but you can't get it all together because of discovery. That would seem to be, I mean, I would get so, I don't know how you guys can actually function with this in place, because it doesn't seem like there's light at the end of the tunnel unless we give you more money, but it doesn't seem that we're getting the right answers from the state officials. That's what I'm trying to ask you. Are we getting answers?
So there are two issues going on that are happening at the same time in parallel. So one is the fact that we need more money and more funding to be able to hire more ADAs and more paralegals. It's not in a vacuum, right? So when you hire more lawyers, you need to hire more paralegals, and then you have to worry about the court reporters, and then you got to worry about the grant. So there's a lot that goes into the discovery ask. The other thing that is happening in parallel is that we're working with the state to change the law. To add in the fact that if we give over discovery and we are in substantial compliance, and there's a lot of variations on that the cases will not be dismissed. So adding another...
They're listening, though, the state?
Well, we're in discussions right now, and the question is, are they listening? We'll see what happens. We're in discussions right now.
Well, because that's a very important question. If you're not gaining ground, we may lose this city and state. To the point where we're going to have people just coming in and out of the system, committing crimes, and they're just walking.
So
that's not justice.
Right. So what we're asking for is that cases aren't automatically dismissed when something that is immaterial is missing from the discovery. So for instance, in a case that I had last year where a police officer did not secure his pepper spray, and he was sanctioned for that in a totally other case, not having anything to do with my case, when we were not going to even call him at the trial or utilize him, our case was then dismissed because we didn't turn that information over. And I think our argument as one voice is that dismissals are not the appropriate sanction. Maybe we shouldn't be able to use that testimony. Maybe we should be able to, maybe the defense should be able to suppress the evidence that wasn't turned over. It's not always going to lead to a dismissal, or should not always lead to a dismissal. And that's really the argument we're having at the state. Here we're arguing that we need further funds in order to be able to accommodate what is now expected of us. We can continue to advocate to make sure that the laws are changed, but at the end of the day, we are still, as we're advocating, under the obligations that we have now, right now. And that's going to require much more resources.
And we have to do something about Queens getting shortchanged again, like we do every year. And I'm sorry, Chair, but just one other question with the Special Narcotics Prosecutor, because I met with you, and again, that was eye-opening, to say the least, that I have drug mill houses in my district, and you got to a few of them, which was great, but we still have some popping up. And you had mentioned to me that, I think at the time, 95% of the fentanyl was coming through the southern border. Is that still the case?
Yes. Most of the fentanyl, I mean, it's hard to put an exact percentage on it, but most of the fentanyl is coming across the southern border. It's manufactured, it's made of just chemicals. Most of the chemicals come from China.
From China. They're putting together in
Yeah.
Mexico,
Yeah.
although the Mexican government is denying this, obviously, but it is an issue where how many hundred, I think it was, I saw 106,000 Americans overdosed and passed away from the fentanyl?
Yes, from overdoses. I mean, overdoses have become so high that the average life expectancy of Americans has decreased. So it's a very substantial issue.
And if that's not a reason to raise your budget, I don't know what is. But it's really, again, it's eye-opening, and we have to act, and we have to act yesterday to this. But when I met with you, I guess it was last year, I wanted to tell everybody about this, and I could keep using it. But I think any elected official has to meet with you to find out how serious this is, because it's not going away, it's getting worse. And if we're going to, not increase your budget, not give you the necessary ammunition to deal with this, we're going to lose a lot more lives. And many of them are even older Americans. I think you said they were older. I asked,
Yes.
I thought they were young Americans dying. You said no. You
No.
said there were.
We always assume they're younger because those are the stories we hear, and those are tragic.
Right.
But the greatest number of lives lost are older, in the 50 and older range, because often those people have other health issues and maybe have suffered for a long time with substance use problems, which causes all kinds of health issues.
Well, thank you all again. This is tremendous service. That again, I feel so bad for your offices having to deal with this and having to tell victims that, unfortunately, we can't go forward. I don't know if I could live with that if I was a victim or if I lost a family member. So we don't hear about the victims usually in this room enough. And I think we have to. We have to hear from you because you're on the front lines. But I thank you, Chair, for this hearing. This is wonderful. And again, I'm with you on this, that we have to do something to address their budgets. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Holden. Councilmember Ariola?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your patience, and thank you for your testimony. So as a representative from Queens, I think that the really beacon of like this red flashing light right now is the fact that Queens is at such a deficit in their budget comparatively. And I would like all of you to be fully budgeted. I want to preface my statement with that. Each of you should have every penny you need to do your job effectively. But when you look at and compare counties where there are 755,000 people less in that county, yet that county is getting more money for personal service funds than Queens County, there's a real problem here budgetarily. So yes, this is a budget hearing. Yes, we want you to have all that you need for discovery, but without the proper funding for, and I'm going to say Queens because that is the borough I live in and represent, and that is where the most disparity lies. I think, Chair, we really need to bring that to light at our additional budget hearings and make sure that there is parity first for this office to continue to operate. Because from what I can see, kudos to you for having so many programs with the budget that you're given. And honestly, I'm very proud to say that through our initiative money, we fund for your domestic violence program, $72,500, and we're going to continue to do that. So I also commit through our initiative money, through our budget discussions with our delegation and with the entire council, that we will fight for Queens County to reach parity with the rest of the boroughs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Yeah.
Rise all boats, that is correct. Rise all boats.
And I agree, we all should, but then, you know, there's disparities in the budget, and I agree, we all should get what we need, but what we need is also based on the work that we have to do. The Bronx is only 17% of the city's population, but I have 30% of the crime. So with less ADAs and having to deal with 30% of the crime that's in the city, my budget needs to reflect the work that I have to do. The same with with all the DAs.
Right.
That's how it really works.
Just to add on, I mean, we had people testify here all day, and District Attorney McMahon, you mentioned that your ADAs make $72,000 a year. In yet another group that was here earlier, a trainer for their department makes $101,000 a year. So we have to start to really put our hats on straight and think about, you know, what we're paying those who really could help turn this city around and make it a safe place to live. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my colleagues, for the wonderful questions and testimony. And I also, again, want to thank you. I know you want to get out of here, but, you know, you do have our commitment. And, you know, Staten Island is on par with the special narcotics. And we are, you know, 6% of the population. However, as you all testified, you know, it's great when you're getting the funding that you need so you can talk about how crime is low, but it does have an impact. So, again, you have my commitment. And this will be brought up in our future budgetary hearings. I thank you so much for your testimony, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then I'm going to get to hear from the advocates and the folks that came here to testify. I really appreciate you staying here with me, listening, and we're going to get to you and hear your testimony in about 5 minutes. Thank you so much for your patience.
Good evening, everybody. At this time, we ask if everybody can please find their seats. We're ready to start back up.
I'd like to welcome the first panel. With us, we have Ann Matthews, Alice Frontier, Stan Herman, and Tina Luongo. We can start with who's ever ready first.
Red means go. Thank you, and I apologize for my voice, but I'm Alice Fontier. I'm the Managing Director of the Neighborhood Defender Service of Harlem. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. And when I heard we were on a panel, I thought it was going to be slightly more than 2 minutes, so I am going to try and cut a few things out, but I apologize if I run slightly over. I would be remiss.
You can always, send us your testimony as well, and it'll be there for the record.
Yes, certainly. I would be remiss if I didn't recognize the anniversary of Gideon v. Wainwright. This weekend, it was 60 years since that landmark decision came in which the Supreme Court declared that lawyers in criminal cases are necessities, not luxuries. Now, that 60 years ago, that case was a major step forward for the rights of people facing the severe penalty of loss of liberty. Now, not long ago, that noble ideal was made a reality in New York City because the city took its obligation to fund public defenders seriously. New York used to be the lodestar for public defense. We created the models for holistic defense that are replicated across the country. Now, all of our offices, and I speak for all of the public defense offices in the city today, have always been highly sought after by law grads, and attorneys were easy to recruit. Advocates who are hoping to serve our communities applied to our offices en masse. Unfortunately, chronic underfunding and delays in contracting has impacted our ability to recruit and retain the best advocates when we cannot fill our open positions. When we cannot fill our open positions, the communities we serve suffer. We are asking for a total of $125 million across our offices to increase salaries to prevent attrition and also to meet the needs of discovery reform. I'm sorry, I need one more minute. To meet the needs of discovery reform and also to make sure that we are able to, as I said, continue to recruit the best of the best, which has been unfortunately made impossible. I have so much more, but I'm not going to go there. Our offices, though, are losing people in droves, and that impacts our clients when they have transfer cases. It is extremely negative. All of our offices have at least one story of a client who has unfortunately had to have multiple attorneys because of attrition rates, and that further delays case processing and harms their ability to negotiate a settlement, to be able to understand the discovery that has come in, prepare for a trial. And so it continues to be that our clients are negatively impacted and our staff are suffering, and we are asking the City Council for fair funding and to right-size our budgets.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Hanks, members of the committee. My name is Ann Matthews, and I am the Managing Director of the Criminal Defense Practice at the Bronx Defenders. As you have just heard, New York City's public defenders are experiencing levels of staff attrition that we have never before encountered. Some of our offices have seen attrition rates over 25%. And it is not just the sheer number of attorneys and other advocates who are leaving. Also of grave concern is that the colleagues who are leaving are some of our most experienced attorneys, our most experienced advocates. A significant number of the departing attorneys have between 5 and 10 years of experience, if not more. The loss of senior staff members puts a significant strain on remaining staff who are absorbing the additional workload as well as working under already challenging conditions. Hiring entry-level staff across roles boosts our staffing numbers but does not address the dire need for experienced attorneys and experienced advocates. Two key factors that have led many defenders to leave are the same factors that are hampering our ability to effectively recruit and retain new staff. That is low salaries and disparities in pay between defenders and prosecutors, and the increased workload from discovery reform without a corresponding increase in support. We have heard repeatedly from departing staff, including those with years of experience, that low salaries are a significant factor in the decision to leave public defense work. Public defender attorneys, social workers, mitigation specialists, and more do not get overtime. The pay disparity is real between our public defender salaries and those of the city's prosecutors. We have heard repeatedly that it is not just unfair to be paid less to provide constitutionally guaranteed representation than one's adversary, it is disempowering. We also know that the workload of attorneys and other advocates has been greatly affected by the advent of discovery reform. But let's be clear, this is a good problem to have and a long overdue reform of New York's law. Early access to discovery removes the blindfold that for years grossly prejudiced the defense. Granting the accused access to discovery, access that should have always been the norm, is not leading to the dismissal of cases. Cases are dismissed now as they were before discovery reform because they never should have been prosecuted in the first place, because the prosecution cannot meet its burden of proof. But the additional workload of discovery reform, without the additional staff and associated resources, puts yet more strain on an already depleted and overworked defender workforce. We need additional resources from the city in order to effectively and expeditiously address the staffing crisis our offices are facing and allow us to rebuild and maintain fully staffed, exceptional defender offices. We need to increase the number of attorneys in our offices, as well as to increase our salaries by 25%. We also urge the city to fund pay parity initiatives. We also seek funding to fully realize the benefits of discovery reform and to relieve the overwhelming workloads that our leanly staffed offices currently sustain. We seek to hire, train, and retain paralegals at a ratio of 1 paralegal to every 3 attorneys. And we request additional funding in order to improve technology necessary to fully recognize discovery reform implementation. Additional funding for salary increases, increased personnel, and technology will provide vital assistance for our recruiting and retention efforts. Ensuring that our offices are fully and effectively staffed, in turn, not only assists in maintaining a functional court system, but also, and of critical importance, ensures that our clients' constitutional rights to counsel are not undermined by budgetary shortfalls. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Stan Herman. I'm the Executive Director of New York County Defender Services. Today, I will be focusing on one particular portion of all our budgets, the homicide contracts that we were all awarded in January of 2019. It is a separate and standalone contract to represent individuals facing homicide charges. Back in 2018, when the city was determining the appropriate fiscal allocation for these contracts, we all pointed out 2 major deficiencies regarding the city's analysis, both of which have come to fruition. First, the budgets were based on data from the 2 lowest years for homicides in the history of New York City. In both 2017 and 2018, New York City had fewer than 300 homicides citywide. Second, the budgets ignored the expected length of time it takes for homicide cases to make their way through the court system. They simply do not resolve within a fiscal year or any 12-month period, but on average range between 18 and 30 months. Why? The complexity of the cases. The use of experts, medical examiners, DNA experts, the number of witnesses called at trial, complex psychiatric defenses, and the time these seasoned and specialized attorneys can expect to be on trial all contribute to the average length of a case. As a result, we explained back in 2018 that after the first year of the contract, pending caseloads for our homicide attorneys would skyrocket. That is exactly what has occurred. An examination of the number of homicide cases since the inception of the contracts underscores why our homicide units are understaffed, under-resourced, and overwhelmed. In 2019, there were 319 murders. In 2020, 462. In 2021, 485. And in 2022, 433. As far as our homicide budgets were concerned, do you think they were increased to meet the 54% increase in 2020, or the 62% increase in 2021, or the 44% increase in 2022? No. They remained 100% flat for each of those years. Also of note is that in 2019, when the homicide contracts were awarded, discovery reform had not taken place. Today, the average discovery on a homicide case is 500% greater than a regular case. Voluminous police reports, medical records, and the almost immeasurable amount of video footage and body cam footage means that an attorney's ability to effectively represent a person charged with a homicide must reflect this new reality. Lastly, as we begin to see more and more homicide trials taking place, as courts make their way through the pandemic-fueled backlog, the expenses related to expert witnesses and their use at trial has risen sharply. As we sit here today, right now, our offices collectively have 450 pending homicides. I'm going to say that again, 450 pending homicides. A budget that only continues to look at the cases it anticipates we will be assigned in the future, but completely ignores our pending cases is simply unworkable, and the consequences of continuing with this budget model is dire. It is imperative that the homicide contracts receive a dramatic increase in funding to reflect the pending caseload of our homicide attorneys and all of the complexities these cases present. Thank you.
What is that amount?
So currently, we've been held flat since January of 2019 at $20 million. For all the homicides, we are asking for $30 million.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair. I'm Justine Longo, or as people call me, Tina Longo. I'm the Chief Attorney at the Legal Aid Society's Criminal Defense Practice. I thank you for staying and listening to this important information. And we sit here also joined by our colleague Lori Zeno from Queens Defender, and we also speak on behalf of Brooklyn Defender Services. You talked, Madam Chair, about us coming together, both sides of the aisle, to make this argument that we are in a crisis in our city. And that is why the district attorneys and all defenders joined in a letter that called for the 25% increase in personal services, the 3-to-1 ratio for paralegals, and the infrastructure in technology to meet the demands of the current discovery law. But I do want to talk about something that does set our offices apart from other city agencies and district attorneys. Our organizations are nonprofits. We contract with the City of New York through a procurement process, an RFP process. And when we are given funding, that funding stays flat year after year after year. So my colleague just said that since January 19, our homicide contract has been flat at $20 million. But so have our base contracts for our trial-level services and all of our discretionary contracts that come through the City Council. So what does that mean? So every year, when our occupancy goes up, our other than personal services goes up, our utilities, our healthcare costs, we have to make a decision in those moments. Do we fill that open attrited line of that lawyer or paralegal, or do we cover that cost? An average of 3% in our OTPS and occupancy has gone up year after year since 2019. And our healthcare has gone up about 10% year after year after year. Then almost all of us are in CBAs with our unions. Those increases go up too, and yet we don't get extra money. That isn't the case. And as much as we stand shoulder to shoulder making this argument with the district attorneys, when their rent goes up or their health care goes up, the City of New York pays for it. When the city negotiates contracts like it just did with DC 37, all city agencies that have that staff automatically get those monies in their budget. We're negotiating right now with our unions. And unless I have to choose to give that raise, to try to make that CBA work, to pay that COLA perhaps, when I don't get it, I have to then choose to manage that with attrition. And when we are talking about the staffing crisis that we have, we're at a breaking point. So we also need to restructure the way our monies are given. And I am a little bit disappointed that the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice doesn't come to talk to you at these hearings, because they are the people we've been making these arguments for years. Automatic inclusions going forward of our costs have to be included so that when this city adjusts our budgets and gives us the same as the prosecutors this year, that 100% of that money goes to the personnel and goes to the intended needs, and it doesn't get then reduced and tightened when those other costs that we have to pay go up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One quick question. So you testified that 125 million. Is that the number that collectively, with the exception of the homicide contracts, is that separate or is that included? Are we speaking?
That's for all 6 institutional defenders.
But it was not including the homicide.
Right.
The homicide would be on top, so 135 million.
Was the state, did they give any additional funding for the public defenders in this budget, or are they trying to negotiate?
We're negotiating that now. So the governor gave us 0, and we were really disappointed in that because the governor did see fit to add money into the aid of prosecution budget. So currently, though, right now, in the one House bills for the Assembly and the Senate, they have included monies to meet the same matching number for the prosecutors to be placed in the budget for discovery, for our discovery needs, staffing and technology.
Statewide.
But that is statewide.
Okay.
So it's not at all recognizing how much New York City has to shoulder the number of arrests in New York City and the number of people accused that we have to represent. So that is a statewide number. And so our numbers are coming, that 135 million now is the city's portion that would make whole, similar to what the DAs testified earlier.
Okay, got it. Can you provide my office with a copy of the letter that you jointly sent? I would appreciate that. And yes.
Of course. I just wanted to add to what Tina was saying. With respect to the discovery funding, which is primarily what is in the one House budgets at the state and statewide, they don't take into, if that gets through, which is obviously a big if, but assuming that some money comes from the state, they ultimately do not take into account when dispersing the money, the fundamental differences of the NYPD versus, local and upstate agencies, and the fact that literally every building has a camera on it in New York City. And so the amount of digital discovery that we receive and have an absolute ethical obligation to review, the hours and hours and hours of that in New York City is unlike anywhere else. And so the time that it takes to review discovery by our lawyers and paralegals and advocates is fundamentally different. And I think it is incumbent upon the city to address that in providing funds for discovery staffing.
Okay, thank you so much. Just make sure that we get a copy of that. And is there any technologies that are available to review body cam footage in a more efficient way than the human, rewind?
They cost a lot of money. There's at least...
How much?
So there's Justice Text is sort of at this point, the leading software for assistance with video review, and individual licenses are $1,200.
So how?
$1,200 annually per license, per staff member that has to use them. So depending on the amount of staff that we each all have who would be reviewing discovery, it's a significant number.
Figure out a number. Include that.
We can add that.
And Chair Harris, just one thing, because I sat through...
Hanks.
I'm sorry. Oh, Hanks, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I get it all the time. Kamala Harris. It's okay.
One thing I heard, from the DAs on the issue of discovery that wasn't said, that the real issue in terms of discovery isn't when they get it and they send it to us. It's them getting it from NYPD. That's where the link in the chain is broken. So when they talk about, well, we can't produce this discovery, it's because they're not receiving it. Because once they get it, they literally hit a button, goes digitally, it gets downloaded to our servers, and we have it. So the real issue for the fiscal fix for this, we don't need a new law. We don't need to curtail discovery. We need to figure out how NYPD needs to get the discovery in an expeditious manner to all the elected district attorney offices in New York City.
I also want to add just one thing, if I may, which is something that the district attorneys talked about, which is really looking at a city-wide fix for the storage of discovery. I can't tell you how much money each of our offices is paying to store the same exact information in the same exact way.
Well, how do you store it if it's digital? I mean, like, what does that look like?
So we all download it, as Stan said, and then we all are storing it. And then we all have requirements ethically to hold that information because there could be an appellate review, which, by the way, then they're storing it, the appellate providers. One of my, the Legal Aid Society, I have both a trial and an appellate. We each individually have to store that information to make that available for our clients for post-conviction purposes. And what we have talked to the city and the state about is bringing together good minds in technology to come up with a unified system to store it so that we are all utilizing one system. Had we thought about this before the law changed and before COVID, we may be in a better position than we are now. But certainly we could be looking at more effective ways to, in New York City in particular, share that information and store it so that it perhaps is more cost effective.
Thank you so much. Sorry. That was very informative. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out so long. You guys have a great evening.
Thank you, Chair Hanks.
I'm so sorry. I thought it was by myself.
You didn't see me,
I was
okay.
going to order dinner.
Sorry, I just some quick ones, and I'm, and I feel the situation on both sides. We need to properly fund, obviously, public defenders. But what's the average salary for a public defender?
So our one of the things I cut out was trying to put the salaries in perspective, because while we have addressed from pay parity from ages ago the starting salaries and brought them up to on average about $72,000 as well, nothing else has increased, and so our scales are compressed. They're brought up at the bottom and then they're compressed. The point I was hoping to make was just the average rent of a 2-bedroom in Manhattan is $4,000. On our current scales, an attorney would have to work for 34 years before they could make the 40 times the rent to be able to afford their own 2-bedroom apartment. So they just compress. And our staff are not making livable wages, and we absolutely must address them.
So you're losing 25% in your law firm, or that's what's the average, and you're losing the best, obviously,
yes,
because they could make more money.
Yep.
So it's a problem on both sides.
Absolutely.
And it's really terrible that the governor didn't address this. I don't get it. But what's the workload? What you said, obviously, when you're not getting the funding and the caseload has increased, there's more pressure on the individual attorney.
Councilmember Hunter, if I could just address salary, because the salary is important, because we just focus in New York City and the private bar. A starting public defender in Seattle, Washington makes $100,000 a year. A starting public defender in Oakland, California makes $108,000 a year. Atlanta just went to 100.
But as they should. That's in line.
But that's our point, right? That's where the 25%, because the DAs and us both agree that a starting salary for a district attorney or public defender in this expensive city with this amount of work should be $100,000 as well.
I agree, 100%.
You asked about caseload. We operate under caseload standards, but those standards were done before the discovery law had changed, and we have been asking for that to be redone in the state. But I think when we talk about caseload, you have to really look at workload and the increase of workload that is caused by analyzing that much discovery, understanding that discovery, showing that discovery to your client at Rikers, and all the challenges that that comes with. And then being able to understand your case enough, have an investigation to talk to your client about whether or not they should take a plea or go to trial, right? I talk about the attrition when Alice said that there are clients who are held, some of them at Rikers Island, have 2 defenders and maybe even a prosecutor in dependency of that one single matter. So when we look when we talk about caseload, we have to look at the effect on backlog, effect on your access to justice. 60 clients for somebody is a workload, but if I leave, my 60 clients have to be redistributed to my 4 other colleagues who now have 70 clients. And as that happens, and in some of my offices, I am getting resignations weekly, sometimes 2 and 3 weekly. Each one of those people have a client caseload that then has to be handed over to somebody else. And that's the real injustice that we're talking about, is that people who should have their day in court and have that experience are having to meet 2 and 3 people as their lawyer. And that just has to end.
So it sounds like what you said, we're at a breaking point. And so this is a critical year in funding. Thank you so much.
If I could just add on very quickly, because I passed over it earlier, but it fits into what Tina was saying and the question you asked. Not only is it that cases are then getting passed on to those colleagues who remain, but given the changing nature of the composition of our pending caseloads, like that is the cases that are currently making up New York's criminal courts, there is a decrease in the number of pending misdemeanors. At the same time, we've been seeing an increase not only in pending felony cases, but violent felony offenses, which is what makes the loss of our most experienced attorneys and advocates that much more crushing, because we are in grave need of the staffing to meet the demands of the cases and to serve our clients who are facing those most serious charges.
Thank you all.
And DA McMahon said the same exact thing from his side.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for staying, Assemblymember Holden. Aye. Chairwoman Hanks.
Okay, we're going to call the next panel. Just briefly, for virtual panelists, we'll be calling individuals one by one to testify. Once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you, and the Sergeant at Arms will set the timer and give you a go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. And for the next panel, I'd like to call to the dais James Innes, Kelly Young, Ilana Mendez-Penate, and we'll have virtual panelists Leo Ferguson and Christine Henson.
There was 3 in person.
We'll start with the testimony of those here in person.
How you doing? My name is James Ennis. I am the public safety advocate at New York Communities for Change, and I am here on behalf of Communities United for Police Reform and the People's Plan. I'm here to speak about public safety. Public safety is investments. It's investments into communities, investments into schools, investments into after-school programs, investments into social programs, investments into housing services, and investments into healthcare investments, and into mental health services. Public safety is when the same neighbor lives next to each other for years and even decades. They know each other's kids. They look out for each other's kids. I grew up in the Bronx, and I walked to school every day with other kids from my community. And it's not because we were tough kids. It's because every parent in the community was watching us through the windows. They were making sure that nothing happened to us, and that is what public safety is, because public safety is community. How can we be invested in our neighbors with housing prices the way that they are? And how can we be invested in our neighbors if they're changing all of the time because they're being arrested for petty crimes due to poverty and things like that? We need to offer people investments into the foundations of their lives and not trying to mass incarcerate them. Public safety is also healing traumas in our communities. Cycles of over-policing and mass incarceration have left us with generational scars that need to be addressed. We need to invest in actual trained social workers to respond to situations where care and empathy are needed to resolve problems, not aggression. When addressing serious mental illnesses and homelessness, compassion is the only way forward. Criminalizing mental illness won't help it, and trips to Rikers will not solve that. Crimes of policy-driven poverty are not solved by mass incarceration. They are only solved with investments and social programs. And in stating that the city needs investments, I'd be remiss not to say how the city would pay for these investments. If I told you there was a city agency that regularly spends over $400 million over a budget, yes, that's the same amount of money being defunded out of the libraries, out of the public schools in this budget. But if that same agency also cost New York City over $200 million in lawsuit settlements, would you be interested in hearing about that agency? And no, I'm not here to bash the NYPD. They have a job, but their job is not dealing with homelessness. Their job is not being in public schools, and their job is definitely not dealing with those with mental illnesses. What we've learned with the past is police encounters with those with mental illnesses only criminalizes those people and increases the levels of violence that they have in their lives. Public safety is also, like I just said, rolling back the mayor's involuntary removals directive and not expanding the NYPD's role in addressing these serious mental issues, homelessness, and turning these roles over to experienced and trained social workers. Increasing contact with police officers criminalizes New Yorkers and puts them at risk, harms them, and continues the cycle of trauma that we need to break. And at the end of the day, it does not help anybody. The mayor expecting NYPD officers to respond with aggression in serious situations and also with compassion in situations that need that is asking too much of them. They have a job and they need to stick to that job. Public safety is also going to school and feeling that you have a place where it's safe for you to grow and learn. But kids from communities like mine that are already over-policed go to schools with zero police officers, with zero social workers, but uniformed police officers. Our schools are overcrowded, don't have enough teachers, have no art program, have no after-school programs, but they have highly paid police officers and state-of-the-art surveillance at their front doors. How can a kid from Allerton, where I'm from, or the Grand Concourse, or Fordham Road wake up in the morning and be excited for school knowing he's going to a place like that? Would you be excited for that? This is what I mean when I'm talking about traumas that need to be addressed. The city should not focus on hiring police officers for school and should instead make sure that all schools have restorative justice programs, school counselors, and other mental health support for these students. We must ensure that students' social and emotional well-being is supported by replacing the police with trauma-informed social workers. We live in very challenging times, and in the event of a crisis or a challenge in these students' lives, they should have the access to support services that can assist them in coping with what's happening in their life while being able to stay in school and still thrive. Everybody deserves to be safe.
Thank you. We're way over on your testimony, so we have to move on. Thank you so much.
I apologize. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
You can also just
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm done. Don't worry about it.
Hello. Thank you, Chair Hanks, wherever you are, for organizing this hearing and inviting us to testify. And thank you also to the Public Safety Committee. My name is Ileana Mendez-Peñate, and I am testifying on behalf of Communities United for Police Reform and the NYC Budget Justice Coalition, which represents hundreds of organizations from across the city who are calling for the passage of city budget that reduces the bloated budget of the NYPD and reflects the type of community investment that New Yorkers need to build public safety. CPR members and our budget justice partners are testifying today and will be sharing our vision for a budget that represents true safety and dignity for all New Yorkers. The NYPD is the largest police department in the world with a budget of $11 billion. This is bigger than the Los Angeles and Chicago police departments combined, but this excessive spending has not made New York City safer. Instead, it is taking resources away from other critical services such as mental health, housing, education, and youth services that have a direct impact on public safety. The NYPD is regularly shielded from cuts that other agencies are forced to make, staffing and budget cuts, while simultaneously going over budget every year by an average of $300 to $400 million. Instead of prioritizing funding for mental health, housing, and education, the city has increased the role of NYPD in these areas. The mayor and the NYPD continue to put forth policing-based approaches to these public health issues that result in further criminalization of people living with mental health issues, people who are homeless, and students who need resources and supports. This includes the NYPD mental health co-response teams. The city is spending close to $5.7 million on NYPD co-response teams that only reached 566 individuals last year and failed to connect people to services 70% of the time. This means that the city is spending over $10,000 a year on every person that the NYPD co-response teams interacting with, while failing to address the issues that landed this person in crisis in the first place. The council needs to get rid of the NYPD mental health co-response teams and move that money into street-based mental health teams such as ACT, FACT, and IMT teams that are run by trusted community-based service providers. The NYPD has also drastically increased its quality of life policing, targeting homeless New Yorkers, street vendors, and other New Yorkers struggling to meet their basic needs. This increased policing is costing the city millions of dollars that should be spent closing serious gaps in homeless services. It's appalling that the city is now spending $30.1 million on a homeless police force instead of closing these gaps. This is also true in our schools. We cannot continue to invest millions of dollars in school police, despite decades of evidence that the safest schools have the most resources and support, not the most police. The city should implement a hiring freeze on school police that does not allow to fill attrition, eliminate funding for the vacant school police positions, and eliminate the $47.5 million dedicated to, quote, enhanced security measures that further criminalize students. We need to reinvest this funding towards restorative justice, mental health support, and other staff and practices that help students learn and thrive. In addition, despite NYPD rhetoric and lies, youth coordination officers have a track record of surveilling and harassing young people. I will, thank you. Recent increase of NYPD youth coordination officers put New Yorkers at risk of greater harm and abuse, and the city is spending over $106 million on these youth coordination officers. We cannot continue to spend this kind of money on abusive units, including SRG and Vice, for which we are spending another $150 million. We can't continue to funnel millions of dollars into the NYPD and expanding the role of the policing. This makes our city less safe and is taking momentum away from critical community safety infrastructure and desperately needs our funding and attention.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Christine Henson on Zoom.
Where? Oh, on top.
Time has begun.
Yes. Christine, are you there? Oh, we can move on. Are you there, Christine? Okay, maybe she can't hear us.
It ain't gonna go like this.
You mute that?
Yeah, we'll mute.
We'll come back.
Next, we'll hear from Kelly Young.
Time has begun.
My name is Kelly Young. I am a New York native from Brownsville, Brooklyn. I am the Civil Rights Campaign Coordinator at Vocal New York. We are a grassroots member-led organization building up the political power of people impacted by mass incarceration, the war on drugs, homelessness, and HIV/AIDS epidemic. Vocal New York is a voting member of Communities United for Police Reform and a steering committee member of the People's Plan. We are fighting for budget justice, which demands a people's budget centered on care, not cuts. Vocal New York's members and leaders are formerly incarcerated, drug users, homeless, and people living with AIDS and HIV. They know all too well the violence that this city's carceral system inflicts on our communities, violence that is wielded disproportionately on Black, brown, and poor New Yorkers. Police and prosecutors do not create safety. Councilmember Holden's suggestion that we are delusional not only denies the lived experiences of New Yorkers, but is ableist and unacceptable. This administration's budget once again shows a misguided insistence on police over everything. We are in the midst of unprecedented intersecting homeless, overdose, and mental health crises. Carceral systems do not create safety. They respond to harm with more harm. We cannot get at the root of these crises without a divestment from these carceral institutions and investment in care, compassion, and the community resources we need to thrive. The SRG must be disbanded. They are trained to consider any racial justice protests inherently violent. Disbanding the SRG means ensuring that militarized police and their tactics are removed from protest spaces and communities where demonstrations occur. New York is the only city in the nation with a special narcotics prosecution, which was created in 1972 following President Nixon's declaration of the war on drugs. Despite its goal of protecting the public from lethal drugs, it has done nothing to reduce the drug use or preventable overdoses. In fact, drug war policies of prohibition and criminalization have only fueled these problems. Our drug supply is more deadly now than ever, and overdoses continue to rise. This office should be eliminated in its entirety. More broadly, district attorneys should not be the gatekeepers of life-saving resources. I oppose the deep cuts and reductions to life-saving agencies proposed by Mayor Adams in the preliminary budget. Any cuts to housing and social services and workforces will only exacerbate the existing inequalities and hardships faced by so many New Yorkers, and these cuts will only make our city less safe. We saw this during the pandemic. When people are housing insecure, economically insecure, there is less safety for our communities overall. Thank you.
Thank you. Call the next panel.
Yep. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll go to Leo Ferguson.
Time has begun.
There we go. Can you hear me? Great. Good afternoon, Chair Hanks, Speaker Adams, and council members. My name is Leo Ferguson, and I am the Director of Strategic Projects at Jews for Racial and Economic Justice. I am testifying on behalf of our organization and our partners at Communities United for Police Reform and the People's Plan. The COVID pandemic highlighted profound inequalities embedded deep in the fabric of New York City and a threadbare social safety net inadequate to the task of keeping our families, our friends, and our neighbors safe and healthy. The mayor and the members of this council could use this moment to learn the painful lessons of the pandemic and reimagine and rebuild our city better, healthier, more capable of caring for its residents and focused on breaking the deadly grip of poverty and racism. The mayor's proposed budget does exactly the opposite. Instead of strengthening the agencies that serve the most vulnerable New Yorkers, it cuts their funding. Instead of investing in the future of our children, this budget cuts education. Instead of building the knowledge economy that will ensure that young people today will be able to compete with AIs and other new technologies tomorrow, it cuts libraries. This budget shortchanges our future to funnel money to an NYPD that is hundreds of millions of dollars over budget and costs the city $241 million in misconduct and abuse lawsuits every year. That's a bad deal for New York. When you cut vital services to fund the NYPD, you are guaranteeing that more young people will end up going to Rikers instead of college, more people with mental illness will end up dead instead of thriving, more unhoused people will end up right back on our streets and subways instead of in supportive housing, and more students will end up arrested by a cop instead of nurtured by a teacher or a counselor. That's how we end up back in the bad old days. We need the city council to stop the mayor from cutting life-saving agencies and ensure that city government works for New Yorkers trying to access support and services. New York can lead the world into the 21st century, but not if we cut the things that matter most to fund a bloated agency that believes it is above the rules. Thank you, Chair Hanks, Speaker Adams, for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
We're going to go back to Christine Henson.
All right, shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Hello?
You may begin.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Christine Henson, and I'm the mother of Andrew Henson. He is affected by lizard autism and limited speech abilities. When he was 16, NYPD officers violently assaulted my son. And that experience still is traumatizing, and I still feel unsafe in myself. I have also experienced police violence. The mayor's preliminary budget makes me fear even more for my son's safety, his life in total, because it cuts services many families need in order to protect NYPD's bloated $11 billion budget. I'm here to call on the city council to pass a new budget that removes NYPD with people that struggle with disabilities or mental illness and remove them from schools. That will also eliminate dangerous NYPD budgets like the neighborhood safety teams and strategic response groups, and cut at least $45.8 million to hold the NYPD accountable for its failure to fire officers who've killed, and abused New Yorkers as well. The money that can be saved should be directed to services that will truly increase safety and health services for people in certain communities, especially Black and Latinx and other New Yorkers of color, especially those who struggle with autism and disabilities of mental illness. In 2018, I called for a meeting with his principal. He needed an updated evaluation. An ambulance was called by a staff member.
Time
to
has
transport us
expired.
to the location. However, from that experience, police officers attacked my son. He was choked, his neck was choked and twisted while his arms were behind his back. He didn't deserve that. 2 police precincts were present without me knowing. No one acknowledged me. My son just wanted food, and again, we went voluntarily. It was shocking and disappointing to see how EMT grabbed my son that is affected by autism and limited speech, and how quickly, within seconds, officers just piled on top of him and mistreated him, could have killed him. Since then, Andrew has been mistreated again by multiple officers. And that too has now led him to regress. It's taken something from him. It led him to be traumatized, and it leads him to keep being re-traumatized from that excessive physical force that he's experienced. It has altered his life. It's altered a lot of our lives. I live my life around keeping him safe, not following my dreams.
I'm sorry.
and goals.
Excuse me. Thank you so much for your testimony. I remember you from the last hearing. Thank you so much. We have to go on to the next person. Please keep it at 2 minutes. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for this panel. We're going to hear next from another panel on Zoom. So the names we'll hear from are John McFarland, Eileen Marr, Roman Leclerc, Dewan Collins, and Luis Bolaños Ordóñez. We'll start with John McFarland.
Testimony. Time has begun.
Hello, good afternoon. How's everyone doing? My name is John McFarland. I'm a leader with Vocal New York, and I'm here to give testimony today. Thank you for having me. The U.S. has a violent history of using law enforcement officers to quell nonviolent civil disobedience by the people. The oppressive tactics used to violate First Amendment rights mirror some of the worst wartime humanitarian abuses. New York City is complicit in inflicting that level of violence and torture against its own residents. We have seen this most recently with the Strategic Response Group, or the SRG as it is more commonly known. Originally created as an internal force by the NYPD brass to simply monitor peaceful protests, This particular NYPD unit has caused so much emotional and physical injury to protesters and has morphed into a band of gangland bullies so callous in the pain that they inflict that the city council must take immediate steps to disband them. They are a lawless group and have no place in this city. From kettling to beatings to assaults, the SRG, at the direction of white shirts, executes these dangerous tactics against peaceful protesters with little to no warning. The SRG moves as an autonomous unit of NYPD soldiers who don't have to give a second thought to violently suppressing the rights of protesters. They have detained hundreds of law-abiding folks with zip ties, corralling them into vans that were already full to capacity. They've sat aside for hours these vans, forcing those inside these hot boxes to suffer. I call on the Speaker of the Council, the Public Safety Committee of the City Council, and all City Council members to disband this violent and abusive unit. I ask that
Time
you
has
please
expired.
disband the SRG. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Eileen Marr.
Good afternoon. My name is Eileen Marr. I'm a civil rights union leader from Vocal, New York. I'm also a social worker and a survivor of domestic violence, which I was criminalized and incarcerated for. I'm here to urge the City Council to disband the SRG, aka the Strategic Response Group. Their existence over the past several years has been nothing short of a disaster. NYPD brass and Mayor Adams would love for the public to believe that the SRG's creation and existence is due to an epidemic of protesting and public action, such as rallies and marches that are excessively violent, aggressive, and held for the sole purpose of causing the physical abuse of law enforcement and city and private property destruction. However, this is nothing short of a work of fiction. I was present not only for the protests and actions of 2020 following the murder of George Floyd and others, but for additional protests and actions and the violence, aggression, racism, misogyny, and homophobic language and actions that were always elicited not by my comrades fighting in adversities and discrimination, but by the NYPD and especially the NYPD's SRG unit. With my own eyes and ears, I observed said NYPD officers initiate and engage in a one-sided barrage of racist, homophobic, and misogynistic catcalling towards myself and my comrades more often than not. More often than not, this would fail to elicit a response that the officers would result to becoming physically aggressive and confrontational, which included the almost continuous use of kettling, an act the NYPD vehemently denies using, despite video recorded proof indicating otherwise. The SRG and the NYPD in general are nothing but bullies. They continue to push a flawed narrative that blames peaceful citizens exercising their constitutional right to peacefully protest rather than accepting responsibility for their own ignorant behaviors. As I previously mentioned, I'm a survivor of domestic violence, which I was criminalized for. When I sought assistance from the NYPD for this abuse, I was told by an NYPD officer, "We can't help you. This is what you get for being in an interracial relationship." That same officer is now a member of the SRG. This is unacceptable. Retraining does not work. Funneling even more funds into an obsolete and counterproductive unit is futile at best. I'm urging the City Council to disband the SRG, utilize their funding to implement community-based services, domestic violence services, alternatives to incarceration, education, mental health, and substance abuse treatment and educational programs. The SRG and the NYPD as a whole is nothing but a money pit. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll turn to Ramon Leclerc.
Time has begun.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. People over everything, Speaker Adams proclaims. And I'm going to tell you what does not represent people over everything. It's the NYPD and Mayor Adams' mandate of mental health help, as they call it. Abusing people and pulling them off of the train is not, and locking them in a mental health ward for up to 72 hours and released without any follow-up services is not help. It's not care. It's not compassion. It's abuse and bullying. As someone who suffers from physical and mental health diagnoses, who's been pushed around their whole life, and it seems that all NYPD are a bunch of bullies who just wants to push around marginalized people because they got a gun and a badge and they think they can. It is unfair and it's unlawful for their abuse of power. This is why me and my colleagues are demanding the defunding of NYPD by $4 billion for unnecessary, try not to curse, sorry, for unnecessary things like robotic dogs and overtime that's unnecessary. All do is pushing papers. It's useless. Give us what we need. It is known that housing is healthcare. Healthcare is healthcare. New York City does not provide us with any of that. You're for the millionaires.
Time has expired.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Remember, we vote you in.
Thank
vote
you.
out.
Thank you so
Remember
much.
that.
Thank you so much.
Next, we'll hear from DeJuan Collins.
Time has begun.
What's going on?
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me, Chairman and Council. My name is DeJuan Collins, and I'm a New York resident, a civil rights activist with Vocal New York, and the founder of the Isaiah Foundation for Family Reunification, which is a newly established foundation geared towards preventing and/or reunifying families that have been wrongfully separated by the criminal and/or social service system. If this city council agrees to the NYPD and district attorney's request for more funding, then please help me make sense of it, considering there is evidence to the contrary to actually defund the NYPD and the DA's office and to reinvest in communities. For instance, there's a crisis of wrongful convictions in New York that Senator Myrie and Assemblyman Aubrey have put forth a bill called the Challenging Wrongful Convictions Act. New York has a serious wrongful conviction problem. More than 300 people have been exonerated in New York since 1989, resulting in a collective 3,068 years of life lost to wrongful convictions. Our state ranks third highest in the number of wrongful convictions in the nation, trailing behind Texas and Illinois. Why does New York need reform? The harm done by wrongful conviction is permanent. To take a person away from their family, remove them from their community, and imprison them wrongfully is one of the greatest harms the state can inflict upon the individual. Innocent Black people spend an average of 13.8% years wrongfully in prison, 40% longer than white exonerees. People accused of crimes facing jail or prison time routinely make the difficult decision to take guilty pleas regardless of innocence. In New York, 98% of convictions are the result of a plea deal, but the Court of Appeals ruled that people who pled guilty cannot qualify for relief without DNA evidence of innocence. More recently, it was reported by the Pix News that New York City shelled out more than
Time has expired.
$121 million to settle NYPD misconduct cases last year, including $12 million for a man who spent more than 2 decades in prison for a killing he was later exonerated for, according to city records provided by the non-for-profit Legal Aid Society. The city also settled a case for nearly $4 million, and more than a dozen other cases cost taxpayers $2 million each. The data showed in the total for 2022, the city paid $121 million,
Thank you so much, sir.
$162 for the NYPD's action.
Sir, you can submit your written testimony to us. We just have a lot of folks. and I'd really I appreciate it, but we have a time limit of strict 2 minutes. If you can submit your written testimony, I'm sure that it'll be there for the public record. I thank you so much for your testimony.
Next, we'll hear from Luis Bolaños Ordonez.
Time has begun.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Luis. I'm from Corona, Queens, where people of color brace ourselves when NYPD is around. I'm the Civil Rights Union organizer with Vocal New York. We're a part of CPR, Communities United for Police Reform, and also the People's Plan. We're not simpletons like Councilman Holden called us. He called us delusional. Police do not keep us safe. We do not believe propaganda. We do not think that there are good people on one hand and bad people on the other hand that should be arrested and locked up. Systemic violence is what really makes us unsafe. Wage theft is up to 3 times larger than all robberies combined. We got rampant inequality and a housing crisis. The war on drugs is racist, and as long as it continues, dangerous, unregulated substances like fentanyl will be around. And the black market will exist, and as a result, guns are going to be flowing around because thanks to conservatives, like from the same party as Ariola and Kagan, our country is a sea of guns. I don't want to hear how many guns police confiscate. As long as drugs are illegal, there will be gun violence in our streets and overdose deaths too. Special narcotics prosecutors should be disbanded. The largest and most violent gang in our city is NYPD. They protect property and those who own lots of it. They are the ones who profit the system from systemic violence. Strategic response groups should be disbanded. Police maintain order. In other words, they are bodyguards and goons of a system that is got a knee on our necks figuratively and very often literally. This year, we're starting off better. I gotta salute the Progressive Caucus of the New York City City Council for adding a principle to reduce the size and scope of NYPD. Social services, affordable housing, dignified work, education, and healthcare for all are our way towards public safety. Police keep us unsafe. Thanks. See you Thursday, Simpleton.
We're going to call the next virtual panel, which will include Andrew Mandel, Margot Hughes Robinson, Shuli Passot, and Rabbi Rachel Goldenberg. And we'll start with Andrew Mandel.
Time has begun.
Thank you so much. I'm Andrew Mandel, a member of Tirdof, New York Jewish Clergy for Justice, a project of Truah, the rabbinic call for human rights, and Jews for racial and economic justice. Every time we Jews finish a book of Torah, like this past weekend, we say, Chazak, Chazak, v'nitchazek. Be strong and strengthen one another. This should be a motto for New York City. As a person of faith who assumes good intentions, I would like to believe that the latest policy asking police officers to perceive who is not able to care for themselves on our streets or in the subway and then involuntarily remove them and take them to a facility is a desire to keep New York strong. I don't want to believe that there's an office that has determined that more tourists will come to New York if we hide people who are struggling, regardless of the trauma it imposes on the human being who's strong-armed into a hospital room against their will with others experiencing mental and emotional distress. I like to think that the architects of this policy thought forcing New Yorkers who are houseless or mentally ill into the hands of police is for the good of the people in need. But this policy is not the way to strengthen one another. Quite the opposite. Increasing contact with police officers criminalizes New Yorkers who are houseless and mentally ill and puts them at risk of harm, violence, and traumatization. As too many tragic incidents have demonstrated, the NYPD is the wrong agency to respond to those who are in crisis or struggling with their mental illness. We should be offering trauma-informed care and support. The NYPD should also cancel its mental health co-response teams, respite centers, and street-based teams that focus on people living with serious mental illness would be a much better alternative. Chazak, chazak, v'nitchazek. Be strong and let us strengthen one another the right way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear Margot Hughes Robinson.
Time has begun.
We'll come back to Margot. Next, I'll call on Shuli Pasov.
Time has begun.
Seeing no Shuli, we'll go to Rabbi Rachel Goldenberg. Moving on, we're going to call the next panel that includes Sam Kessler, Isabel Levana, Tamika Mapp, and Shane Correa. And if Sam Kessler is on, you'll be next.
Hello. Okay. Yeah, please let me know when time has begun.
You can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, members. Good afternoon, excuse me. My name is Sam Kessler, and I am the policy manager at Citizens Union. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Citizens Union is a nonpartisan good government group dedicated to reforming New York City and state government by fostering accountability, transparency, and a strong democracy. We have been studying police accountability and performing for more than a decade, and have supported meaningful public oversight over the NYPD, a strong CCRB, and proper discipline for police misconduct. Citizens Union believes that the best way to ensure the safe and democratic application of policing is to strengthen and streamline systems of oversight and accountability, both within the NYPD and among the independent entities that monitor police misconduct. Public safety is dependent on New Yorkers having faith in law enforcement. The mayor's preliminary budget proposes reducing the CCRB's headcount by 22 positions, bringing the board to 237 full-time budgeted positions. While this is above the charter required staffing levels, the council has significantly expanded the CCRB's mandate in recent years with new powers over bias-based policing and self-initiating complaints. The council has previously provided the CCRB with funds to meet the new demands. Specifically, a 33-person unit to investigate bias-based policing was established through the 2022 budget. This unit is being set up. Rules have been issued and over 100 allegations were received last year alone. But the board's capacity to fulfill this new mandate would be affected by the proposed staffing cuts, which would be achieved entirely by the mayor's vacancy reduction program. The CCRB has publicly stated that cuts would come from the still vacant positions in the new bias-based policing unit, leaving it with only 13 people out of the 33 originally provided by the council. Citizens Union believes that the broad directive to eliminate half of all existing vacancies in each agency without tailoring reductions to specific program needs and priorities can lead to ineffective budget cuts or damages to critical areas. We urge the council to provide the CCRB with the required funds to complete its new mandate.
Time has expired.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Shane Correa.
Thank you so much, and good evening. My name is Shane Correa. I'm the Deputy Director of Government Partnerships at the Center for Justice Innovation. Great to see you all today. Today, I'm going to be discussing the justice system at a time when public safety is on the minds of so many New Yorkers. Additionally, I'll contextualize that in 4 years, we're supposed to close Rikers Island safely by reaching a daily population of 3,300. But currently, we've only been able to reach the mid-5,000s, and in next fiscal year, that population is projected to go up to 7,000. The center has identified several ways for modest investments to build trust with New Yorkers around programs that work when adequately resourced. As an initial investment, supervised release permits appropriate defendants a chance to await trial in community while maintaining jobs and stability, rather than in jail when we know they simply can't afford bail. Compared to fiscal year 22 as a provider, we're seeing fiscal year 23 contracts reduced by 10%, while caseloads for the most intensive category of cases are already double beyond their contracted minimums. We ask for restoration of the prior levels at minimum for all providers. We're also seeing a need for $2 million for just our organization to respond to increased referrals of defendants to alternatives to incarceration. This is inherently a good thing, as it means more DAs are using this service to keep people in community, but we can also provide accountability and supervision in contrast to their time on Rikers, which is more expensive and less effective. We request resources to sustain our successes at the prior rates and to deal with the incoming increases in case volume as we try to lower the jail population. Additionally, we echo the asks of the DAs to fund these ATIs, and in the testimony include several letters of their support. We are seeking, similarly in Staten Island, to bring equity to the borough by bringing a community justice center to the one borough in the city that doesn't have one. We also seek to expand our youth weapons diversion programs, which we provide a hopeful alternative, but is also an unfunded partnership with the law department. Finally, many of these asks are supported in their nascency by a $500,000 council award that allows for us to readily incubate and measure these approaches for expansion. But our it also allows us to deal with lengthy contract delays from the city. I'm sorry, just wrapping up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. It's all right. I know it's a long day.
We have your testimony. I appreciate it so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, I'll call on Isabel Layeva.
Hello, let me know when I'm good to go.
You can begin.
My testimony today will focus on the urgent need to disband the NYPD Strategic Response Group and reinvest its funds into communities. On March 1st, more than 100 New Yorkers testified for nearly 5 hours about the trauma and the harm that the SRG has inflicted on our communities. Much like today, they testified to a mostly empty room. The mayor's preliminary budget continues to fund the SRG's abuse, despite the fact that the NYPD refused to attend an oversight hearing on its operations earlier this month. Today, the NYPD refused to answer any substantive questions about the SRG's role in protest policing. The city council should not be in the business of funding a unit that refuses to submit to democratic oversight. Despite the NYPD's attempt to characterize the SRG as a simple extension of the department's patrol units, in reality, the SRG is in fact a violent protest policing unit known for its brutality, misconduct, and racial bias. The SRG is an active threat to the safety and First Amendment rights of New Yorkers. The SRG was founded in 2015 with a budget of $13 million. Total spending on the unit, including centrally allocated funds, is now estimated at more than $133 million. SRG officers receive disproportionately high numbers of misconduct complaints and higher rates of substantiation of those complaints. Along with the SRG's propensity for violence and misconduct, the unit is trained to target racial justice demonstrators. Of complaints made against SRG officers between 2015 and 2020 that included race, complainants were a person of color 91% of the time. This data is particularly alarming as SRG officers have now been deployed to supplement routine enforcement in 20 so-called high crime precincts, most of which are in communities of color. From enforcing cruel sweeps of unhoused encampments and violently clearing Washington Square Park to targeting clinic defenders at our local Planned Parenthood and escorting Proud Boys from Drag Story Hour protests, the NYPD can and does deploy the SRG at will. With no accountability, this unit operates as a rogue entity. The SRG must be disbanded and its funds should be reinvested into our communities and into programs that actually keep New Yorkers safe. We need housing, resources, and supportive services. We do not need militarized police that brutalize us with impunity. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Tamika Mapp.
Okay. Hi, thank you so much, Chair and City Council members. My name is Tamika Mapp. I'm the State Committee Woman for the 68th Assembly District. Investing in people is a crucial aspect of building a strong and prosperous society. While police officers try to maintain law and order, investing in people can yield a far more long-term benefits. Here are some reasons why investing in people is better approach than solely relying on police officers. Prevention is better than cure. Investing in people means addressing root cause of a crime such as poverty, lack of education, lack of affordable housing that people can truly afford, and inadequate health care. By addressing these underlying issues, we could prevent crime from happening in the first place rather than simply reacting to it after the fact. Positive community relationships, investing in people can foster positive relationship between law enforcement and the community. When people feel that their needs are being met and they have a stake in the community, they are less likely to engage in criminal activity. Additionally, investing in programs that promote education, job opportunities, access to care, after-school programs, we can have a safe community. Furthermore, if we must have police officers, they must live in our community they serve. When police officers live in the community, they're more likely to be familiar with the community's needs and concerns, and they can better build trust with community members. This can lead to better communication between police and community members, which can prevent crime and resolve conflict more effectively. Additionally, police officers who live in the community may be more invested in the community is safe and may be more motivated to work towards that call. It's cost effective. Investing in people is often more cost effective approach than hiring additional police officers. Programs that provide education again, job training, and healthcare are less expensive in the long run than dealing with the consequences of crime, such as incarceration and victimizations. Focus on rehab. Investing in people means focusing on rehab rather than punishment. Providing resources and support to individuals who engage in criminal activity, we can help them turn their lives around and become productive members of the community. Instead of allocating $5.53 billion to our police department, we should be investing.
Time has expired.
All right, you have my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next, we'll move to an in-person panel. I'd like to call to the dais Marinda Van Dalen, Lucy Sexton, Biggs Akedunle, I apologize, and Jay Welker. Oh, and one more, Griffin Jones. I apologize, sir.
Good evening. My name is Marinda Van Dalen. I'm a senior staff attorney with New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. I'm here to make two critical points. The first is it's time for New York City to join communities around the country in removing police as first responders for people experiencing mental health crises. And the second point I want to make is it's time for the city to halt the further implementation of the mayor's plan to increase the use of involuntary removals when police officers deem somebody unable to meet their basic human needs, targeting our neighbors who are unhoused. These are public safety issues. Too many New Yorkers have lost their lives killed by police officers while experiencing mental health crises. Police officers armed with guns who arrive with lights flashing and sirens howling, and trained to enforce the law and not to provide help for people experiencing crisis are not the answers. They do not and cannot de-escalate situations when someone is in crisis. In fact, their very presence generally makes the situation worse. And involuntary removals of people for psychiatric evaluations are traumatic and ineffective and often unconstitutional. We heard testimony today from the New York City Police Department that more than 1,300 New Yorkers, our neighbors, families, and loved ones, have been involuntarily hospitalized since January. That's a lot of people, and I have a million questions, and I hope you do too. Who are these people and what's happened to them? What are the circumstances under which they've been involuntarily hospitalized? What standards and policies have allowed for this? Has there been a change in the police patrol guide that permits this? How were officers trained to do this to our neighbors and friends? How many people were not admitted? I hope that these questions will be answered. Thank you for your time.
To submit, you can give us your testimony, and I do have some answers for you. First of all, just as everybody knows, anytime anyone calls 911, police have to respond. It's not one of those things where they get a chance, even if you had medical and mental health people on the scene. If somebody calls 911, just like if somebody calls 911 for a fire, the fire department and first responders don't have a choice in responding, just so you know. But that's the answer to one of your questions. And you can submit the rest.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In order, or should I just?
Afternoon, Madam Chair and Council Member. Thank you for having me. My name is J.W. Walker. I am the co-founder of the Reclaim Pride Coalition and the annual Queer Liberation March. In 2020 and 2021, the SRG set upon folks who had participated in our march at its endpoint at Washington Square Park. The details of that are in the testimony that I submitted after the March 1st hearing, at which the NYPD did not show up. But I'm going on to say that through my work with through the Queer Liberation March, as well as with Rise and Resist and Gays Against Guns, to other protest organizations over the past 7 years, I've been actively involved in close to 1,000 free speech protest marches, vigils, rallies, and actions of civil disobedience. Through it all, the SRG has been selectively present at declared and intentionally nonviolent Black, Brown, immigrant, and Black and Brown queer and trans-led protests, especially Black Lives Matter protests, and selectively absent from protests led by predominantly cisgender, straight, and white-led protests on the left. And at those protests, the SRG's posture is strictly aimed at escalating tensions and targeting organizers. At protests by actively racist, anti-LGBTQIA2S+, anti-vax groups like the Proud Boys, the Three Percenters, Patriot Front, and other white supremacist organizations, any NYPD and SRG presence is devoted to protecting those terrorists. Safe from crime, safe from terrorists, safe from disorder. That is what Commissioner Bratton promised to the press when SRG was founded in 2015. It's interesting to note that when the members of the NYPD testified about SRG today, not one of them used the word terrorist, even though that is what the program was sold on. It seems like the SRG just exists to escalate things into chaotic and violent situations. The nonviolent protests, when SRG does not show up, remain nonviolent. When SRG shows up, they become chaotic, and violence is engendered, is started by SRG police officers. SRG must be disbanded. It has no use.
Thank you so much.
Okay, is that, okay, well, yes. Hello, I gave a version of this testimony at the SRG hearing, but I'm submitting it again as I'd hoped that the NYPD would still be here to answer for what they did. I'm here to talk about the violence and horror I experienced at the hands of the SRG 2 years ago here at City Hall. What I saw was so horrible that I remain traumatized to this day. I saw a child brutally thrown to the ground and a trans woman shoved into the pavement, her wig torn from her scalp, and when she cried out saying that as a woman she needed her wig, she was laughed at. Dude, no you're not. Come on, bro, get up. That's all New York's finest had to say to her as they dragged her along the road, the asphalt scraping at her flesh. Above all, what I saw that day were the faces of the officers, the pure hatred and the joy in finding an excuse to let that hatred out. They hospitalized 2 people that night with their brutality. Though I escaped that day with no physical injuries, the damage to my soul has been permanent. Every time I see an officer of the NYPD, like today, I flash back to the bodies in the street and my chest tightens in an iron grip. Every time I pass this building, I suffer a panic attack. This building, which should represent civic justice and a love for my city, now only represents horror. And this is just one of the many examples of the monstrous brutality I have experienced at the hands of the SRG. Supporters of the SRG say that there is a new SRG. I know that is impossible. How could it change when the officers who did this are still there? When they have not been held accountable and continue to roam our streets to inflict violence on our communities? When the SRG continues now to support the Proud Boys? The NYPD today begged for money to crack down on turnstile jumpers, and yet the SRG let Proud Boys through the gate into the subway for free. How can the joyous faces of the SRG officers as they brutalized children and unleashed transphobic cruelty be reformed? There is no possibility of reform. The SRG is twin to
Thank you for your
Scorpion in
testimony.
Memphis, which was only disbanded after murdering Tyree Nichols.
Sir?
The SRG
Sir?
must be
Sir?
disbanded before we have
Thank you.
another name to
I
mourn.
appreciate your testimony. I remember you from last time, and we heard you, so, and we've,
With all due respect,
You can-
if the
you can
NYPD can go an
submit-
hour over
You
this
can-
time they were scheduled, we can go a minute.
you can submit your written testimony, and we will have it for the record, and I appreciate you coming out. Thank you.
Good evening. And I say good evening because I walked into this building at 9:30 this morning, and I've been here since. You know, I want to highlight before I start, I want to uplift what my comrade just said, that the NYPD took way more time than they were allotted today. And I clocked that Police Commissioner Sewell spoke for over a half an hour. We are obviously living in an epidemic here in New York City when we talk about the NYPD Strategic Response Group. You see, as I was doing my research and as I paid attention to what I was seeing with the SRG, I discovered that these units are in fact deployed to precincts, and one of the precincts I happen to live within. These units are deployed with M4 carbine rifles and SR-16 close quarter combat rifles in Black and brown communities. How can we find this to be acceptable? I also want to highlight the terror that SRG invokes onto people who are exercising their First Amendment right. As a Black organizer in New York City that hit the streets at the height of a time in which many of us felt that our lives did not matter, I felt a personal attack on myself, on my community, on those that live around me from the Strategic Response Group. You know, I want to talk about that 18-month statute of limitations that the representatives from several agencies mentioned earlier today. In my opinion, that is too short of a time to have a SOL to hold officers accountable properly for their wrongdoings. That's 2 minutes already? Yeah? All right. We must divest from a system that doesn't serve Black and brown communities, queer communities, and underserved communities. With that being said, I'm calling on the administration right now, right here, to disband the SRG.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you to this panel. Next, we'll hear from Alvin Dan, Jesse Spellman, Michael Magazine, Micah Phillips, and Terrell Harper. Whenever you're ready, we can begin.
Good evening. Thank you to my comrades for your testimony and for your commitment to each other and to your neighbors. I implore this city council to consider the way that your children and your grandchildren will remember this time in history. That's where we are. 62,000 New Yorkers took a survey commissioned by the mayor, and when asked, what is important to you as a New Yorker, they answered. They said they want affordable housing, they want reduced homelessness, and they want trained mental health first responders instead of police. If we take a look at the $133.7 million budget that the SRG itself has, we can provide 20,000 New York families with groceries for an entire year. Instead, we decide to fund a rogue, militarized group that terrorizes our neighbors, that screams at people on the subway who are experiencing mental health crises. With $133.7 million, we could hire 2,000 social workers. We could hire 2,000 teachers. We could provide drug addiction treatment. We could open harm reduction centers. There's so much that we can do. We can build a better world for all of us, but we don't build with an organization that destroys. And I want to say one other thing about people who are victims in our system of mass incarceration. Nobody's introduction to violence is by committing it.
Hi, my name is Michael Magazine. I'm a high school environmental justice advocate based out of East Flatbush. As the NYPD themselves are absent, as most of the council members are, I'll skip the pleasantries. Across my few years, I've seen a disproportionate use of force dealt upon peaceful protesters by the SRG. They arrive at these protests with riot gear, batons, pepper spray, and bikes. They're equipped as though they're Spartan soldiers fighting against some foreign army. Rather than using this militarized power to address actual threats, the SRG instead terrorizes everyday civilians who organize political demonstrations, overwhelmingly being demonstrators of color. It is not surprising, then, that the SRG outmatches their competition, a relationship they've abused to feed their egos, evident by the slew of misconduct lawsuits and disciplinary cases currently in progress. They agitate protesters, brutalize them, and ultimately arrest dozens of nonviolent demonstrators in the process. SRG was founded as a counter-terror unit that would also handle large-scale protests, the latter being walked back by then Chief of Department James O'Neill. Within months, the unit was deployed to violently police racial justice protests, being spotted at protests with only 15 people, a far cry from the large-scale demonstration that the unit was designed to be deployed to. The NYPD Strategic Response Group has gained a reputation for escalation and brutalization during protests across the city. What might have initially been formed as a counterterrorism unit has since become an acting terror unit, unafraid to use violence with no regard for proportionality. The SRG poses a danger to the city. Having caused emotional and physical trauma to the residents, City Council must take action to address this issue by abolishing the unit and redirecting its funds from the NYPD into support for the underfunded communities that the NYPD has disproportionately harmed. And to note, a 17-year-old like me waited 8 hours to speak. The council can wait a few seconds. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Micah. I'm just royally upset at having to be here since 10 a.m. just for you guys to cut a minute off of our time, having to relive our trauma over and over again, and to tell you all of these things that we've gone through, being beaten by grown men over and over again, and then to do it to an empty chamber. The cops aren't here. You guys make us wait till the very end. It's like you're doing it on purpose to ruin us, and like in our hearts and in our heads. But what you're doing is you're pushing us so far to the edge that everybody is going to get together and start talking to each other, and you guys are really going to regret it. This is ridiculous. By 2025, every one of your seats will be replaced by one of us, and then we'll get some real work done. This is absolutely despicable. Many people have told you of the harm that the SRG has inflicted on us. Many people have told you of this trauma. You've got people from all kinds of different places in city, areas that are telling you that the children are hungry. There's over 20,000 homeless children in New York right now. And you're hearing us tell you these things, and and you're approving a budget that directly affects that. And then you go home and look at yourself in the mirror, and you sit with your families, and you go to Thanksgiving and to Christmas, and you have a straight look on your face, and you tell yourself that you're doing something right when you're killing us. You are killing us, and how? How can you do that? How can nobody be here right now to hear what we have to say? How can you be okay with this? This is despicable. I mean, these people are sitting here in front of your face telling you that children are gonna die, that people are gonna be murdered because of your direct decisions. You have a hand in this, and that also means your hands are filthy with blood because you're gonna let the SRG murder. We're telling you they're gonna murder us, and you are gonna let them do it by giving them the bankroll to do so, and it's just despicable. I can't wait to replace every single one of you. By 2025, I will put all of my efforts into it. If this does not change, this is ridiculous. We cannot die. We cannot die. This is not right. How? Why? Why do we have to wait so long to talk? Why did you cut a minute off of our time? You talked it up to us over here and didn't tell us any of that we were gonna have 2 minutes. Yucked it up with us like we were friends, and then cut a minute off of our time? How can we quantify our feelings in 2 minutes? Why did we have to listen to all of that? Are you doing this on purpose? Why? Why everybody should be able to speak 3 minutes at least? The least you can do is let us speak 3 minutes. This is absurd. I'm so mad. I had so many other things to say.
I understand.
So
I'm sorry that you
angry.
feel.
It's ridiculous.
Breathe.
I'm breathing.
Okay,
For
I'm
now.
I'm just saying, I appreciate.
That's not what I want to hear. I want to hear that you guys are going to change it. I want to hear that you're going to disband
Thank you for your
the SRG and
testimony.
support it.
Thank you. Okay, so there are rules in the council chamber. Okay. Okay, so there is no I am sorry, but okay. Thank you.
We'll hear from the next witness.
Out.
Why? Don't kick them out. Let them stay. Come on. They had to leave work and they just got here.
Listen.
They did just got here. They just got here.
Okay. Okay, so there are rules to the council chamber, and we all have to adhere to them. Okay. Okay. Who's next?
I'm just gonna wait till. Just want us to soak it in. Okay. My name is Alvin Dan. I'm born and raised in Staten Island, New York. I'm a social work student at Hunter College who represents the Crown Heights Care Collective, a grassroots community organization centered around abolitionist and decolonizing work in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, where some of the worst precincts in the city have cost taxpayers millions and some of the highest accounts of civilian complaints, allegations, lawsuits, settlements towards police brutality cases, racial discrimination cases, sexual misconduct, harassment, and false arrest cases. The SRG's last intervention in Crown Heights escalated to officers murdering Saheed Vassell. In 2018, a black man experiencing a mental health crisis for mistaking a shower pipe he was holding for a firearm. $90 million to $130 million later, they have only furthered their rampage towards violently suppressing protesters, demanding police accountability and advocating for black and brown and queer and disabled and homeless and migrant lives. In between January and today, the SRG, they just provided a private security security detail for right-wing extremist groups such as Proud Boys and Witness for Life, people who are known for invading abortion clinics while people are seeking reproductive health care. But then they'll dish out their abuses towards the protesters and the advocates who are trying to create safe passage to these places. Fast forward, I've been arrested by the SRG personally 5 times. I've had my hair and my face dragged into the concrete. I've had my shoes kicked off. I had boots and fists and batons to my face and my body, spit and cusses. I've been threatened, I've been harassed and followed by the Strategic Response Group since 2020, all led by Deputy Inspector Elias Nikas, who makes 6 figures a year with a smile on his face as he dishes out abuse with a full budget. Terrence Monahan, yeah, the highest ranking officer. I was there when he was leading the charge at Mott Haven in the Bronx, where 300 nonviolent protesters, including myself, were kettled at 7:42 p.m., over 15 minutes before the curfew. I'm just gonna skip to my closing statement really quick. The strategic response, again, I need a minute. I mean, like, the Strategic Response Group has only existed to violently suppress anyone with a cardboard sign and something to say about state violence and oppression towards black and brown and queer and immigrant and disabled and homeless New Yorkers. The SRG operate like a bunch of hired goons who find joy in the abuse that they dish out to nonviolent protesters, and we're footing the bill. The SRG operates more like a state-regulated gangsters than a Strategic Response Group and must be disbanded. And to Councilmember Holden, who said that our feelings towards the NYPD are delusional, I will say, sir, that our realities are not delusional. They're very real. They're very painful. And as far as this budget meeting is concerned, it's very expensive. And I implore you to look into your consciousness, and think about the legacy that you're going to leave behind that's going to affect the trajectory of black and brown New Yorkers for generations to come. Disband the SRG. All power to the people. Do your job.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you to this panel. We'll call the next panel. I apologize if I mispronounce any names here. Amarlis Green, Braden Holiday, Natasha Severin, Keith Klingman, and Allison Houlihan.
Hi, my name is Braden Holiday, and I'm here to say that NYPD budget should be transferred.
Bring your mic a little closer to you. You can bring it. Okay.
Hi, my name is Braden Holiday. I'm here to say that NYPD budget should be transferred to community resources. NYPD every day keep confiscating illegal firearms for the past 30 years, and guns keep coming to New York City to be used by criminals who get them from the black market. We need to cut the NYPD budget to the bare minimum because NYPD keep failing to capture these weapons before being used in crimes that end lives. The tactics and strategy from the past 30 years definition insanity of doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome. Politicians need to stop thinking like politicians and think like business people by eliminating the attraction of black markets. The past 30 years of solving this issue is like using a bucket under your leaking pipe instead of repairing it. We need to fix these underlying problems drastically now. We need tens of billions of dollars to go to the community that will eliminate these issues for years to come. We need real affordable housing run by nonprofits only, which is based on the average rent of a county, anyone who can't pay $3,000 a year. We need a lot more funding for public schools, after-school programs, and extensive medical and mental health services. We need to restrict NYPD duties to crimes because needing a gun to respond to medical emergencies is insane. I'll talk about these changes that happen now, not 10 years later. If City Council can create an ultra-violent unit one day, City Council can drastically cut NYPD budget at least 75% and make these resources available immediately. Warren versus District of Columbia, 1981, U.S. Supreme Court case says police are not legally obligated to protect individuals from harm or death unless they're under arrest. If 20 NYPD officers in Times Square are not obligated to protect one person from getting assaulted in front of them, then what's the point of paying them to do nothing? It's not a huge racket. And I want to ask you council members, if NYPD had failed to protect you by keeping firearms outside City Hall or City Council chambers, would you believe that it could protect you despite extra machines, magnetometers, and guns and arrest authority? If you don't have complete confidence in protect you, if they keep having firearms be in the building every day for 30 years, if you don't agree, if you don't think you're confident, you should defund the police department and for failing to bring to fail to intercept illegal firearms. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
I'm going to read testimony prepared by Keith Klingman. I make this statement today as someone who's been assaulted by NYPD's Strategic Response Group on 2 separate occasions and who's watched the same thing happen to quite literally hundreds of others over the past 3 years. I also make this statement in solidarity with the victims, their families, and communities terrorized by the NYPD and the carceral state every day, as we all know that the harm from these systems exists well beyond the Strategic Response Group. I, alongside millions of others across the world, took to the streets in protest in May 2020 after the police murder of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd, where I was quickly exposed to the violence and repression of the Strategic Response Group. In September 2020, I had my wrist, elbow, and shoulder fractured after being violently thrown by an officer during a planned SRG raid outside the 34th precinct. My body flew 6 feet through the air before landing on the pavement. Others who witnessed the event later told me things like, "My body went cold when I saw how hard you hit the ground," and "They threw you so hard that if you hit your head, it would have killed you." After being thrown, the officer who threw me told me he didn't have a badge number. He failed to call for medical attention after I told him I'd broken my arm. Not only did he not call for medical attention, he watched on as another SRG officer cross-checked me with his baton while I attempted to get the badge number of the officer who assaulted me. In February 2021, I was tackled and assaulted by numerous SRGs while filming their violent arrest of another protester. A high-ranking officer tried to swipe my phone from my hands and ordered the SRGs to arrest me, to which I replied, "I didn't do anything." The commanding officer responded, "I don't give a shit." Immediately, I was surrounded by at least 6 SRGs. I remember feeling one of them gouge my eye, but I was quickly knocked unconscious, and I woke up with my face planted into an ice bank with an SRG's knee pushing on my neck. The other officers were piled on top of me with my hands in zip ties behind my back. From this assault, I suffered a concussion that has had a long-lasting impact. From both of these assaults, I continue to experience severe mental and psychological damage. Beyond these 2 personal experiences, I've watched SRGs do similar or even worse things since 2020. This includes attacks on protests for trans, migrant, and reproductive rights and protests defending violence toward unhoused neighbors on top of additional protests against NYPD's violence, including their murder of Mikey Rosado and against Officer Artem Prusayev pulling his gun on Black Lives Matter protesters in January 2021. From these attacks, I know many, many others, including some are children, face these same mental and physical challenges. Many were also hit with bogus criminal charges in an attempt to keep them from coming back out to protest. It might sound unimaginable to you, but it feels like I and we have been in combat, in a war in which the militarized enemy has weapons,
I'm gonna have to cut you short. I'm
impunity,
very sorry.
and $11 billion.
Thank you so much.
And all we have are our voices.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Amaryllis Green, and I'm 12 years old. I came here to give my testimony on why the police department should not receive the funding they're requesting, as our libraries and everything else are in need of the funding to keep operating and to keep all of their doors open for creative minds and future generations to come after me. Libraries are a safe place for many. It also assists in job preparation, such as resume writing, giving teens a safe space to be themselves and not outside dealing with bullies, gangs, or guns violence. I also believe libraries need the funding to keep hip-hop with Uncle Ralph alive, who brings great artists like Slick Rick, who I had the honor of meeting and enjoying a conversation with Uncle Ralph and learning more about the 90s rap era. On another note, I also believe the police department should weed out police officers who take the jobs just for benefits and not to be beneficial in the communities they patrol and serve. To piggyback off someone here today, Why are mental crisis situations left to the responsibility of the NYPD? Why are constituents not aware of 988, which is a crisis lifeline? For my own personal issue involving Officer Sesh, badge number 31562, I was going to my internship and my MetroCard was not working at the time. But there were two officers there and I asked him for help. He proceeded to tell my face that I was a liar and that I was never going to pay, and that's the reason why they are there, because Black people don't pay. Flatbush Avenue is predominantly Black and brown, so it seemed very biased at the time, and he was just standing there immediately just talking down about me, degrading me, while speaking about Black people themselves, saying that's the reason why we're here, don't lie to me, you're a liar. And I was very scared for my life. After that, I saved up some money and I went to buy a protective keychain because I was scared it was gonna happen again. I'm a victim of bullying on 2 accounts. And at the time, I was very scared. He was 6 foot something and he had a partner with him and he had a gun and a taser. I do not have anything but a skateboard. I am 12 years old. I only weigh 120 pounds. I was so scared. My mom was on the phone. I thought I was never gonna see her again.
Do we have tissue?
I thought that was my last day on earth because I see every day, people like me dying on TV, people like me dying every day.
Mom, did she fill out a complaint? Do you have a copy of that?
The 2 board members who are here today, they, because she didn't know if she could do it, so she asked because of her age. They took the complaint, so they have it. We went to the Community Board 12 at 4101 White Plains Road. She was on, she's there on the video. And what happened after you filed the complaint?
I have to say, CCRB was very helpful with her. I have to say that. You know,
Okay.
Based on my own experience, which I never projected on her when she was in my belly, and what happened to me, I never projected that to her. So I did hear everything the officer was saying to her. I even left. I was at a working job because I clean for a living, and I left that job to go find that officer, and I had a great conversation with him. And when I asked him if he was a parent, he said no. I said, well, that completely helps me understand a lot of things about why you would not try to de-escalate an issue with a child who needed help. You know, you could have said, okay, no problem, you know, go through next time, something. But she had a MetroCard in her hand, and I always made sure she has the money on the card because I don't want her to have any problems. But I had to let him know, because he's like, oh, we're here because people here, which I didn't understand what that meant, jump all the time. So I had to let him know, sir, I'm everywhere. I clean everywhere. And everywhere I go, I see white, Chinese, Black, brown, you name it. They even opening the gate for everybody to come through. So what do you mean by here? I don't understand what that means. But I'm not going to say his partner was that way. It seemed like when I was talking to him, she gave me that eye like, yeah, it seemed to be all him, and, you know, I didn't really have too much, but, you know, she's there, and I guess, you know, you're working together, you know, you don't want to cause conflict or any tension, and I get it, you know, I get it. But, yeah, he pretended to not know what I was talking about, and then like 10 minutes into the conversation, he's like, oh, you mean the girl with the skateboard? But you said you didn't know who I was talking about when I asked you about the situation. So, you know, but I had to let her know, you know, there's gonna be things in life that we're gonna encounter. And, you know, it's good you get the experience now, because when you become older, you're totally aware, and maybe you can help somebody else.
Young lady again?
Amaryllis Green.
Amaryllis Green, you are very brave. And I'm really glad that you gave us her testimony. We'll be following up, okay?
Thank you.
And Councilmember Joseph.
I will follow up for you.
She's your council member.
And yes, I
We're
am
gonna follow
the
up with that.
council member and also the education chair.
Thank you.
Young people are my business, and I cannot allow this to happen to one of my young constituents.
That's right.
So, no, you have an ally and a champion. I've always said that.
100%.
So, mom knows how to reach me. And this is why I had asked my question earlier about de-escalation. How are you trained to deal with young people?
Right.
They're supposed to get on the train, allow them to go through. They're asking for the safe passage. It's not like she tried to jump the subway.
No.
Exactly. So that's your job, to be a guidance.
Right, and that's what I told
And
her.
you failed her miserably.
That's
At
what I
12
told
years
her.
old, you degraded her
And
at
me,
12.
because I'm like, I shouldn't have to be, I have enough to think about. I have invoices to write. I have clients to go to. I shouldn't have to worry that you're calling me to tell me she got stabbed, she got shot, why? Why? Like, you got to give me a better reason than that. So I had to let him know, like, you're a villager, and you should have made sure she was okay. Like, I'm the mother and the father. And even if I'm just the mother, I shouldn't have to be thinking about that. So now that's added to my plate. I have enough to do. I have enough.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amaryllis.
You're welcome. Thank you. Come on.
I'm Allison Holohan, Director for the New York Initiative for Children of Incarcerated Parents at the Osborne Association. My testimony focuses on addressing a largely invisible issue affecting an estimated 60,000 children a year in New York City, a parent or caregiver's arrest. We applaud the City Council for passing a bill in 2019 requiring NYPD to adopt guidelines for safeguarding children whose parents are arrested, to partner with an outside entity to train officers, Osborne was chosen, and to provide families with information about community supports. Thanks to City Council funding, Osborne is working with NYPD and community-based organizations to implement the law and build their capacity to safeguard and support children, but there is much more to accomplish. Children carry the experience of witnessing the arrest of a parent for years, ensure that they felt invisible and vulnerable at the time. As a result, many are hesitant to reach out to the police when they need help, to cooperate with law enforcement, and some are even fearful. Witnessing an arrest is traumatic, increasing the likelihood for developing negative outcomes. Thankfully, police and community partners can be protective factors for children, and this work has the potential to strengthen community police relations. I want to highlight a few achievements and then talk about the work that needs to be done. We identified and convened community-based partners providing training and technical assistance. These organizations are now listed on the NYPD intranet so that officers can provide families with information. We trained 90 training sergeants who in turn delivered an 8-minute roll call training, granted that's not very much time, to 10,000 officers. We've developed leadership curriculum and trained 351 promoted sergeants and lieutenants to date. There's many more to do, created training videos and resources. What needs to be done, and this is not an exhaustive list, all of it is in my written testimony, is we need to train new recruits and existing patrol officers. We need to work with the Training Bureau to develop a sustainable plan that integrates this into routine training for all staff, strengthen data collection, and collaborate with New York City Well and expand the network of community partners. In closing, with 36,000 uniforms, staff, and organizational changes within the department, a complex network of community providers, and many elements to implement, achieving an effective, comprehensive approach to safeguarding children will take time, and we ask the City Council to continue funding this critical work. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to proceed to a panel on Zoom. That panel will include Victor Herrera, Kanako Kawabe, Eva Chan, and Darren Mack. And we'll start with Victor Herrera.
Time has begun.
Good afternoon, Chair Hanks, Speaker Adrian Adams, and council members. My name is Victor Herrera. I'm a leader and a member with Freedom Agenda, Close Rikers in the Treatment Not Jail Coalition, several advocacy organizations. But most importantly, I'm a directly impacted constituent with trauma community-based health issues. I am here today to advocate for more community-based services and resources for mental health. I've been advocating for the impact of communities since my own experience with structural oppressive institutions, namely incarceration and shelters that exacerbate mental illness concerns targeted communities. In so many instances, it seems like law enforcement is the only thing our so-called progressive city has to offer. I've been repeatedly profiled by police practices, aggressively prosecuted with the Queens DA for crimes that to date profess innocence, been a community member in the field of criminal justice advocacy since my discharge, 9/11/2001, a significant day the world experienced an attack on our life and liberty. NYPD operations do not need more money. Instead of asking for more money, they can agree to divert much of the proposed funding into our communities, focusing on housing, mental health treatment, and diversion. The district attorneys can also reduce their caseloads if they stop standing in the way of diversion and treatment. Can you believe that with all the people churning through our jails and court system with mental health needs, there are only 140 cases mental health courts statewide because DAs keep slamming the door on people with mental health needs? Our city has programs that work and create more safety than sending people to Rikers ever could. We just need more funding to scale. I have been able to participate for 7+ years in intensive mobile treatment provided by the Center for Urban Community Service, IMT. The cost to provide this community-based treatment is almost nothing compared to $500,000 per year to keep someone at Rikers. The mayor's budget promises cuts to social services, increases to law enforcement, and that is unacceptable. What that status quo has meant for my family and community is that when anyone mentally challenged or emotionally distressed person goes into crisis, the proposal is to criminalize the crisis or force involuntary treatment, which under the circumstances serves to further destabilize our communities. In a city as rich as ours, we should all have access to resources like mental health services, mobile crisis teams, mentoring, jobs, behavioral health education, social services, and housing impacted communities.
Time has expired.
Thank you for your testimony.
We're counting on the City Council to use every ounce of your power to push for the budget that finally responds to the needs of our communities. Thank you. I've submitted a written testimony.
Thank you. Next, Kanako Kawabe.
Time has begun.
Good evening, and thank you, Chair Hanks, for this opportunity to testify. My name is Kanako Kwabe, and I am the coordinator of Community Safety Initiatives at the Academy of Medical and Public Health Services, or AMPS. AMPS is a public health nonprofit located in Sunset Park, a predominantly Chinese and Latinx community. We work to bridge the health equity gap among communities of color through free social services, education, and preventative health services, regardless of one's immigration status. In recent years, much of our work has also included addressing the recent rise in anti-Asian hate crimes. In 2022, there were 83 confirmed instances of anti-Asian hate crimes that took place in our city. The list of victims who have been harassed, assaulted, and killed goes on. This past week, we observed the 2-year anniversary of the Atlanta shootings, and this upcoming April will mark the 1-year anniversary of a subway shooting that took place in our very own neighborhood. And just last month, a U-Haul truck drove through Sunset Park and Bensonhurst, 2 growing Asian communities in South Brooklyn, killing 1 and injuring 9. Every day, our community members live in fear of becoming a part of this growing statistic. We would like to thank the City Council for its historical support of our funding through the AAPI Community Support Initiative. The City Council must continue and enhance funding for the AAPI Community Support Initiative, as this initiative supports our community safety work, where we offer free bilingual mental health counseling, support groups, social work services, self-defense classes, and upstander intervention workshops for some of our most vulnerable community members. As a partner of the Asian American Federation's Hope Against Hate campaign, we are also providing local businesses with Safe Zones training so that they can help targeted individuals with immediate resources. We are also organizing community safe walks where trained volunteers work to provide safety accompaniment for vulnerable residents. And finally, we are partnering with local artists to create a series of community murals that aim to increase safety by building mutual understanding and solidarity. This work is critical to ensuring the health and safety of our communities. As one community member said, we don't talk about these issues often because we are scared of being judged, but the fear and the anxiety is real. These programs save lives. APIs are now 18% of the city and growing. We can no longer be invisibilized, and we appreciate your support to continue this critical work because we know that this public safety crisis will not end until we can come together as a community
Time has
to
expired.
prevent harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Eva Chan.
Time has begun.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, Chair Hanks, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Eva Chan. I'm representing Harlem East Block Association that spans 8 blocks in East Harlem, the Greater Harlem Coalition that represents 150 local businesses and organizations in Harlem, and the Upper Manhattan Asian American Alliance. The 3 organizations are here to urge the City Council to increase police presence in Harlem, including Precinct 25, 23, 28, and PSA 5, and assign more narcotic police to Harlem as their work is increasingly dangerous and complex. We also urge more funding to build up incarceration alternative and to adequately pay for the implementation of discovery reform. Regardless of whether you would like to reduce funding for the police in general, Harlem uniquely needs more enforcement support. To improve racial equity, we urge the city to allocate more resources to areas suffering from higher crime rates such as Harlem. We need more police, but also more resources on many other areas such as housing, education, and employment. The approach of taking money from the police to other areas is not the right approach for Harlem. Due to a number of confluencing factors, both serious and petty crime rates in Harlem continue to be one of the highest in New York City. If you cut up the budget for NYPD, you're putting our lives in danger. Residents here live in fear. Many of us seniors feel like prison in their own home. Loiterers and drug users are using many of our NYCHA housing, Section 8 housing corridors and lobby as their own home, terrorizing local residents. Harlem is a victim of structural racism. It suffers from systemic underinvestment. It has the highest density of NYCHA housing that suffers from a severe lack of maintenance. Our schools are underfunded relative to Upper East Side, Upper West Side, just next to us. It has been used as a containment zone for New York City for decades.
Time has expired.
Where excessive number of drug treatment programs and harm reduction programs are placed in here. The latest that is added is the safe consumption site that is further worsened the crime rate. So in here, I just urge you to, if you decrease the police funding for Harlem, you're putting the cart before the horse and you're putting our lives in danger. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much.
For the next panel, we will hear from Isaiah Fenichel, Camilla Jones, Julie Bowen, Sergio Urizan, and Francisco Basso. And we'll start with Isaiah.
Time has begun.
Hi, it started?
Yes.
Got it, thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Isaiah Fenichel. I am a resident of Harlem and an organizer with Strategy for Black Lives. I'm here after hearing over 6 hours of testimony from people who are supposed to be public servants, but were allowed to speak before the public, to urge the city to hold NYPD's extortionist strategic response group accountable for the abuse and to disband the unit entirely. I call the SRG an extortionist unit because according to their own training manual, with the $130 million worth of funding that they received from this body, the only delineation in how they treat protesters is whether or not we paid for a permit to protest in public and the content of what we are protesting. That same training manual reveals their true strategic response as a counterterrorism unit turned protest police turned anti-crime unit by listing examples of violent organizations or violent protesters as Occupy Wall Street, anti-Trump demonstrators, Black Lives Matter protesters, with no mention of white supremacist groups, abortion clinic harassers, anti-LGBTQIA activists, many of whom will be outside in the next few days when we arrest their president. When responding to the so-called violent protests in 2020, the SRG is accused of using unreasonable force and abuse just about every 3 days, beating protesters with blunt force objects like bikes, like batons, things of that nature, just about every 4 days, and unlawfully deploying pepper spray and other less than lethal tools against New Yorkers just about once a week. There was 455 complaints against the SRG in a 6-year period, and 86% of those complaints were from Black and brown New Yorkers. And coincidentally, now they are being deployed into 8 different council districts, 7 of which are majority Black and brown council districts. This will inevitably lead to more of the same violence,
Time
more
has
of the same
expired.
destruction of these communities that prompted us to march in the first place. Don't tell me what your priorities are. Show me where you spend your money, and I will tell you what they are. A budget that makes space for bikes to be purchased not for children, but for action junkies to use to clear homeless encampments and to abuse protesters shows exactly where the city's priority is. Today, I am here calling on this committee to do its job to prove that racial justice and accountability are more than just talking points and to make this a true priority. Speaker Adams, Chair Hanks, and the entire body have the power, ability, and most importantly, the duty to hear the calls of the people that have allowed you power and to put a permanent end to the strategic response group in favor of actual strategies that create public safety and deter crime. Defund, disband, and abolish the militarized force known as the NYPD, starting with the strategic response group. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Darren Mack.
Time has begun.
Good afternoon, Chair Hanks and all members of the committee. My name is Darren Mack. I'm a member of the New York City Commission on Community Reinvestment and Closure of Rikers Island, which is established by Local Law 193. The commission is charged with ensuring significant reinvestment recommendations are made in vulnerable communities and historically impacted by mass incarceration. We believe that the safest communities are not the most policed, the incarcerated community. The safest communities have the most resources. As a co-chair of the youth subcommittee in the commission, our mission is to identify investments that will prevent or remove young people from the criminal justice pipeline. As a young person, I had experience with potential gun violence. Walking home from junior high school with two of my classmates one day, they were assaulted by a group of older teenagers. You know, I was scared, confused, and angry. And due to my personal horrible experience with the police, calling them for protection was not an option for me. So the next 2 days, I carried a gun to school with me. Luckily, I neither saw the older teens, nor was I stopped by the police. Yes, my arrest would have removed that weapon from the streets, but it would not have solved the underlying conflict and cycles of aggression, protection, and retaliation I was getting caught up in. Even incarcerating all the young people involved would not solve the problem, since conflicts in the streets often carry into jail and prison. And in a horrible cycle, conflicts in jails and prisons carry back into the communities we are aimed to keep safe. The good news is that there are alternatives. A credible messenger acting as a mediator could have ultimately resolved that issue and deterred me from causing more harm in a way that law enforcement could not have. I urge the City Council to expand investments in violence interrupters because more funding is needed to support these programs, expansion into more areas, including schools, and to give their practitioners adequate salaries to reflect the difficult and round-the-clock work these skilled professionals are engaging in. I also urge the council
Time has expired.
Fund the request for public defense groups, especially the $125 million for their criminal defense practice. And we need to resolve this and make a commitment to funding, our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Camilla Jones.
Time has begun.
Hello, my name is Camilla Jones. I am Staten Island, New York, resident, and I am my strategies response to 2018 January 12th. They came to my apartment to remove my children, Sean and Miracle, at the time they was 5 and 1 and traumatized me and my family off of false allegations. When they came to my home, I reported everything. In that video,
I'm sorry, ma'am, you're cutting off. Your signal must be weak because we can't hear you.
Do you want me to repeat it again?
We're having trouble hearing your audio. Is there anything you can do to adjust your audio?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. Ooh.
Can you hear me now, guys?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, hello, my name is Camilla. I am a Staten Island, New York community activist resident, and I am here to urge the City Council to hold the NYPD's Strategic Response Group accountable for its abuse and disband the unit. In 2018, January the 12th, they came to my apartment with shields to remove my children, Sean and Miracle. At the time, they was 5 and 1 years old, and traumatized me and my family off of false allegations. When they came to my home, I recorded everything, and in that video, there was no signs of neglect or harm made. And they still stayed there and surrounded my apartment and building because I was standing up for me and my children's rights by a freedom of speech. And they refused to leave my home, and I refused to let them in. So they called more police officers, and they came with shields, strollers, and tried to drill my door open. They came at 8 p.m. and I finally opened up my door at 12 in the morning. Gave my children a hug and a kiss and told them, "Mommy loves you and I will be back." They then arrested me in front of my children and then took them from me and never returned. This is why disbanding SRG reduces harm and is a step towards diminishing the power and scope of the NYPD's militarized police force do not belong in our communities or in our streets. And they need to invest in South Beach, low-income Black, brown, and communities over here. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Well, thank you. Next, Julie Bowen.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Julie, and I'm a resident of New York City, and I want to urge the City Council to hold the NYPD's Strategic Response Group accountable for its abuses and disband the unit. I testified at this City Council's hearing on disbanding the SRG unit on the 1st of March, which was notable due to the complete absence of the NYPD. I stated then and now, why should they show up for these hearings when there are no consequences for them if they don't? They think they are not accountable to anyone, elected or not, and can grab as much cash from the city budget as they want. Why? Why can the mayor give billions of dollars of the city budget to the NYPD while simultaneously taking it away from schools, hospitals, housing for the homeless, and every other social program that actually helps people? One reason is the mayor's constant propaganda about rising crime rates, which was echoed in this morning's testimony. But it helps to justify the bloated beached whale that is the budget of the NYPD, and in particular, the Strategic Response Group. This unit must be disbanded, and the millions of dollars, and we know from this morning, it's about at least $133 million, reinvest those in our communities. This unit was originally created for counterterrorism, but now it's a constant presence at every protest, big and small, around the city. They show a clear bias in who they deem peaceful and violent, and tellingly view racial justice protesters as enemy combatants. Their training and implementation that focuses on force and violence against its own citizens is making it seem as though we're living in a war zone. And the SRG is a paramilitary unit that, if allowed to continue, will be deployed to target, harass, and brutalize the groups of people that the mayor and others want to criminalize, thus justifying even more violence. As an example, they were deployed to violently clear homeless
Time has expired.
Okay, disband them and cut their budget because they're fucked.
Thank you. Next, Sergio Urzan. I apologize.
This is Sergio Urzan. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a Zadroga Act certified survivor of the 9/11 attack, so listen up. From the moment we were evacuating on the West Side Highway that day, we were scared that police would use anti-terrorism to justify domestic oppression. The SRG was born under the guise of anti-terror, and it's been violating the Constitution ever since. Let's talk June 4th, 2020 in Mott Haven, also known as FDP4. Human Rights Watch and others have already documented how brutal the NYPD's containment zone was. What I saw outside of the kettle was equally bad. I saw a pile of bicycles on Willis Avenue on 136th Street. Some kids from the Mitchell houses told us that the cops stole their bikes and threw them all in a big pile. This was before the 8 p.m. curfew that day. After dark, I found myself on 137th and Brook Avenue across from the Kettle. A local resident yelled a protest slogan at the police line across the street, and a single officer charged at him, causing a stampede of cops to charge full speed directly into the local residents standing in front of their homes and businesses. It is a disgrace that a unit created to combat terrorism has a budget of $68 million a year in order to now terrorize social justice demonstrators. They harass every protest, every eviction where tenants stand their ground, every drag story hour defense. They brutalize left-wing New Yorkers while providing cover to right-wing paramilitary organizations, such as when the Middle Village Militia threatened peaceful demonstrators in Bob Holden's district, possibly under his orders in 2020. In addition, the SRG escorted the Proud Boys just yesterday in Midtown and in December in Jackson Heights. I say this as a 9/11 survivor. This unit cannot exist in my name. This group cannot pretend to be heroes, as they inevitably will this week when Trump gets indicted. There are many people in many city agencies that have an interest in public safety. Urban planners who design roads that stop crashes. Teachers who heal trauma in children. Caseworkers who try to make up for the lack of options mentally ill people have. You will not find these people in the NYPD. The NYPD budget needs to be reallocated to other agencies. SRG needs to be disbanded with the speed that Memphis disbanded the Scorpion unit with after they killed Tyree Nichols. And they can never be allowed to regroup under another name. That money that I am calling on you, the council, to cut needs to be marked so that it can never go to the NYPD again. For example, we cannot...
Time has expired.
Parks Department only for the cops to tell parks that they should order cameras, then give those
Thank
cameras...
you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
How's that for Queens as an attitude?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Francisca Basso.
Time has begun.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Our commissioner can rattle off as many rigged statistics as she wants. If you criminalize the populace, it's easy to create the illusion of crime reduction. The idea that they are doing more with less is laughable. This narrative is a smokescreen to justify senseless brutality from a militarized police force with dangerously untreated PTSD. What they are doing is more harm with better resources. As far as the subways, criminalizing the homeless does not count as crime reduction. As I'm sure you have all seen, these officers spend more of their time on their phones. As far as the commissioner's numbers on recidivism and retail theft, there could be no better argument for services over more policing. If we ensure that people have what they need, they won't have to steal. Being poor should not be a felony. There's no better example of gross overspending than the SRG. They must be disbanded. The fact that they refuse to answer questions about SRG's abuse should speak for itself. In their own words, they are a supposedly supplemental unit. Regardless of the veracity of that statement, it means that everything they do can be accomplished by other units. We don't need them. As our schools, our libraries, all of our social services are taking unprecedented cuts, these goons get to break people's bones without so much as a lost vacation day. We cannot afford this. It has been said that you can judge a society by how it treats its most vulnerable members. As people starve, unhoused, plagued by addiction and poverty, as our underpaid teachers go out of pocket to provide basic supplies that their classrooms lack, our society apparently sees fit to prioritize state-sanctioned violence over care for anyone. I don't want to live in a society like that, and I pray to all that is holy that you don't either. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you. We'll next call up a panel in person. Catherine Dempsey, Jimmy Mager, Kendra J., and Scarlett Thompson.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Kate Dempsey. I'm an activist with the Policing and Social Justice Project at Brooklyn College, coordinated by Professor Alex Vitale, whose testimony I will be reading today. The Strategic Response Unit should be disbanded. When the City Council voted to expand the NYPD headcount in 2015, the NYPD said that these resources would be used to reduce overtime spending. Instead, they created the Strategic Response Group out of those resources, and overtime did not go down. In fact, it has increased, and the NYPD has consistently exceeded its overtime budget each year since then. By creating the SRG, the NYPD actually created another entity that thrives on overtime because it is deployed to handle crowds and special operations that often rely on overtime spending. According to a recent analysis by New York Focus, the SRG had among the highest overtime rates of any unit in the NYPD. The most concerning aspect of this new unit, as you've heard from numerous other organizations and individuals here today, is its use in political protests. The SRG has become the latest weapon in the NYPD's arsenal of suppressing political dissent, giving it the capacity to violate people's rights to assemble on a large scale. The NYPD has consistently shown a high degree of intolerance to political activity that it unilaterally deems to be a threat to public order, but that assessment has been shown to be consistently biased. On numerous occasions, demonstrations that challenge police power and bring demands for radical economic reforms are treated much more harshly than those carried out by right-wing groups. With my own research with the organization, we have found that the community responder model is an adequate and extraordinary way to address violence. It is by the community and for the community. They use violence interrupters and credible messengers that are out here doing this work. After today and hearing so many people testify, it's easy to almost become desensitized for being here so long. But please, please, please try to remember all the emotions that people brought to you today, the trauma, the everything. This group needs to be disbanded. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I want to thank Councilmember Hanks and each member of this committee for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Scarlett Thompson. I use she, her pronouns, and I work as the prevention coordinator for the New York City Alliance Against Sexual Assault. For over 20 years, the Alliance has worked to prevent sexual violence and reduce the harm it causes through education, research, and advocacy. I'm here to talk with you about the critical role of sexual violence prevention to support public safety in New York City, and to request $300,000 to support Outsmart NYC, a sexual violence prevention program led by preventionists and nightlife workers that brings training, advocacy, and support services to the nightlife industry. Over half of women, almost 1 in 3 men, and nearly 1 in 2 transgender people report experiencing sexual violence in their lifetime. To prevent sexual violence, we must focus on the context in which people become vulnerable. Bars, clubs, and restaurants are a priority for us. While we know that drugs, alcohol, and crowded spaces do not cause sexual violence, we recognize those components as risk factors for increased harm, especially towards queer people, people with marginalized genders, and people of color. Each training we conduct is tailored specifically to a venue. We go walk through the space, meet with staff, and develop a training that best equips their team to recognize and intervene in harm. All our workshops are co-facilitated by a preventionist, such as myself, and a nightlife worker. We also recognize the vulnerabilities that nightlife staff themselves face and suggest policies and practices for owners and managers. This absolutely vital work requires significant staff time and energy, and demand for our programming far outstrips our current capacity. Outsmart is a program with tremendous potential that has been severely limited by lack of funding. We at the Alliance, together with our partner, the Crime Victims Treatment Center, are appealing to the City Council for $300,000 in funding to replicate this model citywide, to shift the culture of nightlife, and make our city safer from sexual violence.
Quick question, have you been funded through the City Council in the past?
No, this is a first time ask.
Did you apply in FY24 for funding?
This is a new initiative that we're asking for funding for.
And who did you, no, they haven't been funded before. What council members did you ask for funding from?
I don't know the answer to that, but we can get back.
Okay, so we have your testimony in the interest of time, but thank you very much. And reach out to us and just let me know who you applied to.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Jimmy Marr and I am Policy Director at Safe Horizon, the nation's largest nonprofit victim services organization. We help 250,000 New Yorkers each year who have experienced violence or abuse. We're grateful for the Council's many years of support and for championing the nonprofit human services sector. To be frank, our sector is in crisis. Nonprofits are struggling to hire and retain staff as a result of an unjust wage structure largely determined by government contracts. My testimony will focus on the Just Pay campaign, City Council initiative funding, and the need to invest in a broader public safety strategy outside of just the criminal legal system. Just Pay. We're a proud member of the Just Pay campaign, which is demanding that employees under contract with New York City and state be paid fair wages for their labor. We're asking for a 6.5% COLA this year. We consistently hear electeds say they care about and fight for survivors of violence. Ensuring that the workers who provide the very support survivors need and depend on is a very real way for the city to demonstrate that it cares about victims and survivors. Initiative funding. The DOVE initiative was created to provide a neighborhood-based response to survivors and their families. Currently, over 150 organizations use DOVE funding to address domestic violence in the community. DOVE directs funds to the organizations rooted in community that provide necessary and life-saving supports to survivors. We're seeking a restoration of $12 million this year. The City Council's initiative for immigrant survivors of domestic violence supports our Immigration Law Project, which provides expert legal advice and representation to victims of crime, violence, abuse, trafficking, and torture. The steady flow of new arrivals from border states drives many families desperate for immigration legal help to our office. We're seeking an enhancement to $100,000 to help us increase capacity. And then lastly, we operate Staten Island's only rape crisis program. However, since the pandemic, it has become increasingly difficult to recruit volunteers to meet with survivors at hospitals, especially at night. We're requesting $160,000 in new speakers initiative funding to support the salary of a full-time social worker, as well as compensation for advocates training and services. This support would allow our program to continue supporting survivors of rape and sexual violence across Staten Island in the immediate aftermath of their assault. And then
Thank you. Thank you. It's okay. We have your testimony. Okay. We'll be in touch. We'll have your testimony. Thank you so much in the
Thank you.
essence of time. Thanks.
Next, John Brown.
Hi. So I'm going to start out with some facts that I can back up with evidence because I was at the last meeting and there was an ex-cop that said that all of our testimonies weren't based on facts. So I can provide facts on all of this. Do you remember the subway shooter? It was residents that called and told people where he was. He even called the police on himself, and SRG, who we were talking about, they were 2 blocks away destroying homeless people's tents. So they didn't respond. They didn't catch the subway shooter. What they did do is threaten the person to get deported who was going to receive reward money. Another thing, Mikey Rosado, I'm not sure if you heard about him. He was unarmed in the Bronx, and they murdered him. And I think that was over a year ago, and the police have never released the killer's names. Another person killed, Ronald Anthony Smith, was killed in Crown Heights by a mysterious NYPD van. Killers' names have never been released. And just some questions. Why does the city, why are we paying for police settlements? Why does the city arrest fare evaders and not people that evade toll? Does it have to do with the demographics of the people involved? Pretty much it. Yeah, and I can provide evidence for all of this. I've been arrested 3 times as a credentialed member of the press. Here's my press badge. Just for filming protests. I've had 2 of my bikes stolen by the police. They never gave me receipts or anything like that. I think that if there's any good lawyers anywhere, they should, file class action lawsuit against the police department for all of the things that they've stolen from people at protests, photographers, cameras, bikes, whoever knows what else, phones, yeah, that's it. Bye.
Did you file a police report? Sorry, sir. Did you file a police report?
About police stealing from me?
You should have. You should have filed.
Call the cops on the cops? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's why we're doing this hearing. It's public testimony, so
okay,
it's on the record.
I can back it all up with evidence, yeah.
I think you should file a police report. That's just my advice to you.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for this panel. Next, we'll move on to a virtual panel. We'll be calling Shannon Sassone, Miriam Fisher, Eden King, C.N., Alfredo Gill, and Walter Dittman. And we'll start with Shannon Sassone.
Time has begun.
Hello, thank you, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. I'm a producer, independent activist, and former police misconduct investigator with the CCRB. My service at the agency began in February of 2021. I completed my public service with the CCRB Mediation Department, and I was only one of 3 mediation coordinators for the entirety of the 5 boroughs. I can personally attest to the issues of underfunding within the CCRB, as well as the frustrations by employees. I made $42,000 during my almost 2 years at the agency and could barely pay my rent. Due to funding inconsistencies, lack of cooperation from the police unions and officers, the rate at which the police commissioner overturns discipline recommendations, and the lack of resources are a major reason why turnover at the agency is so high. As seen through body-worn camera footage of SRG and NYPD officers brutally beating New York protesters, the NYPD and SRG routinely covered up their identities during these protests. The CCRB needs independent access to BWC. From kettling to police gunmen on roofs to almost getting run over, these are only a few of these examples of aggression and intimidation that I experienced during my time protesting, but others experienced far worse. The SRG prides itself on having prior intelligence of the unique situations to which they respond. The point of the SRG is strategy. I personally and professionally watch those strategies not only fail, but often cease to exist. It is evidence through testimony and video evidence that the SRG was the main cause of violence and harm during the 2020 protests, routinely failing at their jobs, which is strategic response. Instead, they sowed chaos, physical, emotional, and societal harm on our city and our citizens. The actions of the SRG are calculated, cruel, and violent. The SRG should be immediately disbanded, the tactics of the SRG banned, and for the agency to be no longer funded. The estimated $133 million needs to be allocated back into our community for education, mental health resources, and other community services. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Miriam Fisher.
Time has begun.
Yes, hi. My name is Miriam Fisher. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm just a citizen or resident of New York City, lifelong. And I will say I was there on March 1st and I watched my city council person, Eric Botcher, just, leave pretty early. And obviously being consistent, he's not there now either. I think that there's a huge amount of disrespect being shown to all of us who live here and make New York City great. And instead, the cops are shown all the respect, but I don't know what they add. They're not adding. Most of the crime is taking place upstairs in boardrooms and in conference rooms. There hasn't been affordable housing built in New York for 2 generations already. And then people who are unhoused because of the drastic situation where there's enough room for Russian and Chinese mob money being parked in ultra luxury condos, but not enough room for human beings. That's the real crime. But the SRG is the point of the spear in terms of this being a police state. Police state isn't a nice place to live. That's not what makes New York City great. You're going to wind up with a bunch of, money and golfers here. But who's going to be able to live here? Because what you have is roving bands of violent thugs called the Strategic Response Group. And we don't need that. What we need is education. My parents were first generation. They got amazing, great public education. The public schools in this city are being destroyed and starved. How do we have a great city without education, without housing, without healthcare for the people who live here? That's where the money should be going. The SRG only adds chaos and violence, and I'm not having it. I've been here my whole life, and I would say that the obviousness of the police state aspect of this city.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
It's becoming unlivable.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Next, Eden King.
Time has begun.
Yeah, 9 left, I think.
Yeah. Hello? Okay, thank you.
On June 5th, 2021, I was in Washington Square Park with others to hold space in response to what we believe to be an unjust curfew. The curfew was set for 10 p.m. At 10:01, the SRG rolled in like an occupying military force. They surrounded the park and everyone in it, not just activists, but people passing by and evening parkgoers enjoying what had been, just moments earlier, a public space. I was attempting to leave via one of the park's west exits when I was arrested. 4 members of the NYPD, all of them men much larger than me, participated in my arrest, holding my arms and legs, pinning me face down on the ground. While this was happening, one of the SRG's bikers ran up from my right. He shouted, "Stop resisting, stop resisting." He then used his bicycle to beat me in the head and face while I was lying on the ground, unable to move. In that moment, I feared I was about to be blinded or killed. The gear that this one man was wearing while he brutalized me cost the city upwards of $2,000. The NYPD alleges the Strategic Response Group receives $68 million in funding per year, with an additional $13 million in overtime. However, due to the NYPD's lack of transparency and deliberate obfuscation of departmental spending, we don't know the full size, function, or funding of the SRG. Historically, the SRG have used the funding they receive to overwhelmingly target racial justice protesters, pro-abortion clinic defenders, drag story hour defenders, and homeless encampments. This is an unconscionable expenditure. The Strategic Response Group is violent, volatile, and dangerous, and has no place in our communities or on our streets. They must be disbanded. They don't keep us safe. We keep us safe. Fuck the police.
Ooh,
Thank you for your testimony.
All right.
Next, we'll call CN.
Time has begun.
I'm a resident with a disability and I do not support the SRG unit. They should be held accountable. There needs to be transparency. And I'm concerned about people with disabilities who might want to protest peacefully and how they might be treated by this unit and you know, with the lack of protocol to people with invisible or physical disabilities. I'm worried about these cuts coming to libraries because I attend the Andrew Haskell Talking Book and Braille Library for the Blind, who do very good programs for the blind community and the disabled community. I just recently completed a tactile art project, making weaved pictures out of yarn, for example. They show things like how to use accessible voting machines. At the end of the year, they should be having a cultural event about different city resources for people with disabilities, also an assistive technology fair. So I'm really worried about what these cuts to libraries might bring to such a specialized library in New York City. And it's the only library in New York City for the blind and for people with disabilities. And like I said, I'm really worried because, you know, people with disabilities are sometimes isolated. There's not many programs that we can attend in the city because most things are visual based and able-bodied based. So I think it would be really cruel and really sad if cuts came to such a very good library that does very good programs for the blind community. So please, if you could please think about that. And I'm sorry I can't provide a written testimony due to my disability, so I hope you can please count this as my testimony. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony.
Next, Alfredo Gil.
Time has begun.
Hello, my name is Alfredo Gil. I'm from Queens. When discussing crime, we do not acknowledge that more police does not equal more safety. If more funding to police resulted in safer communities, New York City would be the safest city in the world. Yet we consistently talk about how we're unsafe. Clearly, what we're doing is not working. Insanity is defined by doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Of course, crime will rise if we're underfunding social services and overfunding police like this budget does. By underfunding social services, we are creating the opportunity for crime and then look towards the police to lock the most vulnerable and underserved people up. It is a sick, self-fulfilling system of corruption, and New Yorkers are increasingly aware of this. Just acknowledge the makeup of this public testimony. We vote you in, we vote you out. It is the unspoken reason why NYPD is failing to fill their ranks. Deep down, they know it too. Instead of providing affordable housing, police sweep up homeless people out of view and call it quality of life, surveils and terrorize new migrants, and ignore thousands of illegal evictions and disregard of rent control law from landlords. This is not public safety. Instead of providing adequate health care, our city lets people in dire need of medical help waste away on the street and offer their fate to the hands of the police that are not able to help, often harassing them. This is not public safety. We should have more social workers, mental health service providers, and violence prevention specialists to solve this root cause of crime. Instead of providing adequate funding to our schools and libraries, our city neglects the development of our youth, especially critical post-COVID, and leads them towards a prison instead of a classroom or healthy public space. Instead of funding public transit, police arrest people who cannot afford the basic necessity of public transportation. It makes no sense. We are well past due to address the root causes of crime by funding social services. Disbanding the SRG and reallocating its budget accordingly is the first step towards justice and public safety.
Time has expired.
Thank you so much.
Next, Walter Dittman.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Yeah, I can't get the video. Sorry.
Your
Can I
video's
just
on.
talk then? Can I just speak?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Hello, my name is Walter Dittman. I'm a resident of New York City, and I'm a retired New York City public school teacher. I want to urge the City Council to hold the Strategic Response Group accountable for abuses against nonviolent protesters. I've witnessed on 3 separate occasions SRG members brutally assaulting and arresting a number of individuals who were simply trying to assist female patients about to enter a Planned Parenthood clinic on Bleecker Street. Do we really need a police unit that targets nonviolent protesters? The City Council must hold the SRG accountable, defund, and disband the unit. On Saturday, December 3rd, 2022, at Old St. Patrick's Church on Modern Prince Streets, I joined about 15 to 20 individuals who were beginning to march in a picket line on the sidewalk in front of the church, while there were about 50 SRG officers standing facing the church, guarding the church. And I was wondering, why are so many cops guarding a church outside, with only about 15 to 20 protesters? And soon, about 5 men dressed in gray togas, they looked like Franciscan monks, exited the church and headed down Mott Street toward the clinic. I recognize their leader, who's been under a court order to stay at least 500 feet from abortion clinics. As the figures walked toward the clinic, some of the protesters, stood their ground on the sidewalk, slowing down the passage of the figures. Then at least 10 cops roughly shoved the protesters aside and formed a protective cordon around the monks. The cops were actually escorting the monks to the clinic. As some protesters attempted to move ahead of the monks, the police grabbed at least 5 of them, threw them to the ground, slapped handcuffs on them, and hauled them away to a waiting police van. Meanwhile, the police permitted the monks to proceed to the clinic entrance where they tried to discourage women from entering.
Thank you for your testimony.
A short while later, the police aggressively arrested and hauled away a few more
Sir,
protesters.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. We have to continue. We have a lot of people waiting. I apologize. You can submit your testimony in writing. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from a panel including Margot Barat, Christian Molieri, Emma Cathell, Tanisha Grant, Tal Shlomit Siegel, and Ralph Brown. We'll start with Margot Barat.
Time has begun.
I had initially prepared to testify about my personal experience with the SRG. I want to say it's extremely disappointing that City Council members and the NYPD have once again not made the time to listen to New Yorkers sharing and reliving their trauma. And I also find it very, very hard to believe that anyone reads the testimonies that we submit in paper. That said, I'm choosing to not really relive my trauma today, and I've changed my testimony to instead speak on some things that happened during this very hearing. First, I'd like to note that the NYPD lied under oath about a gag order preventing them from discussing the SRG. They didn't say gag order specifically, but they were referring to it. Every entity currently involved in lawsuits against the SRG has publicly confirmed there is absolutely no gag order preventing the NYPD from testifying on the SRG. Some lawyers have even published the lawsuit confidentiality agreement as proof of this. The NYPD refuses to respond to questions about the SRG because the unit is a violent, sadistic gang who has nothing good to say for itself. Second, I'd like to note it's extremely harmful that the two council members present for our youngest community member, who was testifying today, implied that NYPD violence would have been justified if the child had not had a Metro card to go into the subway. A 12-year-old is telling you to defund the NYPD to keep her safe. Not only are you walking away from my testimony right now, but you are also completely missing the point that this 12-year-old was making. I urge City Council to fully disband the Strategic Response Group and prevent it from ever being recreated in any form. I want to see those dozens of millions of dollars reinvested into affordable housing, into our libraries, like that child mentioned, and into our education. These things actually make our community safer, happier, and healthier. Thank you, and fuck Bob Holden.
Next, Christian Moliari.
Time has begun.
Good night. My name is Christian Moliari. I am a trans-mask, non-binary community organizer, and I'm also a radical abolitionist social worker. I'm not going to talk to you about the permanent nerve neuropathy I sustained at the hands of the SRG, but instead I'm just going to get right to the point, which is that historically there isn't a single era in the United States in which the police were not a force of violence against Black, Brown, Indigenous, LGBTQIAS+, and gender diverse communities. SRG was born out of the Occupy Wall Street movement and has focused their violent attention on protest groups in New York City ever since. Over the course of just those 5 months between the end of May and November 1st, when I sustained my injury, from that period, I have been kettled, pepper sprayed, beaten with bicycles and batons, punched, had LRAD devices aimed and set off, nearly had a seizure from a high-frequency rapid flickering strobe light, and once driven into with a black unmarked van. All these were enacted by the SRG. It's time to stop talking about reform and to immediately disband the most violent arm of the NYPD. Fewer officers means fewer incidents of violence and injury. We need to redirect the funding for the SRG and invest in our communities. There are families in every precinct who do not have options for educational and recreational programs and opportunities in their communities. There are families in every police precinct who do not have access to community healthcare workers and social workers to deliver on-the-ground mental health and behavioral health services. There are families in every police precinct who struggle with substance use and do not have access to harm reduction-based services and sites, such as naloxone trainings and health literacy to demystify and destigmatize substance use. As a society, we have become indoctrinated to believe that violence de-escalates or stops whatever is occurring in front of us.
Your time has expired.
Or a homeless man talking into a silver shower head. Thank you.
Next, Emma Cathell.
Time has begun.
Hi, I'm Emma Cathell from CSH. With more than 70,000 people experiencing homelessness, plus increased concerns around public safety, it is evident we need more investment in effective solutions. Those with mental health and other chronic conditions, history of generational trauma, legal involvement, and targets of historic and systemic racism are the populations most impacted by the current housing crisis and are also the populations supportive housing has proven to be effective for. Although the city has dedicated supportive housing funds, we are hearing more and more from providers, tenants, and advocates that it is not enough. Further, about 1 in 6 people at Rikers are being held simply because they don't have a place to be released to. We respectfully ask that this committee urge City Council to invest in the housing needs of the most at-risk New Yorkers by investing in justice-involved supportive housing, which only has 120 out of 500 apartments in operation, directly due to unacceptable rates. We recommend DOHMH set service rates to $25.6K for each unit and increase rental rates to current FMR with a 2% yearly escalator. Secondly, NYC 1515 needs a $45 million investment so providers are able to enhance services and keep up with increased rents. We also ask that $162 million in NYC 1515 funding be reallocated for one, the preservation and rehab of existing deplorable units, and two, for the development of congregate units instead of scattered site. Mokje Emergency Hotels, a critical reentry resource, are now shifting to transitional housing. So we need the city to ensure funding levels are enough for providers to negotiate with landlords and hire adequate service staff, and also for these units to match DHS transitional housing policies so tenants can move into permanency. We next urge the passing of the Fair Chance for Housing Bill to limit discrimination against applicants with histories of legal system engagement. And lastly, we request the city prioritizes closing Rikers. The lack of structure and support at Rikers has created deadly conditions as well as inadequate discharge planning, access to care, and connection to housing for people re-entering. These recs save the city money in the long run and improve public safety by breaking down eligibility barriers, decreasing recidivism,
Your time has expired.
And promoting stable housing, all while making strides in the city's plan to close Rikers. If we are truly committed to public safety and creating a healthier NYC, we must invest in accessible housing options for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Tanisha Grant.
Time has begun.
Hello, my name is Tanisha Grant. I am the founder and executive director of Parent Support in Parents New York. Thank you, Chair Hanks, for holding this very important committee budget hearing. I would just like to even just talk about the things that I heard on this hearing today. To hear that 46% of the people that are locked up with mental issues are Black people. To hear that Latinx or Hispanic people are 17% and that white people are 14%. Are you really telling me that we're pulling double numbers of the people that are locked up with mental issues? It seems to me that this system literally drives Black people crazy and then locks them up for being crazy. We know that the communities that are more policed are not safe. We know that the police do not keep us safe. The police come after crime happens or are actually participating in the crime themselves or are actually the ones being very violent to the community that they're supposed to protect and serve, not according to, the Supreme Court. We are demanding that you defund the police, the RSG, the whole shebang, and flood our community with resources, flood our community with opportunities, flood our schools with the funds that they need. Give us restorative justice practices. It is a damn shame that I heard a 12-year-old girl today talk about how she was criminalized for simply being Black and getting on a train with her skateboard. It is disgusting. We are calling on the city council to do your job. You are the people for the check and balances. We need you to check the police department. We need you to check this mayor, and we need you to make sure that our communities have the opportunity
Your time
to
has
thrive.
expired.
Stop surviving. People wouldn't be stealing if they had the resources and the opportunities and the housing that they needed. So in conclusion, don't cause crime and then attack the victims. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Tal Sagal.
Time has begun.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tal Siegel, and I'm a member of the New York City Jewish Coalition for Criminal Justice Reform. I'm also formerly one of the commanding officers on an ATI, Alternative to Incarceration program, in the military in my home country of Israel, the IDF. During the 3 years of my service in the IDF, I supervised over 4,000 soldiers, all young men with histories of severe behavioral problems and justice involvement, including violent felonies. 80% of those who went through the program completed it successfully, as well as their entire military service. This program, which has been in existence for almost 40 years, has consistently produced over 80% of success rates. Now, regardless of what you think about Israel, one thing we can all agree on is that Israel does not play around when it comes to public safety. And so why does one of the busiest armies in the world does alternative to incarceration? The answer is because it works, and it works much better than prison in eliminating recidivism. So this is a purely security, public safety issue that I'm talking about. Now, when I moved to NYC 20 years ago, and since becoming involved in this, I was positively surprised, actually shocked, to discover that local alternative to incarceration programs have a higher rate of, actually 15% of higher rates of success than the program I supervised in. And it's not in the military, it's in the community. Nassau County's mental health and drug treatment courts have a success rate of 97% for the people with mental health issues that go through their ATI programs. Now, it is a well-known fact that people with mental health issues or the issues themselves exacerbate in any prison environment, let alone in city jails like Rikers. So by putting people on Rikers, we literally are making their conditions worse and harming our public safety. ATI programs are the highest producers of public safety, and 43 million is all you need to help them.
Your time has expired.
15 million for alternative to jail sentence programs and 28 for supervised release, which is nothing compared to the funding which DOC is requesting for salaries and pension benefits for
Thank
COs
you for
who
your
are
testimony.
not showing up to work. So I ask that you please invest in what actually creates public safety.
Thank you.
Next, Ralph Brown.
Time has begun.
That it works. In a democracy, we vote to give administrators and others power over our lives and our city. And with all power comes responsibility. Responsibility to exercise that power to the very best of their ability, without fear or favor, and a responsibility not to abuse that power. As citizens, our duty is to be vigilant when abuses of power are evident. When a group formed to combat terrorism is marshalling large and small crowds of protest, our antennae should start to wobble. The idea that terrorism and protest are grouped together in an NYPD office somewhere should be challenged. What are the training procedures here? What do terrorists have in common with demonstrators? Black Lives Matter and Vocal, for example, are not terrorist organizations. They're asserting their First Amendment rights to demonstrate against abuses of power, as is our duty as citizens. And we are being policed by an anti-terrorist police unit. This is in itself an abuse of power. A democratic police force must recruit officers from the community which they are policing to protect and serve us. No them and us mentality between the community and the police. The SRG behaves like the Russian state police sweeping through Moscow to neutralize the anti-war movement. They have a gang mentality who see all demonstrators as the enemy. This is an abuse of power. The SRG is abusing its power. We must defund and disband the SRG. I'd like to thank Chair Franks for her patience today. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's Hanks. It's all right.
Thank you. Is there anybody else present currently that wishes to testify? Seeing none, just need to quickly note for the record those who signed up to testify: Natasha Severin, Kendra J, Peggy Herrera, Vladimir Martinez, Kelly Grace Price, Christina Rodriguez Hart, Marina Weiss, Hadil Mishal, Gordon Lee, Toph Beifong Berg, William Aiello, Peggy Morales, Charisse Paloma, Robin Carinito, Janine Kelly, Alex Stein, Juan Calcutta, Walter Aston, Julian Harris Calvin, Harold Bank, Anthony Albergati, Felissa Wisdom, Dr. Iverina Moody World, First Trillionaire LLC, Alexis Colleen Lafrace.
So thank you all for staying in today. I want to acknowledge that the NYPD has been in the House for the entire hearing, and I appreciate you staying for the entire time to hear the public testimony. I just wanted to note that for the record. Everyone have a great evening, and this meeting is adjourned.